This is how we look, you know what I'm saying? Hey, love in my life is so beautiful. Look, all of this ice is so beautiful. Look, all of my prices. Panthers. My OG. All punchy, I'm me. No PPP. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. If you're real, then you're fake. If you're fake, then you the realest. They done turn the game around, so now they celebrate the snitches. Yeah, I ride around with that Drake, cause these niggas is vicious. They'll clean a nigga house and they won't even do the dishes. See, these bitches act like niggas, and niggas act like bitches. All these bitches ready to fight, these niggas scared and toting switches. Trying to imitate these rappers that's living so fictitious. Disrespecting dead people in their songs and making disses. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. I can only be me, let God be my witness. Did some shit when I was young, I had to ask him for forgiveness. Been betrayed by my family, had friends who turned snitches. I have yet to meet a woman who did love to burn bridges. Did some time when I was younger, but I ain't get no visits. I was looking for the love, where is that? I must have missed it. I ain't going back and forth, cause I ain't playing tennis. I've been flossing since a young nigga, so I ain't paying dentist. Use the kitchen like a lab, but I ain't playing chemist. Talk to get it till it's done, I ain't never saying finish. So whatever's been diminished will always be replenished. Really got it out the mud, everything I do authentic. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. I'm just saying though.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holiday is tapped in. America, how y'all doing today? Shout out to all Americans out there. Hey, man, we're gonna play a couple more tunes, man. Let a few more people get up in here, man. I just want to thank some of the first people in the building. We got James Lattimore, first Aborigine in the building. Brown Liquor No Ice. Henny and King Bloodline. Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. Tay Bays in the building. Shout out to the guys, man. Hey, y'all do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, share us on all your social media platforms. Tell a friend, tell another motherfucking friend that you tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's the GOAT. Y'all know what it is, man. We got the brother Absolutely gonna be coming in. We're gonna be cooking on this ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, man. So y'all stay tuned, man. Hold on one second.
Freestyle. What the you need? Yo, I inhale a weed. Yeah, and what they telling me? What they telling me? What they yeah, what that fella need? What that heifer need? Can't get caught with these. What are those felonies? Trying to keep the hood straight with they felonies. When I made it back safe, I just fell on knees. Thank the Lord for the hustle that just fell on me. In these streets, I'm trying my hardest not to fell on knees. Keep a popper and some paper for my bell on me. If I have to pop, I pray my blick don't fell on me. Ain't gon' tell me when they coming, they gon' bell on me. Every time them hoes get caught, they gon' tell on me. There's a lot of people out here wishing hell on me. Niggas rat and law enforcement got they trail on me. Cause they know that I got something that's for sale on me. Nothing heavy, private stock, and some mellow weed. Yeah, mellow weed. Car, mellow weed. Make you say ooh la la when you in hella weed. You can tell I keep that Zod cause the smell on me. Probably why these pretty bitches wanna smell on me. I don't sweat up seed, I just let her be. I might call her something that start with the letter B. I just let her see, you'll never be. Just be all that you can be, never me. I can sell a key, I can sell a pea. Make her think it's lemonade, I can sell a pea. Got a big old ass shaking like it's Jello seed. Every time they see me with her, I smell jealousy. Built like Meg Thee Stallion, but she got some better knees. Got her gossiping and looking for some better tea. Find you something else to talk about instead of me. I'm just trying to find a plug with some better fees. I'm just trying to hit a plug with some cheddar cheese. Catch me whipping up another, I got recipes. I be whipping up that butter like a yellow tea. Catch me cooking like my mother in a yellow tea. I got stripes like a zebra in a referee. I gave everybody a slice and say the rest for me. I got 40 dead homies, may they rest in peace. I'm still praying for their families, may they rest in peace. I can't give you everything, this is just a piece. There's a big storm brewing, this is just a peek. 10,000 new followers, it's been just a week. She been fucking everything, she's just a freak. I ain't had to say a thing, open sesame. Something strange for some change, get that neck to me. I ain't had to pay a thing, got the neck free. Pussy fat, fuzzy, man, like a nectarine. When she giving up that neck, I'ma name her Nectarine. In my phone, under neck, get that nectarine. I proposed to the neck, made that neck a queen. I got married to the neck, gave that neck a ring. If the neck disrespect, get that neck a ring. Where you at? Bring that check and that neck to me. Where's destiny? That's my destiny. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, get it, legacy. If I had an eye on my knee, bet my legacy. Legacy, yep, legacy. Ask them what my real name, they say Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep, Lester C. Yep. I done seen more than most, now it's Lester C.
Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. So yeah, I still ain't in here yet, so we're gonna play a couple more. Another tune or two. Shout out to Miles G, original Purple Panthers. That was Felonies. Before that, I Don't Get Along. TSG Pain. Shout out DJ Kutak. Welcome to the Central.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, clocking niggas laying you down.
Now when we in the Central, I'm gon' keep it a buck. Niggas see you lacking and they fucking you up. Them little Fillmore niggas, not the niggas to trust. From Lane to the V, them little niggas a bust. My mama used to check if there's some guns in my waist. I'ma catch a body, I know niggas are snakes. Crosses on my face, pain can't be erased. I miss my nigga Holly, hope he saved me some space. I miss my nigga Melly, got him locked in a cage. Crackers have a nigga like a mouse in a maze. Demons in my dreams, pain can't be erased. I tried to live right, but that ain't always the case.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was
in every spot that they had. Sherry was my mama, but the block was my dad. I know them niggas go, bitch, we was all that we had. Me and my AK look like I saw it even had. 8 baby mamas, I was hoeing a lot. Raising 3 kings, but I showed them a lot. Man, I love my daughters, but I owe them a lot. And then she called me nephew, probably sold her a rock. Welcome to the Central, shout out Swami and Moon. This is not a place where it was safe to assume. Unless in this assumption there's some guns in the room. All them little niggas got some mud on their shoes.
Me and my little niggas, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling drugs. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, nigga, you know the sounds.
Guns click, cocking niggas laying you down.
CSG Payne, Kansas, Topeka stand up, Kansas City. Shout out to Mocan, audio visual. Shout out DJ Cut Tag, man. Hey, we're gonna get another tune in here, man. Let y'all get up in here, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, share this on all your social media platforms. Thank you guys in advance, man. It's the GOAT. Y'all know what it is, man. I got my brother absolutely gonna be coming through, man. We're gonna be cooking on this dramatic school system that we call general education, what they call general education. So we're gonna get into that, man. So shout out to Dre Cobbs, man. We still here.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make they world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give Israel, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Shout out to Dre Cobbs Music. See him in the chat room. Shout out to Dre Cobbs. Who else we got up in here? See Alexis Jones. Peace Queen. Sharice the Realist is in the building. What's we got up in here, man? Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. St. Louis, none your business. Knots. James Lattimore in the building. I see Sister Bethy, aka Chief Morning Thunder, is tapped in. Went in on that Martin Luther King jump earlier. It's crazy. David M's tapped in. Appreciate all y'all, man. Like I said, man, do us a favor. Like, share, subscribe. Share us on all your social media platforms, man. Like I said, while we wait on Absolutely to come in the building, man, I'm just going to chop it up a little bit with y'all, man, before we get into some of this stuff. Just kind of lay the, the foundation for what we're doing. Maybe some things that just might need to be said that's just never said, I don't know. Maybe I'm not even the person to say some stuff sometimes, you know what I mean? And maybe the reason why, we have a lot of these problems that's going on, because people don't like people telling the truth. So that's what we're doing, is we're here to tell the truth. I am not a racist person. I am actually a person who is for destroying, absolutely destroying the system of racism at all costs, right? And so the main system that upholds the system, that like the basis, the foundation of this system would be words. We talk words where I'm communicating with words, because if I was doing sign language, unless I was on camera and you guys know sign language, then you would know I couldn't communicate with you unless I'm using words. So words are very important as it pertains to communication. If we can't communicate, we can't commerce, we can't do business, we can't fall in love lots of times. It's just without being able to communicate with one another, it would be hard. Now, they say that majority of the communications that people have is nonverbal. So like 83% of communication is like nonverbal. So that means that you don't have to speak, to be able to communicate with somebody, because they say, according to, the experts, they say that 83% of communication is nonverbal. Like, okay, perfect example. I could punch you, but I can have a smile on my face, right? And it can be hard, right? But because I got a smile on my face, the communication of the smile on my face lets you know that when I punched you in your arm and it hurt, it gave you a frog, right? Or your leg gave you a frog. But because I'm laughing, I have a smile on my face. There's no sound. It's just a smile. You can see the communication. You can see the body language. Even though I punched you in your leg, gave you a frog, I'm smiling. My body language is not aggressive. So you take that and you laugh. You don't cry, because I didn't hurt your feelings. It hurt, but I didn't hurt your feelings because my energy wasn't malice. I didn't have malintent when I punched you in the leg, because I'm smiling. I punch you in the leg. I'm smiling while I punch you in the leg. Right now, I can take some heat off that punch a little bit. Right, not as hard, but I'm frowning, and I got another energy that's off. Like I'm pushing you away. I have a negative energy. Now, even though this didn't hurt you as much, right? But the communication I'm conveying with my energy, with my facial expressions, it's nonverbal communication. I'm communicating to you that this should be this punch in your leg now, even though it didn't hurt as much as it did when I was laughing, right? This one right here is serious. And that you should respond in a positive way, right? that communication from my facial expression tells you that you should not take this in a way that should be positive. You should take this punch as a warning, as a threat. You follow me? Hey, you follow me, that you shouldn't. And my facial expression makes you say, okay, this nonverbal communication right here, which they say is 83% of communicating. So it's not verbal, right? So start there. So it's nonverbal communication is majority of communication. So 17% of communication that is left is verbal, right? And I don't know if written and stuff is in nonverbal communication, so I don't know how they break down the 83%. So I'm gonna put let's don't even put writing into the conversation of communication right now, right? Because as we know, people are communicating, and we can communicate before you know how to read and write, or even know how to spell certain words, but you could say them and you can communicate. So if you don't never go to school, you can pick up on words, you can pick up on things, associating, hey, this is milk, this is the apple, this is a dog, this is a cat. Follow what I'm saying? So you could pick up on verbal commands, verbal communication, right? Remember, non-verbal communication is 83% of it, but now you're adding verbal to it, so that's the 17% of it. So to be able to communicate, so with the non-verbal as well as with the 17% of the verbal, you should be able to come up to bed to communicate with somebody without being able to read or write. Okay, we understand that. And you can have skill sets, you can do things without being able to read or write. So if you're in an agricultural society, being able to read or write wouldn't necessarily be a thing to know certain Shakespeare or something. I don't know of knowing Chinese literature, anything like that, or whatever has anything to do with sustaining your culture and your life, anything like that, or whatever. So no. So tonight we're gonna get into a little history of of the American education system, right? So when we're saying the general education system, right, which was generally applied, and as of today, as right, you and your child could be held accountable by the authorities because it would be against the law to hold your children out of school, so on and so forth, right? So you have to. This is mandatory, right? So we're gonna talk about that. Oops. Okay, shout out Isness in the building. Madam President, what we got in there? Straight Smoke, Amerigal. Appreciate you guys. What's that? Super Don Beezy. What up, though? Detroit in the house. That's Mo Deezy. Jaja, what up, though? Peace, everybody. Appreciate you guys tapped in, man. Real talk. Let me check on the brother. See what the brother at real fast. And it's tapped in. So yeah. So real quick though, right? So when we're talking about, I know y'all hear it a lot, man, and it's a thing going around, in the community, for the past three weeks, down there a month now, what I'm saying, it's this thing that we've been talking about, the German Constitution and the American Constitution, and what are we talking about and stuff. And I haven't necessarily like far as we're going back and forth when we're saying stuff, we're trying to present the information and stuff. So it's really difficult to do that when you're on platform and different people are cutting you off and stuff like that. So tonight we're gonna be able to present some stuff, and there's so much information, man. But I wanted to get to the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s. You know what I mean? And what's interesting about how, like I said, either you know something or you don't. Books are references to what you should already know, right? So And so I'm going to be pulling up references. We're going to be doing those things. We're going to be reading from that. But for the most part, like I said, you either know this or you don't know it. Just because you can read something out of a book don't necessarily mean that you know what you think you know just because you read it out of a book for the first time or the third or the 10th time, because it's limited information or there's so much more information that needs to be investigated. You know what I mean? So I think people take the surface information with the surface narrative and don't dig deeper, right? So when we talk about the Latin language, just the term Latin, right, is anglicized, right? When we talk about alphabet, right, and we talk about script, these are two different things. So a lot of times when we having these conversations, when I'm saying that the script was changed, right, the, the script was changed. We're not saying the alphabet was changed, we're saying the script was changed. See how this works? And with that, not only generally apply here in America, right? In the late 1800s going into the 1900s, because they couldn't really apply it until after World War One. Okay? We're going to get into a lot of that conversations as we talk about who, the when, the where, and the how. We're talking about the eugenics society is 100% behind the miseducation system here in America. Period. From kindergarten, pre-K, pre-kindergarten. It's pre-child gardening. These kindergartening means gardening your child's mind. So it's pre-K, kindergarten, first grade on through 12th grade, on through your graduate studies and graduate degrees, all come in this system, right? And within this system that was created here in the mid 1800s, didn't get it to take hold until the 20th century, brothers and sisters. And these are the same people that were pushing the eugenic stuff. So I'm saying, so we're gonna get into that. Smoke, what up, though? The Real Autonomous Defense League 2.0. What you got in here? Shout out to y'all. Most hated bronze flat power god is tapped in. Big Dog Philly OG. Peace out. Jeremy Royster. All right. Make sure I got everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Yeah, I'm gonna check on this brother, man. Yeah. So, so going back to this they always like it's really interesting, right? You know what I'm saying? When you're getting into like their stories, right? And you start digging deeper into their stories, right? When they say that um, certain things, for instance, we're talking language like Latin, for instance, right? The story that if you read it, they'll say that Latin comes from over there, right? Well, what they're not telling you is that their language was changed and Latinized, right? So we're going to be showing a little of that stuff tonight as well. And what they're saying, what they're doing is when they remix, singled everything and changed everything and copywritten everything, right? I guess that word had you niggas panties in a bunch yesterday, so y'all didn't understand that. So I guess we're going to get into the copyright laws and how they use the copyright laws to take our shit, still take our shit to the day, right? So it's not that we're saying that these are the things that they have used um, to put themselves into social, political, economic power. So in a social, political, economic atmosphere that we're in, we got to find the weapons and things that they're using. The number one weapon that is being used against us in this propaganda political machine, the social, political, economically, even lawfully and legally, is words. We talk about this all the time, how important words are as it pertains to just talking, communicating, us saying, hey, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? What up, though? Just the vibrational pitches that we pitch to each other is very important, right? So the words that we tend to use to describe ourselves should be empowering, shouldn't be infuriating or put us as inferior beings, inferior mind state, inferior. economically, socially, politically. So these words that have been carefully crafted by these people. I say this again, carefully, they have been carefully crafted as spells that has been cast against you. So we say this all the time, that you know how to break spells, be a code breaker, have codes. It should all be on code. When you hear certain words or whatever, it shouldn't make you psychologically kill yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy how we jump out the window, how we become crash test dummies when certain words are spoke, right? Now, where we seen before Kanye did the joint with the White Lives Matter t-shirt or whatever, I had just said it and y'all was mad. About a year before he did the t-shirt shit with Candace Owens, right? And we did the experiment and everybody was mad. And I broke it down. I was like, well, how y'all think they feel about black, right? The term white infuriates you guys and black infuriates us, right? Well, guess what? There's no black and white in the law. No matter how much they want to write it in there socially, it's not an American law. It's socially implied, but it's not legal. It's not lawful, and it's not in the letter or the language or the motherfucking color of law. So you're gonna be hearing that a lot in the next few weeks when we talk about the letter and the language and the color of law. So all these things are important, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about this stuff, and how we trying to get to some remedies. So you see, once again, people talk about all this hocus pocus, pie in the sky, want to do this. No, what are you know, things that are going on, things have happened, you know, how can we take these conversations, you know what I'm saying, only from publicly to the private sector, and then take things that we're doing privately and then apply them publicly, you know what I'm saying, to better our brothers and sisters in our communities, in our families first, for community second, you know, obviously, and you know, from there for our country. So that's what we own, man, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to building, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about only builders, this community, that's us. I don't just talk about me. Like, we got real builders in this community, like just real things going on. And some of y'all been around in the pandoodles. Y'all seen them niggas still ain't built a doghouse yet. You feel me? So they are not building anything. They're not planning on building anything. They're like planned obsoletes. Like, you know, they're planned losers because they are working hand in hand with the words and the weapons that are used against us. So I'm gonna say this again. No matter how much how trivial you think words are, no, words matter, because guess what? When you hear white, your ass pucker the fuck up. You get sweaty, you get scared, or you get mad, you get emotional. That's a weapon. And the black don't make you feel right any better than that white weapon that's used against you, then you should stop using that too. Right? And if you feel any kind of way, say, I just love black, then you should be examining, why do you love this word black? I'm just using this word black as a weapon that's being used against us. Right? And all other weapons that people are emotionally attached to, right? There are absolute weapons. We know what they have used. We know what they're using. So when you are resistant to this thing, right? This knowledge of this, right? Then that lets me know that you are psychologically sick and that you need help. Mr. Darkfly, brother number one, what up, though? Lady Moon, peace. Peace to the guys, man. Appreciate you guys. I think we got Mr. Absolutely is tapped in, brother.
My guy, Chief, what's happening there? Had a little run around to do with the fam. I'm back.
All good, man. All good, man. You already know, man. A little monologue there, man, before you get up in here, man. Just chopping it up with the fam, with the tribe, giving everybody a chance
Bang,
to
bang,
share.
bang, bang.
Do you guys, just one more favor, man, if you guys don't mind, like, share, subscribe, share this on all your social media platforms, man. Hey, we're gonna cook tonight. Like I say, I'm just laying it out there right now, man. But we're gonna get into a couple bags, man. Like I said, we could talk about this till this time tomorrow, because there's so much information, man. So when we talk about the Eugenics Society, when we talk about psychological warfare, absolutely. I was talking about, before you came in, I was talking about how words are used as weapons and it's psychological warfare, right? And I mean, it's the number one weapon that is being used in propaganda and psychological warfare. And so people who are developing language for people, right? You feel me?
Right.
Off of their languages, by the way, and off of their culture, by the way, right? This is how we know this is how they usurped us. Well, I can't say that because I think because this is kind of like for myself, this is to me it's easy. You know what I'm saying? You follow me? Like because I but I gotta stop assuming that everybody this is easy for everybody to figure this shit out. You feel me? Because they are hiding words or hiding things or changing things within the word spells. So then all they got to do is say somebody that could say think to say for instance the whole Africa thing and the whole slave thing, whatever, right? They have narratives that's written down that can back that up. So for you, what do you think? Like the one of the main things we could do to fight back against the bullshit that's been taught to us, bro?
We really got to start putting out some books. We got to write over what they've already rewritten. We got to write over what we're finding. I mean, the conversation that we're having is the segue into putting something down in a book. That way, our kids or our children would be able to read it later on in life. They might not be able to come back to this vocal lesson that we're giving every day on YouTube, but they could definitely come back to a book or something written down. So next is to write your vision. That's what we got to do next with this Aboriginal movement or this Aboriginal sector of life we're in right now. You actually have to write the vision. So once we
So
get to writing, yeah,
do you
go ahead.
think do you think writing it down um is is important, like because they say we come from an oral tradition, right? And we can get into that as well, because I think this is kind of one of the ways how they get away with saying that they started something, right? Because it was something that was just a part of our DNA code. Follow me?
Right,
Like,
right.
you know what I mean? Like, it's just stuff that we did. We didn't have to write certain stuff down that come in the culture. Like, say, for instance, the Ten Commandments. Well, there's way more commandments than that, right? According to them. Well, people who are righteous people don't need all of that. We didn't need to say, honor your mother and father. You follow what I'm saying? Don't kill, da, da, da. So there's certain things that we were just within our culture that need to be written down. So for somebody to come down and say, "Oh shit, I'm seeing what they doing now. Are they doing this, this, that, and the third?" Okay, if you write that down and trademark it,
Yes, sir.
feel what I'm saying? You ain't gotta you can do that.
Right. Right, right. You could definitely trademark it. Everything you write down should be trademarked somehow. That's why you have to go under your business name to make sure that everything you're doing is somehow going to bring you back revenue and also be passed down genetically, so that way your people get still have that same good vibe coming to them in the future. So yeah, we just got to right their wrongs. Literally right their wrongs. So yeah, that's the only reason why I say we gotta write something down. We don't have to write down like everything we're doing, but for sure we gotta start writing down some history. Once we get into that sector of actually becoming the actual penman behind what we're talking about, who we are and what we're gonna stand for moving forward, then we'll be stepping on some people next. I mean, the victor writes the check. Not only do they write the history, they write the check as well too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you can have dough and all of that. You can get your money and all of that, but somebody's writing checks. Somebody's moving digits with just a stroke of a button instead of doing the physical work. So we just got to get back to being able to be less physical when we're doing the work, which I don't mind us out here doing, like being physical to get the dough. But at the same time, we need to be able to sit back and relax and kick our feet up and say, hey, let me push that button and make that 100,000. And we wrote it down so our children can follow those same instructions. Or our next fellow man can follow those same instructions. So that's why I say eugenics really tore us apart when we stopped writing things down as well. I mean, even researching back in the 1800s, there were a lot of newspaper owned by colored folk, or you would say the Aboriginal, really. So either way it goes, we were writing things down. We were thriving and pumping. When we're not writing things down, we're not thriving and pumping as one unit, because that one newspaper went around for all the Aboriginal people to let them know what's going on. Right now, we got a vocal announcements, which are done on YouTube, which is fine. We ain't got to write. We're back to being oral. But at some point in time, we definitely got to start back writing. Now, they're going to keep writing us out of history every 10 years, just like our color kept changing from color to Negro to black to African American. Every time they change up our name, they're changing up history to go along with it. So they're changing up history like every 10 years. It's not just like they started in eugenics and rewrote history from there. No, every 10 years, they got to make sure that that history that it wrote 10 years ago is going along with what they're about to write 10 years from that moment. So it's residual.
So we shout out to Sister Bethy, shout out to Warrior Nation, man. We talk about, see, a lot of people don't know about the lawsuit of the Department of Education. You know what I mean? That went public 2023. We're in 2025, right? And when we talk about, like getting remedies, right? You know what I'm saying? You have an administration there now who's been against critical race theory, for instance, right? Been against all the bullshit that they teach in school, the propaganda, the bullshit that they teach in school, right? From critical race theory to the 1619 Project to Christopher Columbus, right? So with this administration here now, right, and with the executive orders, right, and one of the agencies that's being affected by the layoffs and the chopping block and all this other stuff, and money's just stopping them from going into this agency, is the Department of Education. So I just want to get your thoughts on that, on a lot of the unconstitutional things that these people did within the Department of Education, for instance, right? That now will be overturned. Brown versus Board of Education and these different things, right, will be overturned because they were basically unconstitutional. So can you give us some of your insight on the Department of Education, them being on the chopping block just in general? Maybe what we need in the Department of Education at this time, my brother.
Well, you got a lot of young students that are waking up and seeing that there's not really a racial color line for a lot of young students, because they don't get to that realm until they get out and start paying bills for themselves. So before they get to that segment, in school, they're starting to make changes. The young people, not even us, we're not even included in trying to make the racial changes. But some parents have gotten so upset with what their kids are coming back and telling them from what they're learning in high school, middle school, that they're going against the school districts in their counties and saying, hey, if you guys can for sure prove that this is a real statement within your book, I want it removed out of there. That's one reason why they had to change the slave narrative to say indentured servitude now. So things are being done, but it's actually coming from the youth that are coming home and actually verbalizing that to their parents, what they learned in school today. And that parent goes and complains. But if that parent didn't hear it from the student that went to that school, most of the time the parent is not going to say anything because they're not apt to what's going on, what's changing. So without that student coming home and relaying that message to us, we're dumbfounded. We don't make a move. We don't get that fire lit behind us to actually make that move. So that's the only way we're going to actually be able to change things now, because how many of us are picking up a third grader's book or a fourth grader's book right now by ourselves and seeing what's actually in it? The only way we'll know if we're helping our kids with their homework. So the more we're involved with our children's lives as they go to school, the more we'll be able to change what's going on in the school district. So you gotta have some type of witness of what's going on there to actually say, hey, let me fight for a change.
Yeah, that's the truth. Well, I mean, one thing for sure, two things for certain, right? The truth outweighs lies. Lies need to be, they need to be covered with other lies, right? You got to keep lying. You got to keep lying. And the reason why I go so hard at the Christopher Columbus thing, because this is a national holiday, right? That was enacted by
Right,
these people, which just that whole concept, bro. Could you imagine, right? That the Venezuelans, right? That they said is like thousands of them here, right? Like
right,
I want this. I think they said 300,000 Venezuelan people have came here in the last couple of years, right? Illegally. Follow me, right? And so
right.
they trying to get rid of these people, whatever, right? But could you imagine that if these people like came here and now they're writing policies to benefit them?
Yes, yes,
It's only 300,000 of them now. And I'm saying only 300,000. Like that's not a lot of goddamn people. Do y'all know what 300,000 people can do to a country?
absolutely.
Like just
They're definitely
300,000
gonna
people
write
can
the laws for
fuck up
them.
a whole country, y'all. Like 30,000 people, 3,000 people can fuck up somebody's country, right? Like understand that. So they came in by the millions, and fresh off the boat, just learning the language, are in positions of authority in just one generation. That you have to have help, brother. You understand what I'm saying? You have
You
to
have
have
to.
you have to have food stamps. You have to have, you know what I'm saying? You have to have housing, right? So shout out to Sister
Right.
Dorothy. She was talking about the Section 8, and like everybody, like if you just do the math on this, right? They violated the housing stuff, violated us by giving the people who are right now the most people who use the Section 8 program, right? Was the people who was created for, right? But imagine
Exactly.
illegals, right? That's coming in, that's new illegals, right? Getting housing before people who are not only historically supposed to have housing, right? Who you're on their land, you're using the tax that they ancestors, right? He said it's just all diabolical, bro. So you're taking
All of
care
it.
of illegal people before you're taking care of the Veteran Administration. So that's another uh, 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 agency that is being overhauled, right? And they're finding trillions of unnecessary spending. Well, you guys know we've caught them plenty of times with their hand in the cookie jar. We found these organizations that are laundering money. They've been laundering money long before we were born, brother. See what I'm saying? These same organizations. And when we point out that Black Lives Matter is a subsidiary of open society, right? That's
Right.
George Soros, right? And we point out that these people are the puppet masters to the politicians that we put in office, that we support, from the Kamala Harris's, you know what I'm saying, from one bank and all of the shit that she did to get in position that she was almost the president of the United States of America, brother. Could you imagine
Almost.
what the world looks like? Like in an alternate world, right? In an alternate world, Kamala Harris is the fucking president of the United States of America. In an alternate world, y'all. She's the president
Almost.
of the United States. In that alternate world, right? She had to get the less votes to win,
Exactly, man.
right? That in the alternate world, no matter what she got, the votes, the popular vote got wiped out, right? That in the alternate, hold on, y'all, I gotta get this one out. Mic check, mic check.
Oh yeah, you
Testing,
all good.
testing, 1 2
You
1
all
2.
in.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you,
Absolutely.
Chief. Yes, can you hear me? I can hear you.
Mic check,
Hey, Chief, I can hear
mic
you.
check, mic check, mic check. So In an alternate world, right? She wins based off of the electoral college. In an alternate world, America is not. It looks the same. Matter of fact, it looks worse. It would be worse. The economy would be worse. Everything would be worse than it was at the end of Biden's term. Like the last few months, last year of his term, shit will be worse. Prices, jobs, all these things will be worse based off of the current trajectory of what these niggas was doing, right? In an alternate world, that trajectory would be on steroids right now.
Absolutely.
And that's all I'm saying, bro. So at this point, for the people who are against, like progression like that, I'll be like, look, that shit, the election's over. You got 3 years to work on making America better, you know what I'm saying, and govern. We're not talking about that election no more. We're gonna be talking about midterms, but we're not talking about a presidential election for a while now, right? So we're gonna put that on the back burner and we're gonna get to work, right?
Right.
I don't know why y'all would be, any people of color that would be sitting around here acting as if one of these other parties is, better for us. Well, no matter what, we know who was terrible for us, right?
Yeah.
We know who hurt us. We know that the Democratic Party hurt us, right?
Oh yeah.
I
Came
still
through with
haven't
that
heard what the
bulldozer.
Republicans did to us yet. I still haven't heard that yet. Every time I hear some negative shit that has happened to us, whether it's Woodrow Wilson, Lyndon B. Johnson, Barack Obama, uh, Hillary, and motherfucking Biden, it's always been negative, correct?
Correct.
I ain't heard nothing positive. Not one positive fucking thing that we got from with them. If somebody can put in the chat room, that was one positive thing that we got from dealing with the Democratic Party, right? Now, if you tell me, civil rights, like Lyndon B. Johnson signed the civil rights bill, you follow me? If you tell me that, and that's it, right? Then that means that I know that ain't it. That in the integration, right, was what the plan was the coup de grace to take us out of social, political, economic power.
Bang
More
bang.
so economic power. And if you don't have economic power, you are a slave. You are enslaved. And that will just fit right along with the narrative of them wanting us to become kunta. You understand what I'm saying? That's not us. So shout out to AP. He went over to Tennessee. Uh, you know what I'm saying? The historical records over in Tennessee. I mean, it's just not rocket science when they tell you that the Pale Man wasn't there until after Reconstruction.
That's it.
And definitely wasn't there until after any numbers that mattered until after 1900s. Ellis Island, right?
Right.
See what I'm saying? So, yeah, we're going to have to get into it, man. We got to get into it. Shout out to Lady Moon. Hey, man, appreciate everybody, man, that support the channel, man. Shout out to Anonymous. Anonymous always tap in. Hey, man, support the real shit. That's all I can tell you, man. We're going to get into it. Hey, bro, you want to pull something up? Like I said, what I want to
Yeah.
do, you got it. Well, what I want to do is I'm keeping it basic, ABC blocks right now. That's why I had the blocks, ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, right? Because I kind of want to keep
Right.
this, simple, because it's not simple. That's the problem, right? You know what I'm saying? That we have to go back to pre-K, kindergarten, and think as a child for the first time. And children ask questions, right? You'd be like, "Hey, this is black," and the child be like, "No, this is brown." Like, you feel me? So a child is brutally honest.
Right.
So we have to be brutally honest, y'all. When we and a lot of times we're not brutally honest because we believe we attached psychologically to certain terms, hence the more Indian argument or the Indian Aboriginal argument, right? When we're talking about the same people. But when you're talking Muskogee and Creek and Cherokee and Algonquin, it's the same language.
Same
The
exact
same language.
language.
Same language, same exact language, same exact people. When we talk Mayans, we talk Incas, we're talking Americans, right? And how I can do this is because of the scientific data that's in Georgia that scientifically matches with the people in these places. You know what I'm saying? That the bones match, the culture match, certain things that are only in Georgia now, you find that in Central and South America, and things that are scientifically that come right from Central and South America. You find that in the Mississippi Valley. You know what I'm saying? You find Arawaks in Ohio and Indiana. Like these are, come on, bro. Like we were traveling people. This is the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? This whole thing was ours. And if they didn't carve it up, right, socially, because nobody gave them, I still haven't seen a fucking receipt for Louisiana yet, right? I still haven't seen that. For half this country, I still haven't seen that receipt. I don't know how France got ownership of half this country, right? And how Spain got this other part and they got that part. I don't believe you and don't care and willing to go to war with it. You follow me? Yeah, yeah.
Right.
France don't want no
All the
smoke.
way.
Spain don't want no smoke. Great Britain don't want no smoke. Who want the smoke? Like you telling me right now, we'll fight all of them right now. Which one of these goddamn so-called superpowers had enough power 200 years ago to tell us what to do, let alone uh uh enforce it? Where that's at? Because we ain't got the paperwork. You don't have no paperwork for none of this that y'all talking about. Don't tell me you got shit from the 1600s written in Portuguese, Spanish, or French, because these languages were not created yet. If you tell me they was, then I'm going to embarrass you. Like we've been doing this too long. And when I keep saying this, and this is how you know somebody's bringing you something, because they're writing in a time period that certain words didn't exist. Like we know African American didn't exist in a certain time period, right? So if you see Native American in say the Revolutionary time period, or say even the motherfucking Civil War time, you don't have no Native Americans at this time.
You don't have no Negroes at
You
that
don't
time either.
you don't have no African Americans at this time. These are two different time periods. It's 100-year right here, right? You feel me? So by the time we start talking about African Americans, it's 200 years after 1865. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? This don't make no sense, damn near. You feel me? Like, what are we talking about? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so we understand that they're writing certain terminologies back in time. Well, guess what? They're writing script back in time. So, see, once again, they don't know the difference between script and language or the alphabet, right? You can have different alphabets the same alphabet with a different script. So when I say they're changing the script and then renaming the script, right? They take ownership of the script and all that comes within it. So when you're getting these encyclopedias and you're getting different renditions, they're calling me editions. I call it renditions, remixes. Like you by the time we see them, we in 17 to edition of it. Well, they have changed things. Not only they've changed the language, they've changed the definitions, they even changed the script. So we're gonna get into that tonight. So you got some,
Residually.
yeah, absolutely. But this didn't happen until the late 1800s, going into the 20th century. So shout out to Blue. I asked him the other day, when the people of England started speaking English, he said the 1900s. That's a fact. They had to come
That is
here.
the fact.
Had to come here first. So when you hear the word Old English, right? So this is how it works, right? I can say Old English and I don't have to pull it up because I can tell you that Old English is a Germanic language. Just because they call it Old English don't mean it's English. It means it's Indo-European languages. And then we go even further back, we get into Pi, Proto Indo-European languages. I seen y'all was trying last night, bro.
Yeah. So let's get
You was
into
trying
that
last
because
night. I fell asleep on this little shit. Y'all
yeah, we
tried.
need to
You was
get into
trying
that
last night.
first so we can just verbally explain the
Let's
difference.
get that.
So
Let's get that then. Okay.
yeah, because that has everything to do with the number system as well too.
Okay. We can get into the alphanumeric stuff. Because that's what I was gonna start with, just like the numbers. Because I think everybody can understand numbers, right?
Yeah, we could understand the sounds that we say when we say the word numbers. Like so what they did the trickery was with the actual symbols,
Uh
which is numerals. So
right.
you got numbers and you got numerals.
Okay. So did you get that joint I sent you? Or you got
You
something?
oh man, no, you know what? I'll pull up whatever you need me to pull up. Like I've been out all day Sunday before you start back that old damn get your ass to work shit.
Right.
So
Hold on, let me find it for you.
and you know what? And you sent the link to my phone, so I'm actually on my phone instead of the computer.
Say that again.
You sent the link to my phone instead of the computer. So let me get on the computer really quick here because I jumped right in on my phone. Hurry up and show that face. You already know. All right, so
Right.
I'm gonna log in on my computer also. So I'm gonna come in again.
Okay, no, take your time, man. It's all good. I'm gonna chop it up with the tribe, man. And Jones. Who else we got up in here? Patrick. I don't know if that's okay, Patrick. I can't read all that right there. Shout out to Patrick though. It says the Battle of New Orleans was the Houston Royal Navy. Okay, not French Navy. Um, I mean, a lot of times, man, they just making shit up. You know what I mean? France ain't they dusty asses couldn't fight each other, fight the niggas around the corner, let alone coming all around the world telling some niggas that's better, faster, stronger, full. Like, come on, y'all ain't Napoleon them man ain't come over here. Champollion them ain't telling us nothing. Adolf them ain't telling us nothing. Pedro them ain't nobody told us nothing here in America. Y'all better stop the cap, bro. Please stop the bullshit. I'm at the point now I can't hear their narrative no more because there's too much information out there that proves that that's some bullshit. That's just a narrative. Not only that they're rescinding these things, like when I keep hearing uh, doom, dumb, the verses, that's dumb. That shit is fake. The doctrine of discovery is fake. And the fact that it's fake, right, is a problem for them, not for us. The problem for them is that they have put these things legislatively in stuff, right? Like every time that I hear the Constitution, right, from niggas' faces, I only hear uh, the amended versions. So when I ask, well, where is the documents before amended, right? Before the 14th Amendment, right? The 13th Amendment and all of the amendments that came, right? Like it wasn't created with amendments, right? Amendments usually come after the thing and then later on amendments happen, right? So these amendments are later on, right? With agendas for immigrants. Like if we got something, absolutely. Everybody else is listening, right? Y'all, we have something, right? And it's within our culture, right? It's been within our culture. We don't need a copy of it. They don't just need a. We got a copy of the. Everybody got a copy of the Constitution. I wait. Of the original Constitution, we all got that. We got a copy of that, right? We can get a copy of that. No, we can't. So it wouldn't make all these copies, right, for people that already got it. So it's some narratives that come from them. But you have the Articles of Federation, the Bill of Rights. These are the things that make up the Constitution. So I don't know if you guys recall, um, them saying that they wrote these things or whatever, but me showing the 1776 version, and once again, this is them writing the German Latinized script back in time. I'm consistently saying that. I'm consistently saying if you find these things, that's them writing it back in time because this Afro-numeric shit is new. I'm consistently saying that. But the people who standardize everything, right? Like everything, right? This is the reason why they did it. So we're gonna get into that. Bro, whenever you're ready, man, just I add you back, add you on there if you're gonna come in on what you call it. We got up in here.
Bang, bang. You already know it. Balance to everybody. You already
Yo,
know. Yeah, we about to get
yo,
it set
copy
off.
out, man. We deep up in here. Hey, man, hit that like button, though. Support the channel. Support the real. We're going to get into this bag tonight, y'all. Like I said, I'm just laying out the foundation now. Hey, I could talk about this shit all day, and you be like, well, Chief, we don't believe you. Well, you don't believe me unless I pull up some documents. It's going to say exactly what I say. Like, I don't know what to say. So, we gotta be able to break this down, man. You know what I'm saying? So, y'all know I'm here for the color commentary, and my guys with the play-by-play. So let's get it. I don't know. Do you want me to email you that joint, or you can send it to yourself? Because I kind of wanted to get into too. Like I said, I don't have to. I can give y'all the links. You know what I'm saying? But we wanted to get and break some of the stuff down. It's gonna take time, right? You know what I'm saying? But like I said, some of the stuff is just basic. They're just writing shit back in time, but they're taking credit because they're calling shit Roman numerals, for instance, right? They ain't got shit to do with Rome, but because they want everything to come from this Roman concept, right? So then we went through the chambers of, okay, when we were coming through, our development and knowledge, right? Then they told us, no, it wasn't the Greeks, it wasn't the Romans, it was the Egyptians, right? That they got this from the Egyptians, that Plato and all these Socrates and all these dudes got this from these guys, right?
Right,
So now
right.
we in Kemet. Yeah, that was the progression, right? So it should be now nigga in America that's still talking Greeks created anything. Talk Socrates and Plato. Nah, you should at least have came up to at least now. What's the nigga name? Imhotep.
Yeah, it came up a little bit further in that time
Right.
frame.
Haru and them. Like you passed the Greek conversation. Am I correct, brother? We passed that. Like there's
Definitely.
no nigga still around here talking about they some black Greeks and that bullshit. Right? This shit came from, right? Because even the black Greeks say, well, it wasn't white Greeks that did this, it was black Greeks that did this, right? So then they just taking a fabricated story and putting a nigga face on it, like Santa Claus. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Don't fuck with me. Don't do it, because it's irritating. It's very irritating, bro, because I hate dumb. I don't like dumb shit. And so that's why I kind of, like, y'all be like, man, I be irritated because I'm having a conversation with somebody that all I ask them to do is just pull it up so we can discuss it, this thing after you have read it for yourself, to be able to see it for yourself. I shouldn't have to beat you over the head with the truth. It's right there. Like, I don't understand, but I do know that our culture at one point we all believed that we were slaves, that these people owned us. At one point, we all believed that. And that is a whole motherfucking lie. Now, how the fuck, if the most important thing in our culture, right, is a lie? Why can't we examine it?
Chief, I just sent you my email on the back chat there. So yeah, if you could just send me that to my email, it didn't pop up in my email when I tried to do it for myself. Yeah, you send me that, we're gonna get pop locking.
Or could I put it in the back chat too?
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? If you put it in the back chat, I'll. Well, you know what? I still ain't up there on my computer to
Do it.
grab it from the
Okay,
back chat.
I'll shoot it to you. I'll shoot it to
Hey,
you.
thanks, bro.
No problem. But I guess you can pull up what you want to pull up. Like I said, I want to get into the Roman numeral and just the history of that. Just kind of skim through it. Like I said, it's I want to be able to break this down. It's super simple, y'all. It's not rocket science, but
But it does make you
the
think, though. It
numbers,
does
right?
make you think.
Right. Well, numbers are universal, correct? But they wasn't always universal.
Right.
You feel me? So that's the thing, right? But once again, when we find out, when we start having these conversations, they always go back to Hindu, Arabic. You know, they try to go to Near East, not even the Far East. The Near East is when they're trying to say where math, right, was created, right? 1 through 9, right,
Right.
and 0, according to them, right? Well, then archaeologically, we have found that that's fake, but they're still pushing the same thing that mathematics comes from them. Well, what they've done with, if they anglicize, right, and change the script for the ABC, well, somebody had to change the script, right, for the new numbers. So it's called Afro-numeric, alphabet numeric numbers, which started out as tallies, notches. Like, say for instance, if we was playing, um, what's that game? Um, dominoes, right? And if you get 3 houses, houses is what? 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines. The fifth line go across it. That's a house, right? That's 5. 5 of those is 25. 4 of those is 20. Y'all understand. And that changed to be standardized, right? So we get to what is called the Roman numerals, right?
Right. Right. Right.
Right.
Don't
And
got a
so we
zero.
go get into that. So I want to get ahead of myself. So yeah, you can pull up something right now while and get into that while go send this to your email. And yeah, man, bro, this shit is, it's like I said, y'all, we can go all night with this one, y'all. It's a lot of information. That we have, and like I said, I'll be all night. We just get into the bag. It's about kindergarten. Who started kindergarten? Why was it started? Who was the first kindergartens? What language they were speaking? And when did they start speaking English? And how did they change the English? And all of these things, man. So when I say, hey, man, that we almost were expressing see Deutsch as the national language to this land, it only failed by 1 vote. It's a fact. They wanted to get us all the way away from the Latin. They wanted to get us away from the Latin, away from our power, right? So we're gonna get to that tonight too as well, y'all. Shout out to Lady Moon, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Real talk. Epic Studies, what up, though? Appreciate you
Chief, did
guys.
you send that to my email, or should I? Let me try to resend it to myself again, real quick, too.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, because I got to go ahead and get your email. Hold on 1 second.
I'm going back in. I'm gonna see if it do it this time.
Yeah, it's better copy and paste it.
Yeah. It's acting real silly right now. Ironically.
You know how they do.
Hold up.
I got you, though.
Yeah, but yeah, like you said, man, having the number system start out there in India is kind of crazy anyway. Seeing that, what the hell are they using the numbers for in India?
Well,
I mean, what did they build back then that said, okay, we need a number system, but we don't got running water, we don't got pipes in the ground.
right. They just be making up shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But anybody but us though. Y'all follow me? Anybody but us.
Anybody but us, and that's what this is
Wait a
all
minute.
about. When you, yeah,
Is it the first email? Or
oh,
the
it's the
second
second
email?
one. The first one is kind of broke up, so yeah, it's that second one.
So it's
It's
that twice?
twice.
Okay.
Yeah. It got to be redundant.
Hold on, let me get this right.
Yeah, so
Yeah. think I got you. See if that come through. Boom. Yeah, a few things. Some of the stuff, man, was just simple. We could have just pulled it up. Yeah, we're not even digging deep, like, you know, in the information. It's we just scratching the surface. This is on the surface information. This is not even you know what I mean? It ain't even it's on the goddamn surface. It's not even below the surface. So this is surface information. Let me go to this one right here. Hey man, how y'all doing tonight? Appreciate you guys, man. We're just getting this email together. Yeah, that ain't coming up. I'm gonna do that. Guess the brother got knocked out. Yeah, man. Hey, man. Shout out to everybody, man. We're gonna get this together, man. Like I said, we're about to get this information out there, y'all. Collect so-called American ancient pre-Columbian art, real artifacts from North, Central, South America, and West Indies, and books and from the USA, items and hair froze, and dreadlock book here. Okay, that's what's up. Patrick Jean LeBlanc Hardy. What up, though? Hey, man, shout out to everybody, man. What about? Yeah, man, shout out to Absolutely. Brother coming in. Truth. What up, though? Yeah, that's what's up, man. Oh, yeah, let me get a little background music up in here. Thought I had something going on. Let's see what we got. What's on here? Let's try this one. Yeah. Shout out to Boogeyman. Shout out to DJ Cut Tag, man. Let's go. Hey, man, we up in here, man. Appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Like I said, man, we're gonna get back in this bag real fast, y'all. Yeah, man, Cowboys and Indians 2 coming soon, y'all, man. We got a lot of work to do, man. So we've been grinding, man. So like I said, man, appreciate everybody, man. Support throughout the years, man. Hey, man, we just getting started, y'all. So just remember that. So like, share, subscribe, man. Share this on all your social media platforms. Don't be a buster out there, man, lurking around, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Support your side, man. Real talk. So, going back to the conversation me and the brother was having, right? So when we get into the conversation about the origin of numbers, right? Like I said, it started out as a tallying stick. You guys have seen people come over here show us bamboo sticks with notches on it. You know what I'm saying? Not bamboo sticks, but baboon bones that had this on there. So everybody wants to take credit for tallying up some shit. You know what I'm saying? Or counting on their fingers. Like, who was the first person to count on their fingers? Nah. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about creating a script, right? The That's what we still talking about. We still talking about a script, and they call it Afro-numeric. This is what it's called, but the script is what we is different. Alphanumeric is what you call it, or alphabet is what you call it, but the script could be something different. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So there's a difference between it. So like I said, we're gonna get into that. Appreciate that. Down a little bit. I think something else. I don't want to hear that one. Let's try this one. Shout out DJ Katak, man. All right, we got the brother Absolutely back in the building.
Bang, 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 bang. I'm in the background.
Bang, bang. Yeah, we up in this piece, y'all.
Anytime. Gracias, sir. Gracias. All right. Shoot it. I'm gonna read it whenever you want me to get started on. So right here, we're talking about the history of ancient numeral systems. So again, this is the history of ancient numeral systems. Number systems have progressed from the use of fingers and tally marks, perhaps more than 40,000 years ago, to the use of sets of glyphs, able to represent any conceivable number efficiently. The earliest known ambiguous notations for numbers emerged in Mesopotamia about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. So basically, they're just saying like we first started using our fingers, and we were using tally marks in the dirt to keep up with the numbers. We were builders over here. So it's saying perhaps more than 40,000 years ago to the use of sets of glyphs. And of course, when they get to these glyphs, they're gonna start bringing in Egypt and these type of people as we continue on. So they're just getting their ball ready to throw that joker somewhere down the court, and hopefully we're keeping up with it. So we're watching them throw the ball instead of making our own move. So yeah, this is what this is about to get into. Chief, got something to say on this one?
Well, once again, you need math for science and to build things, correct? So once again,
absolutely,
when they're saying that certain math and science, right? Math, right? Not necessarily science. Let's go back to that. It's impossible. You pointed it out. You have to be able to codify that. Say, okay, well, if you had this 40,000 years ago there, right? Then why didn't you build anything? Why didn't you invent anything, right? Well, the inventions in these things come from America first. They did a single. They rewrote it. They standardized it. They made that standard global so we can do business with everybody.
Hey, you hitting the nail on the head.
It's all business, man. Yeah, it's all business. Like, the fingers will work only so long. But when you start wanting to do a little bit more complex things, you're not going to be able to use your fingers, right? Because you can only got 10, and only 10 toes, so, right? So then when you start getting into the tally marks, same thing. Then there's a progression of this, though, you guys. And we're going to get into Roman numerals after this. I don't want to get ahead of myself, so you got it, brother.
All right, so yeah. I'm going to go back up here and read this section right here. It says, this article is not about the history of numbers, which is something totally different, but rather about the history of numerals. Again, they're separating the two right now, letting you know. As we get deeper, you're going to see why the history of numbers is not the same as the history of numerals. The numerals are the symbols for representing numbers. See also history of Hindu Arabic numeral system. So yeah, this is gonna be funny right here when we get into this Hindu Arabic numeral system shit. I mean, totally gonna be just funny, only because it's impossible for these guys to have invented this this highly advanced number system with the symbols also attached to it, and they didn't. That's why it's unbelievable. So, all right. So we're just talking about the numerals, not numbers. Again, we're talking about numerals, which is just a symbol. So you can put a symbol to anything. It's like the logo for something, or how you feel, or what you made that logo represent. All right, and numbers is what we're actually saying, and the actual total of whatever we said. So 5 is the actual number. So I said 5, but I didn't write it down. So that's the number. 5 is the number. All right. So it goes on to say the earliest known ambiguous notations for numbers emerged in Mesopotamia about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. So right there, they're about to start telling lies already. Because why is it called Hindu Arabic, but it started in Mesopotamia? So you're about to see they're about to start giving our shit away to everybody in just a second here. So they gave our language, Latin writing system, and some of the words to all these other cultures. Like Rome is supposed to be the starter of the Latin language over there in Europe, Rome. So somebody has already given us our language. So the Latin people from Rome gave us our language, and now you're about to tell us some Hindu Arabic people gave us our number system. So you got two different sides of the coin giving us something to make one for us. Now, this Hindu Arabic numeral system has been around, they say, for a long time out there in India, but we about to show you that it ain't been out there no damn long time. These people are lying. They put this title on top of this number system that we use today, which is called the Arabic numeral system that we're so-called using. I mean, I ain't looked into this in a while, but it goes right along with leading up to how the language that we speak was also saying that it came from Rome or it came from Europe somehow. All right. So, Chief, you want me to get into this part right here? So, shoot, I'll read it if you want me to, right, real quick, Chief, or did you want to dive in? All right, so let's see. I'm gonna read this right here. I haven't looked at this one right here yet, Chief. I'm gonna dive into it. I'm gonna get an understanding as I read this too. I haven't seen the source. It says counting initially involves the fingers. Given that digit tattling is common, all right, here we go. It says, given that digit tattling is common in number systems that are emerging today, as is the use of the hands to express the numbers 5 and 10. In addition, the majority of the world's number systems are organized by 10s, 5s, 20s, suggesting that the use of the hands and feet in counting and cross-linguistically, terms for these amounts are etymologically based on the hands and feet. Finally, there are neurological connections between the parts of the brain that appreciate quantity and the part that knows the fingers, finger nausea, or finger nausea. And these suggest that humans are neurologically predisposed to use their hands in counting. While finger counting is typically not something that preserves archaeologically, some prehistoric hand stencils have been interpreted as finger counting since the 32 possible patterns in fingers can produce only 5, the ones typically used in counting from 1 to 5, and found at Coscor's cave in France. So they're saying that finger counting is on a damn cave somewhere in France. So I could look into that and see who actually found this fingerprint or somebody's hand or glued to a wall or painted on a wall and started counting. But if we look into that, we'll already know that that's going to lead us down a dark road of lies. So, first off, they're saying basically that hand count came from a cave in France. So right there tells me that this whole paragraph I just read was for no reason. It led me straight to France.
Right. Well, hold on. So even with that being said, though, right? They know that's not a that's a lie. But what they do is with them saying that, right? With them saying, "Oh, this is in France," they're implying that it comes from there. They already told you. It started with finger counting, right? So no matter what that handprint in France is, they're just gonna spin it as if that was where they found, and then that's a stretch as well, because how do you quantify finger counting on a painting on the wall?
Right. Yeah.
Like what is that? It's like just like a red handprint on the wall, a brown handprint on the wall. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe this is what they'll do. They'll be like some little dude to be like, maybe this is their form of counting system. Is you know what I'm saying? You got the big hand, you got a baby hand right here, or a woman's hand, and then you got all these hands right here. This is their form of counting. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. You guys be making up shit when it took math to build math and science, right? So you have to have an elaborate counting system, right? So we have things that use math, right? Then that means that you had to have counting. You had to have a system, right? So we have that in America, and it predates the bullshit that they're talking about right now in this Roman, Africa, because Hindu, Arabic is Near East is Africa. So what they're doing is right, and we have things built here. They don't have things built there. You see how that work? And where they get the 30,000, 40,000 number at is from the artifacts. But then they tell you that shit is 4,000 years old. See what I'm saying? You see the difference here? They tell you some shit is 4,000 years, 40,000 years old, right? But then they're showing you that what they're calling the oldest is 4,000 years old, 3,000 years old over there. Does that make sense to anybody that's listening to the double speech that these people are talking about? Doesn't make sense to the data. The data says 40,000 years and counting. So I think we should go to that. And if you have these calendars and these things that you have here in America and all the technology, aka civilization, that comes from America and went around the world according to science, then we're gonna have to, so once again, we don't take everything that these people say. We analyze it. You know what I'm saying? We extract what we can out of it. And what they say, eat the meat, spit away the bones. Well, this is just full of bones, but you get the point. You know what I'm saying? That's what we on, man. Shout out to Lotus. What up, dude? Yeah, man. So we gonna get this bag. You got it.
And I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this cave. It's an underwater cave at that. Half of it is underwater in France. The other half is on top. Looks like they went in there in like 1985 and discovered this fucking handprint.
Libra. Yeah, man, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get into to pi and everything tonight, man. So that's Proto-Indo-European languages, man. We're gonna get into all that stuff, but it's just so much stuff. Like I said, a lot of times, man, when we having these conversations, I had to tell them the other night or last night that babies don't eat steak, don't eat solid food, man. You know what I mean? So it takes time. This information is so shocking, I guess, for a lot of people. Instead of them just critically thinking sometimes, rationally thinking, say, wait a minute, they lied to me. Maybe I should examine other things and don't resist them so much, especially when the people that lied to you, you know what I mean? So I think that was really interesting. Rain, what up, though? Hey, I don't know if you guys know that tomorrow, I guess, is supposed to be George Washington as well as Lincoln's birthday, Abraham Lincoln's birthday, right? And so they're celebrating, they created President's Day right? So this is for all presidents, even Obama, right? And Biden.
Right.
So President's Day is a national holiday tomorrow, right? You know what I mean? So I was, the bank was like, yo, they're going to be closed tomorrow. I was like, okay, that's interesting, right? So they're closed tomorrow, and it's a national holiday. So when the banks are closed, that means it's a national holiday, right? Schools, all that type of stuff. So nothing's going on tomorrow. Federal, agencies, all these things will be closed because it's a national holiday, right? So I just thought that was something interesting still, that the only person who has his own holiday in America, right? The only America is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? You know what I'm saying? I still think that's interesting. Dr. Sister Betty did a great job today with that. You know what I mean? So that was crazy. Yeah. Shout out to Sister Betty, man. Yeah, man. So let's get back into this, man. Like I said, I didn't want to get bogged down too much. Like we can kind of skim through it, and it's literally just saying what we're saying. You know what I mean?
No, I'm gonna keep reading. So it goes to show how at the end of a sentence they'll put you somewhere else that has nothing to do with anything, and I literally
nothing to do with it, right? They'll take you all the way over here in France. What that got to do with anything?
And again, this cave, this Cosquer cave in France is underwater. So you have to swim underwater to see the handprints on this underground cave. So, and it looks like fresh handprints. I mean, it's crazy. Why would you even take me all the way to France with some deep divers, got to go underwater to actually find these handprints? It's ludicrous. They ain't talking to rapper. So it goes on to say, since the capacity and the persistence of the fingers are limited, of course they're limited. You gotta have some scuba divers go under there and take the picture. So if they don't go under there with their swim equipment on, you never would have seen these so-called finger counting symbols on the wall in the underground cave, under the water underground cave. All right, so it says finger counting is typically supplemented by means of devices with greater capacity and persistence, including tallies made of wood and other materials. Possibly tally marks made of carving, notch, bone, and stone appear in the archaeological record at least 40,000 years ago. There they go with taking you back 40,000 years. Show you how these pseudo archaeologists started creating their own whole city, not whole cities, but they'll probably take about 10 acres and they'll create this majestic place that they'll place back in time, like the city of Troy. The city of Troy is one of those cities that they place back in time because this guy had a certain amount of land that he wanted to do something with to get people to start coming there to pay him money to see what he built. So that's how that started with the city of Troy. It was a whole scam behind it. These tally marks may have been used for counting times, such as numbers of days or lunar cycles, or for keeping records of quantities, such as numbers of animals or other valuable commodities. However, there is currently no diagnostics technique that can reliably determine the social purpose or use of prehistoric linear marks inscribed on surfaces. So let me reread that because I was jumpy with it. I'll be trying to see what they say before I get to the end. So let me go back. It says, however, there is currently no diagnostics. So they're making this shit up because they really can't prove that this is prehistoric. So however, there is currently no diagnostics technique that can reliably determine the social purpose or use of prehistoric linear marks inscribed on surfaces. And contemporary ethnographic examples show that similar artifacts are made and used for non-numerical purposes. So all they're saying is the hand on the wall don't mean that it's for numerical purposes. Again, out of all that you just read, they brought in lunar cycles, they brought in figure counting on a whole nother level, tally marks, just to tell me now that those handprints in France in the underwater cave But you gotta have scuba diving gear on the sea. Ain't really counting hands. They just hands. They can just been anything. So the circle of motion they put you in when they do this philosophical jargon per paragraph. It says the Limbambu bone, really. The Limbambu bone is a baboon fibula with incised markings discovered in the Limbambu Mountains, located between South Africa and Eswatini. The bone has been dated to 42,000 years ago. According to the Universal Book of Mathematics, the Limbambu bone, 29 notches, suggest that it may be used as a lunar phase counter. So this book says says that this bamboo bone, this fibula bone, was used to actually count the lunar phase. So, and it was dated at 42,000 years ago. So, do I really need to put some scratches in the baboon fibula bone to make sure I know when the moon is coming back around? Out of all the things on Earth, I'm gonna use a baboon bone, fibula bone, to make sure I can keep up with the moon phase. So that way they can date somebody else's culture older than what we have in America. So now they're taking baboon bones, the baboon fibula, and making sure they can date it 42,000 years ago, just to say somebody was making markings in it. To keep up with the lunar calendar at that. The nigga was smart enough to keep up with the lunar calendar, but not smart enough to put it down on something better than a baboon bone, a fibula bone. See, the two just don't make sense when you keep reading these little pseudo-scientific stories. So it also says, according to the Universal Book of Mathematics, so there's a Universal Book of Mathematics. I need to look into that. British author, David Darling. All right, we're going to check that out later. It says the Limbambu bone's 29 notches suggest that it may have been used as a lunar phase counter, in which case African women may have been the first mathematician, because keeping track of menstrual cycles requires a lunar calendar, of course. How you know when your period's gonna come if you don't keep track of the moon? Man, these people is tripping. Yeah. I mean, that's not even true. The moon cycle has nothing to do with a woman's menstrual. To be honest with you, that is pseudoscientific. All right, so, however, the bone is clearly broken at one end. So, 29 notches might only represent a portion of a larger sequence. So, this fool that broke the damn bone, we don't even know what the count is. The count ain't even 29 no more. It could be 32, could be 33. We don't know. Goddamn fibula bone broke. He should have got a bigger baboon with a larger fibula bone. He tripping. He ain't that smart. You can keep track of this motherfucking lunar calendar, but he can't find a big enough bone so it don't break. So we don't know it ain't 29. It could be 32. So they making this shit up. They gave this dude 29 stripes on his left arm as a tattoo. And he a baboon. He got a baboon fibula. I'm gonna keep going. However, the bone is clearly broken at one end. So the 29 notches might only represent a portion of a larger sequence. Similar artifacts are from contemporary societies, like those of Australia, also suggest that notches can serve mnemonic or conventional functions rather than meaning numbers. So notches could have served a mnemonic or conventional function. We don't know what the hell that means. So you just gave me a story about a fucking notch, some notches in a baboon bone, which we don't know if they're 29 or not, because a piece of the bone is broken. And then just to go ahead and say that, man, it could have been mnemonic or conventional function, don't mean that it meant numbers. I mean, the way they linger you in on some of these stories is just asinine.
I think people forget. I think people also forget the words maybe and probably and could be, or hypothesize, we theorize that this could be this. So when they hear this, they just they just read right over it as if even these people telling you maybe this happened is good enough for them. Like, you follow what I'm saying though? Just the psychosis of a person who knows who's, they've been lied to. Once again, this is a narrative. Who cares about this, because you can't get into with tally marks or fingers. You can't, or even Roman numerals, right? No matter how intricate you can get into the Roman numerals, you can't conduct science and business. You might be able to categorize them and tally some shit, but you can't do the intricate things of science that we could prove that was come from here first, even though the 1 through 9 and the number 0 and pi, and not Proto-Indo-European languages. We just talking about pi.
And you gotta look at it. They made the number 10 very, very significant in biblical history as well. You got like the 10 Commandments, which is supposed to rule the whole Bible. So we got 10 numbers that they saying came from the Hindu Arabic. So it's just the significance of how they place these numbers and things together throughout the timeline. Everything is significant when you're rewriting things and putting your own spin on it. So you got to make sure you don't forget what happened when you're passing it down to your people. All right, guys, here's the play. This is what we did. So every time you see the number 10, look for our covenant with each other. Like the Bible only works off the 10 Commandments. If you break the 10 Commandments, that's when you fucked up in the Bible pretty much. So this number sentence only work with 10 numbers. So if you got more than 10 numbers, you really ain't doing the right math. So it takes 10 numbers to make up every number in the world. All right, so let's go down here. So far, let's just recap these 2 paragraphs of what we're reading here. I'm glad you let me see this article because this shit is funny. All right, so I'm gonna go back up. Let me see what I'm reading. History of ancient numeral systems. Again, numeral is just a symbol for whatever number we're saying. Okay, so far we learned about a cave with some hands on it underwater, but they ain't really friends saying that they had counting back then. So we're gonna skip over that. That don't mean that, because they just said it's a suggestion. It's a hypothesis, not a real something. Here we got a Lubumbo bone is a baboon fibula. Man, try saying that one line 3 times. What the fuck? A Lubumbo bone is a baboon fibula. These people is tripping. He just pulled that right out of his wazoo. Uranus. All right. So we got a cave in France that didn't mean nothing. We got lunar cycles in the menstrual right here. Also dealing with possibly finger counting the days of the moon. And tally marks made in some wood right here. We just going back around. Didn't say who did what right now. They just saying where they finding this stuff at so far also. So we have no name as of yet as of who's writing this down and sticking their hand on a cave or finger count, tally marking it. Who's they did say African woman, so we're gonna bring that to the forefront. They did say African woman could be possibly the first woman to ever use math accounting the lunar cycle. Let me go back to that. I just want to make sure we're going over everything, because they'll put little cookies in here that'll send us way back in time. Oh, damn, where else I read that at? My bad. I want to go back to African woman being the first one mentioned about Australia. Here it is right here. It says the Lubumbo bones, 29 notches, suggests that it may have been used as a lunar phase counter, and in which case African women may have been the first mathematicians. So, okay, they're giving everybody the glory in these paragraphs except for the Americans. So you got African getting the glory, African woman at that. Wow, they gave an African woman the glory of being the first mathematician because she's bleeding once a month. Oh my God, that's when y'all will give it to them? Oh, they probably started counting because they need to know. I mean, that is so belittling. I mean, just look at this. I mean, you just pay attention to what they're saying. Okay, so let's go down here. The Ishango bone. The Shango bone is an artifact with a sharp piece of quartz. Okay, so quartz. We know we got a lot of quartz in America. Let's go. Affixed to one end, perhaps for engraving. It has been dated to 25,000 years ago. Okay, so we got some pretty big numbers here. All right, so the artifact was first thought to be a tally stick, as it has a series of what has been interpreted. Somebody interpreted something right here. So they're about to tell me a long ass story about some that's just a hypothesis. I'm about to get an educated guessing lesson, and what a philosophized ass mathematician is about to tell me about how this might be a number system of some sort. Okay, let me just start off. It says the artifact was first thought to be a tally stick, and it has a series of what has been interpreted as tally marks carved in 3 rows running the length of the tool. The first row has been interpreted as prime numbers between 10 and 20. So the first row has been interpreted as prime numbers between 10 and 20, i.e. 19, 17, 13, and 11. While a second, really? So who's doing that type of math to say on this little Ishango bone, what the fuck is in this shit? Boy, if you don't put that shit back in your pocket. Come on, man, they tripping. Come on, man, they tripping. Somebody's on vacation, they tripping hard. Okay, so this is Shango bone. Is all of a sudden doing not just numbers, it's also doing prime numbers. So in order to do prime numbers, you already got to know 0 through 9 in order to get to the next level of having prime numbers now. On the Shango bone. So we got the Shango bone. We got African woman having a menstrual and counting and looking up at the sky every night to know when that joke is about to give her menstrual. Out of all the women in the world, all of them looking at the moon to know when their cycle is about to move. So they all should be on there at the same time if they live in the same area. All right. So we got that. We got a Shango bone. We got this book right here that's telling us about the Lubumbo bone from a mathematician's view. All right, that turned out to be not real. 42,000 years ago. We got 25 right here. We got 42,000 years right here. We got damn fibula from the baboon. Hold up, look at the fibula. So, okay. So who the fuck knew this was the fibula bone for the baboon? Who tested the fucking Lubumbo bone to know that it's that bone on, was it the right or left leg, motherfucker? Dig your own hole. Was it the right or left leg? All right. So here we got lunar cycles up here, the fingers and the tally marks. All right. And we got the cave. So all 4 of these paragraphs so far has been nothing but okay, let me keep going. It says the first row has been interpreted as prime numbers between 10 and 20, i.e. 19, 17, 13, and 11, while the second row appears to add, subtract 1 from 10 and 20. So it's adding and subtracting on this motherfucker. It's Shango bone, this little bit of bone. What's in the Shango bone again? Let's see here. And a Shango bone discovered at the fisherman settlement. At the fisherman settlement of the Shango in the Democratic Republic of Congo is a bone tool and possible mathematical device. Wait a minute. The bone is a mathematical device. And that shit is in a museum. Who paid to go to that museum to see this goddamn bone? I want my money back. You know what? I want their money too for going in there and looking at a damn bone with some scratches on it that look like they just put them on there themselves. They probably got coppers in the back, 'cause you know some badass kids that went by and knocked that motherfucker down. All right, so we got the Ishango bone discovered at the fisherman settlement in Ishango in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It's a bone-proof impossible mathematical device that dates to the Upper Paleolithic era. The curved bone is dark brown in color, about 10 centimeters in length, and full of shit. Okay. All right, so the Shango bone, we found out what that was. It's a real bone. It didn't say the animal of the bone. I don't want to click off this page. I want to finish it. So it's a fisherman settlement out there in the Shango, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we got some people out there in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. So we got some people on the boat. Now, I do want to get into that story to see how this motherfucker cast his rod and pulled up a bone with tally marks out of the ocean. It's probably got to be a good story. I definitely want to look into it. I want to know how this fool fish threw his line in there for some fish and hooked a fucking naked curved bone. Boy, I haven't heard of. And again, I want who's ever money who paid you to go to this museum. I want it. J.G. Wentworth is my money and I want it now. All right. All right, it says, let's go. It says the third row contains, so it's multiple different rows on this one Ishango bone. Remember, it's a small piece of bone here, about 10 centimeters in length. About 10, the motherfucker ain't even an inch. Did they say 10 centimeters? You know what? Man, I'm about to ham sandwich smack somebody. Oh, they playing with us, man. A 10, it ain't even 12. You know what? Let me get off of that Ishango bone. The third row contains amounts that might be halves. There's the word again, Chief. Might be. Bitch, I might be. Halves and doubles. Though these are inconsistent. Noting the statistical probability of producing such numbers by accident, researchers like Jean de Heimzelen have suggested that the notch groupings indicated mathematical understanding far beyond simple counting. This motherfucker can tell you what next year's gonna be like today if you catch a bone like this. It's Ishango bone, not just any bone. Let me reread this stupid ass, big ass, word ass sentence. Noting the statistical probability of producing such numbers by accident. Researchers, dumbass researchers. So somebody has put in hours and hours of work and saying that statistically this is impeccable. This is mind-blowing how this number system on this Ishango bone that this motherfucker fished out in the fucking lake with a hook that you hook fish with, the bone caught it. The bone caught the hook. It was fake. It has also been suggested that the marks might have been made for a utilitarian purpose. Why are we reading these big ass stupid words in this stupid ass paragraph? I don't know. Why are you saying utilitarian? Why am I stuttering over a word where there's the word Ishango bone in the paragraph? It should be numbered like high school type words in here. Why am I trying to figure out what the fuck is a utilitarian as I'm reading? Why is that? That's too many syllables for the subject of an Ishango bone. Somebody fished out that's 10 centimeters long with all these numbers on it. Not just any numbers. It says it's got 3 different fucking rows of numbers and they prime numbers, not just any number. Who knows what a prime number is? The first row has been interpreted as prime numbers. Who knows what a prime number is to know to put that on a 10 centimeter bone? What the fuck was you counting with the bone and then when you finish putting your tally marks on, you threw it in the ocean? man, these people gotta stop. I'm gonna throw this bone in the ocean. I don't need it no more. No, that's the motherfucker gnawing on the bone that left them damn tatted marks on there. Somebody was gnawing, the dog was gnawing the bone, leaving teeth marks just like that. These people is driven. All right, let me get off of this paragraph. Let me finish it up. All right, peace to the chat. Bliss, you already know, balance. It has been also suggested that the marks might have been made for a utilitarian purpose, like creating a better grip for the handle, or for some other non-mathematical reason. Why did I know?
But you see how they just guessing though? You see how they just guessing? Did all that to go back to the guess. Get out of here.
Man, I be over here dying laughing when I be reading these people works. That's ludicrous that we got to go through all that just to say, again, it was a very, very studious hypothesis that I'm just going to say it was full of shit from the jump. I knew I was full of shit, but if I can make it sound educated like you got matriculated after I stated it, then all is well. It says the purpose and meaning of the notches continue to be debated in academic literature. So this the Shango bone, that niggas debating. You gotta be kidding me with this. So it's the little things that make a big noise in this philosophical jargon nonsense that we read. That's why I say we gotta write our own vision, make it plain. Yeah. All right, it says clay tokens. Let's go on down here to clay tokens. It says the earliest known writing for record keeping emerged first system of accounting. Let me go back, because right now they're talking about accounting, something that we have to go to school for 4 years for to actually say that we've earned an accounting degree. So let me see how simple they make this accounting and where it takes me to before I dive in. Yeah. All right, it says the earliest known writing for record keeping emerged from a system of accounting that used small clay tokens. The earliest artifacts claimed to be tokens are from Tel Abu to Herat, a site in the upper Euphrates Valley in Syria, dated to the 10th millennium BCE, and Ganjai Dahir Tepe, a site in Zagros region of Iran, dated to the 9th millennium BCE. Boy, they really put us back there. They just didn't put 22,000 years to it or anything. They just said 10th century, 10th millennium BCE. You got somebody named Zagros in the region of Iran, dated to the 9th millennium BCE. He done some shit. Let me see what he's done. So they've invented some small clay tokens up in these areas. Now, where is that going to take me to? I guess they're saying that they were using tokens back then. But what does that have to do with numeral? Well, I keep on saying numerical because I want to say numerical. That's just how these words will get you tongue twisted. If I say that shit again, I'm going to slap myself. Numerical. Okay, let's go. So right there, that paragraph, I'm trying to see what they're trying to do with this paragraph right here. Why is it even in this whole article of nonsense anyway? This is what they give to people overseas that don't know. Man, we the smartest motherfuckers on this earth, bro. We're not taking this Shango bone shit. We're not taking this lunar calendar because women have menstrual periods shit. We're not taking this universal book mathematics.
So when we start talking about science, though, right? You can't use that baboon bone, or you can't use your fingers. You can't use Roman numerals, right? Because we're going to a progression of you cooking. So I just wanted to, like I say, a little colored commentator what we're doing. So we're walking through this miseducation process, right? But the people that are doing all this miseducation are German Jews.
Bang.
I'm once again, we just historians. We're not racist. We're just here to tell the truth. So fair use.
Like, all day.
I don't know what the word to use.
Yeah. We don't know
Pineapples.
either, man. Pineapples. No. Pineapples, no. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and read this. All right, so that Syria one kind of threw me off. They want to make sure they put these biblical places to dates that coincide with the Bible I see. So I'm just paying attention to who they're placing in these paragraphs to give them that lineage to say they've been around. But not in one of these paragraphs have you seen the word America. Not one. So that right there tells you that eugenics is playing a hard hand. And they Trump tight on it, bro. No pun intended. Yeah. We might lose this spade game if we let this nonsense continue. They Trump tight on this paragraph shit right here. They got it locked. It says to create a record that represents two sheep, two tokens, each representing one unit were used. So, I get it. Out in Syria, they're saying that they use tokens to say what number it is. They ain't write the shit down. I'm gonna give you a token, bitch. Take these two tokens. I mean, bitch, I got two sheep. Okay. They ain't writing that down, man. We swapping. I give you two tokens, you give me two sheep. So they're kind of trying to say that they were exchanging money back then. What it sounds like they're trying to say, but they're just putting stories together. All right, so to create a record that represented two sheep, two tokens, each representing one unit were used. Different types of objects were also counted differently. Within counting systems used with most discrete objects, including animals like sheep, there was a token for one item, units. A different token for 10 items, tens. A different token for 6 tens, 6 tens, that's 16, etc. Tokens of different sizes and shapes were used to record higher groups of 10 or 6 and sexagesimal number system. Just I know these fools didn't have no sexagesimal number system back then. What the fuck were they doing with all this high class math? And check this out. If they had all of this high class math overseas back then, why are they coming here to get higher education? What would bring your fleeing ass to America if you have such high education that we
how they make
gotten into? Go ahead.
You just made me think about something. You know how they talk about Alexander the Great and all that. The Greek it's called Greek mythology. First off, let's start there. Like mythology, right? And Roman legend. So we'll start there. So it's mythology, okay? It's mythology that has been socially replaced. History has replaced it. So they, but they go as far as to like republic and. But they talk about this language, this Latin language comes from that, right? But when they talk about your boy going into Alexandria, once again, and burning down libraries, right? So really they talk about Alexandria in Africa?
Right.
So we know that Alexandria is not talking about Alexandria over there. We're talking about Alexandria, Virginia, where these burnings of libraries actually happen, in real time. So I just wanted to point that out. You just make that.
Oh, no. I like, jump right on in, bro. You already know. This is everybody's shit right here. And we're going to pick up some people to teach you shit.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, so we on the sexagesimal number system here. So again, these people have a system. They're naming these people's system in Syria dating to 10th millennium BCE, that they have a sexagesimal system already in place, but you still have to come to America to live out your best life. I'm gonna need these people to stop. Yeah. Them jokers dealing with a sexagesimal system back 10th century millennium BCE. Some shit that you gotta think about before you even say the number. It ain't even, you can't even put zeros to it. They just put like 9th millennium. Yeah, you gotta write that shit. Okay, so that way you can't even fathom the numbers they throwing at you. So that's how they can duplicate time. 'Cause, I mean, like right now, we're diving in deep on just numbers, and you see all the different places on Earth they taking us, except for what numbers came from. So if you left out the story, you the damn story. All right, let's go. It says tokens of different sizes and shapes were used to record higher groups of 10 or 6 in a sexagesimal number system. Different combinations of token shapes and sizes encoded for different counting systems. Archaeologist Denise Shamdassarat has argued that the plain geometric tokens used for numbers were accompanied by complex tokens that identified the commodities being enumerated. For ungulates, hold up, wait a minute. Maybe that's a sheep brand or something, but breed of sheep. I don't know what that word is. So they ain't put that so I can see what an ungulates is. Like sheep, for ungulates like sheep, this complex token with a flat disc marked with a quartered circle. However, the purported use of complex tokens has always also been criticized on a number of grounds. Wait a minute. See, that last sentence before that one kind of jacked me up, and I'm kind of mad because I like to finish on a high note because I knew they was going to make me jump off the cliff.
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese tokens with nothing to back them up with. Come on, man. Stop playing.
They were going to leave.
You got it, though. You cook it, man. You cook it.
These motherfuckers that led me to the bridge and made me jump. Nah, he ain't at the end of the paragraph yet. Let me give him something else to linger on. So they gave me a sentence like this to fuck me up and trip me up and knock my head into the damn front door. Didn't even get out the front door. So it says for ungulates like sheep, this complex token was a flat disc marked with a quartered circle. What the fuck I care for? Because it don't even matter, because here's the next sentence. Here's the kicker. However, the purported use of complex tokens has also been criticized on a number of grounds. You bitch. Fuck you and these ungulates. Yo, they tripping up here, bro. They just have us reading all over the place. Like I said, that that's why I like these open panels when you guys doing them. Y'all been doing them for years, man. I'm only ankle deep in it, but it gets us up here and speaking our truth, and we really be speaking truth. It ain't just ours. We actually go do some real qualified to be like master degree type researchers at this point. But the ones that do have the master degree, like archaeologist Denise Shamdassarat, her ass is up here arguing about these damn tokens. So this is what you get paid to do, to argue about fucking fake tokens. Because however, the purported use of complex tokens has also been criticized on a number of motherfucking grounds. And where was your antennas? So, yeah. This is what I'll be talking about with history. It's crazy. It gets belligerent. Okay, so it says used with boule. Why is that even? Okay. Used with boule and numerical impressions. I hope I'm saying that. Bula. God damn, the word is right there. But it's boule in American. But it's Bula and whatever that is. Let me see what that is. A Bula seal before I get into it. Before I dive too deep into this nonsensical fucking paragraph that's gonna jump me right off the bridge for me. No bungee cord up. They're just gonna jump me off the bridge automatically. It says a Bula is an inscribed clay, soft metal, bitumen, or wax token used in commercial and legal documentation as a form of authentication and for a tamper-proofing whatever is attached to it. So a Bula is like a notarization, I guess. Somebody notarized the motherfucking document with a Bula. There, Rich. Come get them Bulas. I'm selling Bulas. All right, it says, to ensure that tokens were not lost or altered and their type. Hold up, wait a minute. We're still talking tokens here. in Syria. But this motherfucker just told me, however, the purported use of complex tokens has also been criticized on a number of grounds. So they're telling me that shit ain't even real because nobody's really authenticating. Otherwise, they wouldn't be debating about it. So it's not a fact. But they're still going on to tell me how they actually using this fucking token to say how they made up their number system. 10th century millennium BCE. My God. So it says to ensure that the tokens were not lost or altered in any type of quantity, they were placed into clay envelopes shaped like hollow balls known as bula. Hold up, wait. So they placed into clay envelopes. So now y'all done made envelopes out of clay. Oh no, nigga. Hold up, bro. Y'all doing too much with this shit. Y'all done made envelopes out of clay to ensure that tokens were not lost or altered in their type or quantity. They were placed into clay envelopes shaped like hollow balls known as boule. Ownership and witness seals were impressed on boule surfaces, which might also be left plain if tokens need to be verified after the boule containing them was sealed. The boule had to be broken open. So hold the fuck up. So now y'all got a clay envelope. Excuse my French, but man, I ain't never in my whole life seen no motherfucking clay envelope that you can close shut like a paper envelope and reopen that bitch later. So who licked the clay envelope and closed that bitch and stuck tokens in? Boy, I'm telling you right now, you know what? Boy, this history is crazy. It says around the mid-4th millennium BCE, tokens began being pressed. Okay, so they trying to line this up with the Stone Age. It's supposed to be like some Fred Flintstone type shit. Niggas on dinosaurs out there. Hey, Dino, Daddy. Boy, they are tripping. They done mixed the bedrock story and put the Flintstones in this fucking coin story.
Another thing they doing that also, you guys, they're writing this the banking, like they like all the banking families, bro. They just writing certain narratives back in time, and it doesn't have anything to back it up. Like it's just a narrative. Like so, I just want to point that out too when we talking about this shit. So I just want to point that out that they have a narrative to push to fit their whole story. That the whole banking system and the whole even when we're talking about just the legal system, for instance, right? We're gonna get into that because that's what we essentially talking about when we talk about words, because we're fighting propaganda and words with words to break codes, to break the spells that they're talking about, but ultimately to get remedies in court, get restitution, get reparations and the shit that we're talking about. That's why we do these fucking shows, like why we disseminate this information. This is not new for some of us. Some of y'all already know this, and we just we going over stuff or whatever to read and even going down other rabbit holes, you know what I'm saying, as far as some of the information. So shout out to absolutely, man. Shout out to everybody tapped in too, man. Do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, share this on your social media platforms. Appreciate everybody tapped in, man. Thank you guys in advance. I want to shout out Big Yos Rios for supporting the channel. Shout out to everybody else, man, that anonymously support the channel. Peace to y'all.
All right, so we're just diving back in here. So it says, I'm going to start right here. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and finish this paragraph. I'll see it's getting juicy. Right now, they're just getting us ready to not read the rest of it, because once you start reading the top of it, you don't want to read anymore. So this is how they get you kicked out of trying to learn knowledge, because they'll fill your ass full of bloods first. Okay, so it says, I'm going to go back up here. It says, ownership and witness seals were impressed on boule surfaces, which might also be left plain. If tokens needed to be verified after the boule containing them was sealed, the boule had to be broken open. Around the mid-4th millennium BCE, tokens began being pressed into a boula's outer surface before being sealed inside, presumably to avoid the need to break open the boula to see them. This process created external impressions on boule, They're spelling it different every time. Shit is fucking weird. Uh, the trickery is real. This process created external impressions on Boule surfaces that corresponded to the enclosed tokens in their sizes, shapes, and quantities. Eventually, the redundancy created by the tokens inside the impressions outside a Boule seems to have been recognized, and impressions on flat tablets became the preferred method of recording numerical information. The correspondences between impressions and tokens and the chronology of forms they comprised were initially noticed and published by scholars like Pierre Amiot. Okay, so basically right there they're saying that Pierre, none of this would be told if Pierre never told. So I'm pretty sure if I look into Pierre, which I will later on because I've never seen his article, I just like to see who these people are they're talking about when they bring up these certain people like Pierre Amiot. That is the only one that recorded these sheeps being sold with this Boule in Syria 10 motherfucking millennium BCE ago. This food right here has found a way to document all this stupid ass shit right here off probably a tablet or something. One tablet.
You know what I
with all this damn juicy information.
That they call Buddy a scholar, right? They call Buddy a scholar, right? But you know what's interesting? A lot of these dudes, when you go back and do research on them, they niggas is not only not scholars, that they never went to school, they just a part of a brotherhood and a part of the people. Some of them didn't even study the curriculum that they that people are accredited for certain things or whatever. But this dude is a scholar, he's a student, so-called, and it was published, right? So it was published, copywritten, correct?
Right.
Okay. So I just want to know that word. It tripped some guys up, yesterday. So I don't know if they still tripped up about it. But when we're talking about published works and things like that or whatever, like we're not talking about the language. We're talking about words. Every word is published. It's just published in a dictionary. This is how that works. And so they understand this. And so if you put those words together and you put them in a book, you publish them, all of these things or whatever, that's copywritten. And this is one of the techniques and one of the things that they did. We might get into that too tonight, as far as 1790, as far as the copyright, but we're talking about the patent office. This is how they took our shit. This is how they wrote themselves systematically within our shit to where now they control it, right? Because just because it was copywritten and patent here, they can take it to Germany and tweak it. It has, or China or anywhere else 200 years ago. So they could do that today. So our copyright laws have nothing to do with them. So that's how Henry Ford them could take and do the car and all other things that they did and flip it back as if they were the ones who invented something. So once again, this is so-called Black History Month or whatever, right? We call it Aboriginal, you know what I'm saying? History day, every day, all day, you know what I'm saying? Year, month, week, all year, every year, you know what I'm saying? So, so like I said, when I read shit, I don't believe nothing I read, and because I know what they're doing, it's in the wording of what they're saying. When I see Sumerians and all that bullshit, like nobody called themselves Sumerian. Nobody. That term didn't exist then. These people, I hear people like that was Phoenicians and Canaanites, and I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's crazy. All these people did not exist, bro. Like, this is fake. They're taking things, stories, situations, people, and writing them back in time. Creating this narrative, which is almost always a religious narrative that's attached to it at this point. So we got to understand that who created that and why they created it. We're going to get into that a little bit tonight as far as we get into the eugenics society. These are the people that are creating all this bullshit right here through the Rockefellers and Carnegies and all these other families. So like I said, we're going to get into that tonight.
Yeah. Just get the bowling ball rolling. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna go on down here. It says by the time the numerical impressions provided insights into ancient numbers, the Sumerians had already developed a complex ar- arithmetic. Computations were likely performed either with tokens or by means of a abacus, or a counting board. What the fuck? So they done went from tokens to something that is used in today's time. You've seen those before, right, Chief? In your lifetime, right?
At Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, everybody has seen this thing. They talking about this shit was back in Syria, 10th century BCE, or 10th millennium. No, nigga, this shit was just a Chuck E. Cheese. What the fuck are they talking about?
Are you talking about this
Oh, you see that picture on the screen?
thing? Like the little counting balls?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
well, this still can't account. This still can't account for math. I mean, for science. Like you can only do so much. Basically, the people that are saying this is what we're gonna prove, like show that this shit right here has nothing to do. You know, this little game right here, the bone, nothing has nothing to do with science. Like science has something to do with science. Like somebody tallying something, somebody counting their fingers has nothing to do with science. You're not gonna be able to do science. You're not gonna be able to build nothing with your fingers. Like you can build your hands, but like far as measurements and stuff like that or whatever, you got different size fingers. Okay, I wear a size 12, right? So I could measure a foot basically. So if I need 6 foot, I'm gonna do 6 step like that, right? And that's a generic, rough. It's not precise. Feel me? Until I get a tape, a cord.
Yeah, because what if you walk your shoes through some water, so your shoe ain't 12 feet no well, your shoe ain't 1 foot no more, or whatever the fuck it is. So if your shoe shrink, then the measurements off by Thursday, goddammit, you done walk through all this mud and shit, now your boot is shrunk on you. So you can't use your boot or your foot anymore for measurements. So all I'm saying is, though, you're absolutely right, man. None of this stuff can be used in science to actually say you're about to build something.
Word. None of it. You cannot take what they're trying to pass off as the first stuff, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, we're gonna get into how they did it, how they changed it and made the numbers, you know, 1, 2, 3 standardized around the world. And this is how they control a lot of things as far as banking wise, you know what I'm saying? So, but they trying to justify why they're the banking families and all this other bullshit. They not. It's not true. So I just want to point that out as far as they trying to put this stuff in there. So now we get into proto cuneiform and stuff like that.
All right, so numerical signs and numerical signs and numerals. There's them 2 motherfucking words again. Don't get tripped up. It's what is it called? Phono magic. When you just make sounds, make words sound the same, but you know they different. So it says in the mid to late 14th millennium BCE, numerical impressions used the boule word. Numerical impressions used the boule were replaced by numerical tablets bearing proto-cuneiform numerals, impressed into clay with a round stylus held at different angles to reproduce the various shapes used in numerical signs. As was true with tokens and numerical impressions on the outside of the boule. Each numerical sign represented both commodity being counted and the quantity or volume of that commodity. These numerals were soon accompanied by pictures that identified the commodity being enumerated. So again, they're putting pictures to whatever the number is. Whatever they want the picture to be, they can put it to that number. The Sumerians counted different types of objects differently, as understood through analysis of early proto-cuneiform notations for the city of Ur. There were more than a dozen different counting systems, including general system for counting most discrete objects, such as animals, tools, and people, and specialized system for counting cheese and grain products, volume of grain, including fractional units. land areas, and time. Objects specified counting is not unusual and has been documented for contemporary peoples around the world. Such modern systems provide good insight into how the ancient Sumerian number system likely functioned. So again, that last sentence again, it tells you right there. Such modern systems provide good insight into how the ancient Sumerian number system likely functioned. These motherfuckers don't know. They just made this shit up. Now I'm gonna have to go check out who made why the Sumerian system is being looked at like that. What tablet was the number system for the Sumerians written on? Who found this tablet? When did he find this tablet? That's how we get into more in-depth research. You come to find out these fools weren't doing digs and stuff until the late 1800s, early 1900s, so whatever they built had to be during that time. And so they have pictures of their stupidity because they want to put it on display of them going out there building the shit, but they're trying to make it look like they're doing archaeological digs. No, motherfucker, you are building. You're not digging. So yeah. All right, so we just walking it down right now. We just got into cuneiforms here, so I'm about to dive into this motherfucker right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just posted cuneiform, the etymology of it, though, but you're gonna get into it right here, right? But they're not gonna tell you the German guy that created it. Like, so I had to put it in the chat room for everybody. We can pull it up after you read this right here, just so we can understand who the people who did this, from Champollion and them supposedly deciphering the Meta Nature to cuneiform. We're gonna expose all this shit today. Let's get it.
Yeah. This is a good article here. I just dived into how they play the mind fuck with your mind once you're into reading their stories of how history worked. I mean, they pull on your heartstrings with this philosophy, though. They do. They lead you to that last sentence, though, and they break your motherfucking heart. All right. It says around 2700 BCE, the round stylus began to be replaced by reed stylus that produced the wedge-shaped impressions that give cuneiform signs their name. As was the case with the tokens, numerical impressions, and proto-cuneiform numerals. Cuneiform numerals are today sometimes ambiguous in the numerical values they present. This ambiguity is partly because the base unit of an object specified counting system is not always understood, and partly because the Sumerian number system lacked a convention like a decimal point to differentiate integers from fractions or higher exponents from lower ones. So how do they know all this off this one tablet? Now, I know they're talking about this one little tablet right here. We're getting all that type of information. When I had to do homework in college, one math problem took about 2 pages, but they put all this on a motherfucking stone. boy, they are tripping. So why do I have to get out 2 pieces of notebook paper to figure out some of these damn problems I had? But they got 1 piece of stone. You know what? I'm gonna keep reading. Cause they funny for that shit. All right, and they
you notice when you was reading it, it was like it comes to a point where they'd be like, "What? Maybe an unknown this." You feel me? Like it's always going to that. Like they always gonna come to that because they're making shit up, y'all. So keep that in the back of mind. So this is the archaeological evidence right here, right? This is the archaeological evidence, but then it has a date that's attached to that thing right there, right? Like, okay, how about this? Like when they found it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't find this thing until the 20th century or the 19th century, right? So then, and you're using this thing, I'm just using this as an example, you guys, and you're using this thing as the thing that created stuff that predates it. That makes sense to you, brother?
Yeah.
How
And,
can this thing, if you didn't find it, right, until, let's just say the people that so-called deciphered it, right, but they didn't find it until, you know, a certain time period. So how did stuff come from that? Y'all, did that make sense to you, brother?
oh yeah,
Like
man, that's exactly
if
what
I
I'm
don't
talking about.
find something archaeological, right, but somebody's talking about it as if it exists. If the archaeological thing is not there, or we haven't found it yet, and then we say, okay, well, this thing right here is this old, and we're gonna say, well, this is where this stuff comes from. No, you can't do that. They didn't. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when they found this piece of archaeological stuff right here, right? How can you then accredit the people for it? Where does the art? Where's it's a missing link there? Because you have to be able to show us the cross reference to it. That makes sense? Scientifically, we have to be able to say, okay, you said this is this, right? Okay, well, where did you get that from? You don't have anything to match it that reference us back to that. Just because you said this right here, okay, well, we look at those symbols, right? And you say, hey, this right here, this symbol, right? Because once again, Afro-numeric means that they turn pecks or dots or draw like your fingers into numbers, into words. Because like right now, we all know what THREE is, right? We know we can associate those words, those letters with a number, right?
Right.
Those new form letters now, numbers, alphanumeric numbers, are what I want to say, the foundation of all science, foundation of all things. Absolute. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Math is mathematically, it has to be mathematically absolute, right? So something can't happen if it didn't. Mathematically can't happen if it wasn't there. It wasn't
Exactly.
didn't create it. It wasn't happening at the time. So they're while they're changing the words, they're changing dates and times and numbers, because they're the ones in control of BC. As somebody put something about BCE in there, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck are you talking about BC? They're saying before Common Era, not before Christ era. That's before Common Era. So I don't know is there a difference between Common Era and Christ era, bro?
Yeah. The hypnotization depends on which scholarly sector you're reading from. Because if you're reading from the Abrahamic religion scholarly put out, then it's going to be BC as far as before Christ. But if you're just reading from somebody who doesn't believe in the whole Christian belief, who's a historian, he's gonna give you BCE, before Common Era. So again, it depends on the historian on which side of the fence they want to be on. And that is a good confusion thing that they do as well too, that duality. You know, they play each other against each other, but still it's the same thought. It's the same school of thought that it came from. And again here, this little tablet is now showing me how they put a piece of clay inside of a clay tablet. Inside of a clay envelope. Now it's stuck together. You can't ever get the motherfucker out. So how you gonna know what it say at the bottom? Because it's stuck together. So you tell me somebody carved this out, but it got stuck together over the years. You can't pull this damn thing out. So you're supposed to be able to pull the little piece that's in there out to read it. But why is there numbers on the outside of the tablet too? Why does the outside of the envelope look like the same as the piece that's supposed to be stuck on the inside of it? But you can tell that's Photoshop. Or if it is in somebody's museum, somebody carved that and on a damn spinning wheel that you do clay pottery out of today. Then it says Middle Babylonian legal tablet from Alakala. Alakala. And it's envelope. So that's a clay tablet, a legal tablet, and an envelope, a clay envelope. And somebody licked the motherfucking envelope shut. Yeah. He licked that clay envelope shut. Yeah. And that's the stamp right there. Okay, I'm gonna keep going here because this shit is too funny. They're using words like ambiguity and ambiguous, like crazy ass words. They keep switching up the words on me, giving me some crazy ass words. You know, I'm from Mississippi. I can't hit some of these motherfucking notes. It says the ambiguity is partly because the base unit of an object specified counting system is not always understood, and partly because the Sumerian number system lacked a convention like a decimal point to differentiate integers from fractions or higher exponents from lower ones. About 2100 BCE, a common hexadecimal number system with place value developed and was used to aid conversations between object-specified counting systems. A decimal version of a hexadecimal number system today called a Syro-Babylonian common, developed in the second millennium BCE, reflecting the increased influence of Semitic peoples like the Akkadians and the Eblates, Sum Cum Laude, Akkadians, Semitic peoples like the Akkadians and the Eblates, while today it is less well known than its sexagesimal counterpart. It would eventually become the dominant system used throughout the region, especially as Sumerian cultural influence began to wane. So Sumerian culture never existed. I do got a few things on the Sumerian culture not existing in Mesopotamia.
Right.
Of course.
You know what's
I
so diabolical about it, right? That they tell you there's 40, 50,000 year old, right? When we first
would say now, Chief. Chief, can you hear me? Chief, I think you went out, or either I went out. I don't know if you can hear me.
mic check. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You all good?
Yeah.
You were saying something?
Yeah, I was basically saying, you know how when you start out, it was like 40, 50,000 years, right?
Right.
And I pointed out that they're going to come back and say, hey, well, the first people, though, was not 40, 50,000 years ago. Why are we not going to 40, 50,000 years, right? So my question to you is, right, does it take math to be a farmer?
Not at all.
Well, no, I'm saying, though, agriculturally, when we're talking keeping up with the track of, Almanac, keeping up the track of that's math, right?
Science.
It's math.
Yeah.
It's key. So off top, when they seen the baboon bone and it was 29 days, they went to the lunar thing and they went to the women's cycle and all that stuff, whatever. They associate that with it, right? But when we talk about ancient cultures, the sun, right, is the center of all ancient cultures, spiritual belief systems, right? And when we talk about civilization, agriculture would be that. So knowing timing of when this and that would be the ultimate start of civilization, which would be math. Like that still would be the ultimate start of civilization, the understanding of the seasons and the sun and being able to map that. So shout out to Lotus, he showed the Seneca days of the week mapped out, right? That's 10,000 years older than this right here. They're gonna have to account for this, bro. Like in America, if it's 50, 60,000 years old, where? Not here. You're not talking about it here. You're trying to fit a square hole in a round peg right now, sir. And we're not gonna allow that to happen on our watch, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get into we cooking, we just walking it down. Because this is very important, y'all. Like real talk, I don't think y'all understand why it's important and why, because if they could change your finger, you counts on your fingers and stuff, right? And create words that associate it with numbers, right? I mean, this all goes together. Like, so these are the same people, all the same people that are creating the whole concept of ancient Sumeria and cuneiform and all this bullshit. It comes from America first. So when they say this bullshit, whatever this is a part of the miseducation curriculum that they've been teaching. So these are the things that we're gonna have to break down. I guess you get to the basic of doing this, because if you don't know the basic stuff, what they change, how they change it, and you won't understand it when you're reading stuff. So this is why we doing this stuff right here. So it's a little tedious, but it's definitely meticulous, precise. Shout out to Mr. Meticulous.
Yeah, definitely worth it. Shoot, every word we read is definitely worth it. It just shows us how intricate and detailed they go into making sure that this philosophical jargon stays afloat. Like I said, it pulls on your heartstrings. Now you got to go figure this shit out because they done put it in a riddle. Instead of giving us something plain, but you gave us a astronomical number, and each one of the paragraphs that you gave us, 22,000 years, 42,000 years, 25,000 years. Now my brain is supposed to equate that you guys are doing this type of numbering system again. During those times, what led up to you guys needing America's help so much right now in today's time? We're speaking in real terms here. So that brings me back to full circle where I'm at. Like, shit, it's all about America or nothing, because you guys are still running here for school. You need the food groups that we have. I mean, what do we have that you guys don't need? That's the question. So let's go down here. We got sexagesimal numerals, or a mix of radix. Mixed radix numeral systems are non-standard positional numeral systems in which the numerical base varies from position to position. Such numerical representation applies when a quantity is expressed using a sequence of units that are each a multiple of the next smaller one, etc.
Can we see the Arabic numerals when you get a chance? Can you click onto that? The Arabic numerals when you get a chance?
Oh, yeah. I got it also. Actually, I'll show you that real quick here. Let me see if I can switch the share screen to something else real quick. I'm just going to switch the share screen to a different link.
Well, I was talking about like that one right there on the screen, that same
okay.
Above Roman numerals. You know what I'm saying? We can, I just wanted to see what they were going to say.
Okay.
I read
it didn't switch me off. Usually it switched me off that screen when I click on the next link. It takes my tab and switches game time. We're in the game. So I'm going to read this because I got some on this as well, too, that I was playing around with a few weeks ago, too. So it says 10 Arabic numbers. So, okay, let's stop right here. I could just explain it how it is, too. So I'm going to read this first paragraph because this shit is hilarious how they do the Hadouken.
Wait, hold on real fast. Is Arabic a Latin word? I'm asking my cousins in chat. Is Arabic a Latin word? And y'all remember the Proto-Indo-European languages, Latin, right? I mean, Arabic was, Arabic is a Latin word. Just like all the words that you see on the screen are Latin words. Latin script. They have been changed to a Latin script. So those are Latin numbers right there. 0 to 9. And remember, scientifically 0 is in America. We're going to get back to that later. Okay? So we're talking science. We're talking math. We're talking science. We're talking being able to show the science and the math and things that you built. Right, so we have things that are older. That means that it was built here first, right? And when we talk about agriculture, once again, you have to have science. You have to have the knowledge of the seasons and days and times, but when to plant your stuff. Like you plant in the wrong time, right? This shit's not gonna grow right. Voila, you know what I mean? Everybody die. So apparently we here, so our people had this knowledge. And we're not going to even get into the calendars. A calendar by itself, like when we're talking days of the week, when we're talking about these things, we're talking about not the Egyptian calendar. No. We're talking about America. The sundial, right? We remember the sun culture, right? Okay, so You cooking though, but when they say Arabic, remember Arabic is a newer dialect of Hebrew, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we
Okay,
gonna break this
okay.
Arabic
Hebrew, all
down.
these things are just Arabic, Latin terms. So maybe like L this, where's L, Al, or any of that in Africa or Europe, or just Italy? Okay. So we understand the proto stuff or whatever, and we understand the change, and we understand the people that changed it were the people, German people, right, in the 1800s. So I just want to point that out. So this is new. So when they say Arabic numerals, how can you have new something? You're just labeling it a new term, but it's an ancient thing. By them labeling it Arabic, it automatically makes it theirs. By them saying Roman numerals, so the Arab, right? It's Romans, it's theirs. And we've already pointed out that these things didn't exist. Arabia is new. Am I correct?
Oh yeah. The funny thing is they're lying about the name of it. It's called Western Arabic numerals. It's not just called Arabic numerals, because I'm gonna show you the Eastern Arabic numerals, which is what the shit is so funny, bro. Yeah, so we can dive into it. Bro. Yeah, no, you cooking too, shit. We both stirred the pot. Yeah. So it says here, let's go on and read it. We're gonna get into this Eastern Arabic, this Eastern Arabic numerals. Why is the Eastern Arabic numerals, and then you got an Arabic numeral?
You see them calling them Western digits, European digits, like how they just, or Hindu Arabic numerals. Get the fuck out of here.
The name game is going to be stupid when it comes to these numbers, but you're going to see they're going to say that the Romans is the one who created the 0 through 9 that you see right here. And they said that was first being used in North Africa. So they pretty funny, man, the way they make shit move. And they said they didn't get it there until like the 1600s. So who was going over there in the 1600s? We were snatching up indentured servants, right? So the play they made is so smooth, bro, because we was getting those North African slaves. All right, so it says here the 10 Arabic numerals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are the most commonly used symbols for writing numbers. Again, these are the most commonly used symbols for writing numbers. The term often also implies a positional notation, number with a decimal base, in particular when contrasted with the Roman numerals. What? Why are they contrasting this with the Roman numerals? And again, the Roman numerals don't have a 0. But I think they said the Roman numerals don't have a 0 because it stopped forgery back in the day. So that's why they use letters. So you can just add an extra 0 at the end of 30 and add an extra 0 and get like 300. So that's the story they tell on why the Roman numerals didn't have a 0. But that's not so totally true either. So it's something else involved there. So again, it says the 10 Arabic numerals. So you got Arabic, but why is this Arabic right here? And why is this Eastern Arabic? But you're gonna see those two are two different goddamn symbols. Came from the same people, so to speak. That's what they say. That's how the play got started. So it says 10 Arabic numerals. So I already said that. Let me go here. It says, however, the symbols are also used to write numbers in other bases, such as octal. We'll go back to that one. That's kind of crazy. That definition goes into something else, I think. As well as non-numerical information such as trademarks or license plate identifiers. So, all right. So first, right here, I want to stop before we go any further and just dive right here into this Hindu Arabic numeral system. So first, I'm going to show you the Eastern Arabic, opposed to the Arabic, which is really called Western Arabic numerals. And what are we called, Chief? Are we called not the Western world? Aren't we called the Western world?
Absolutely.
So the thing name ain't even Arabic numerals. It's called Western Arabic numerals, just to those people in North Africa. So the North Africans actually had this number system before everybody else.
Wait a minute. Who's Gubar? Who's Gubar?
Where you see him at?
Gubar numerals is under Western Arabic, Western digits, European digits. Gubar numerals or Hindu Arabic numerals, right? So all of these things are what they calling this made up, what they numbers right here, right? And if you make it up, then you can say that you created zero, correct?
Right.
Without the scientific data or archaeology or just the math, like it doesn't add up. So they can tell you like some shit been here, you know, or the science to say something's been here because you have the actual artifacts to prove it, right? And then they'll say, well, you know, they'll even create a time period that they created it, you know what I'm saying, because they created the time as well. But, you know, if they can create, they didn't create these actual fonts until the 1800s, going into the 1900s. Respectfully check.
Right. So here, Chief, I'm just gonna run through this right here. It goes along where we're at now in the number system. I don't know if can you see that?
Yep, I definitely want to. I'm gonna look up Gubar, because I don't have to tell y'all who Gubar is. Right? That's German. We go keep going back to the same people that created kindergarten for all of us. Okay, the same people who run the general education system in America right now today, which is illegal if you do not participate in it. If you take your children out of it, you better have a religious reason, all type of shit. You understand what I'm saying? So this is mandatory indoctrination. I know that we're gonna have to sue their ass, get them up off our back. Hear me? Fuck out of here.
Yo, no, you're right. No, we got to do something major. So right here, it just goes into the same breakdown of where we're at right now in this study. So it says Americans use the so-called Western Arabic numeral system. Numbers should be distinguished from numerals. The symbols used to represent numbers. Again, we've already talked about that. So again, this is a list of the number system. Look when they say this shit was invented, Chief. Do you see that? 9th century. Western Arabic numerals invented in the 9th century. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Opposed to all the other ones. So, all right. So I'm gonna go down here. This is just a list of all these different ones right here. I'm gonna pull that up in Wiki. But I just did it for my own source. I'm gonna go right here. Let me go down. Let me pull this up. All right, so this is another way they're saying that the whole number system got started also. So it's talking about, I'm gonna read this little slide right here. Blow it down a little bit. It says the Egyptians invented the first ciphered numeral system, and the Greeks followed by mapping their counting numbers onto Ionian and Doric alphabets. Again, these alphabets, you'll see they're just being invented recently here. These number system also, especially with the Egyptians, they did not have a number system like that back then. So again, that's proof out there that these are recent number system that was given to the Egyptians and also to this whole European so-called Roman Empire that was there, that never existed. So number two is dealing with a system that used combinations of letters from the Roman alphabet. Remained dominant in Europe. So the Roman alphabet remained dominant in Europe until spread of the superior Hindu Arabic numeral system around the 1300s. So that's not true either. Another source also says around the 1700s. This is during the time of indentured servitude. So you'll see the times are always going to be moving depending on the source that you're getting it from. So that's crazy. The sources don't even line up. No matter which one you want to go with, it's different from another source. And the Hindu-Arabic numeral system remains the most common system for representing numbers in the world today. So this is Hindu-Arabic. And again, the word India is not in here. Why is the word India not used for the word Hindu? Because that's another trick. This word India didn't even exist when they was trying to come up with all these rules. That's why India just got into existence as a name. It was like 1942 or 1945. But before that, they had already made the number system here in America, and they spread that shit. So they just changed our already used Latin number system, and now they're calling it the Western Arabic numeral system. So that's one big trick that they're putting on us right now. So let me go down here. I'm gonna show you those alphabets. So in the Americas, we use these numerals, which are the so-called Arabic numerals. So these are the so-called Arabic numerals, but we've been using them. So we're gonna go down here. Now it says in standard Arabic, these are the proper numbers. So over there in Arabia or any Arabic-speaking country, chief, you see that top portion? Those are the numbers they use to this day. So how did we get our numbers from them when they ain't even using them on a daily basis? They're using the standard Arabic, which is called, in Arabic language, they call these Indian numbers, the top portion. So these are our numbers right here that we're using that they're calling Arabic numerals, but the Arab world is using these fucking numerals. You see the trickery? Chief, you see the trickery in the play that they pulling?
Absolutely.
Though. So again, yeah. So what they're doing is they're just calling it Arabic numerals, but in the Arab world, nowhere in the Arab world do they use our numbers. They use their numbers, and they call their numbers in the Arab world Indian numerals or Indian numbers. And they only use our numbers when doing business with us. Or they're starting to use them more because it's been played to now start using our numbers.
So right here you see standard Arabic, right? And it's supposed to be, you see a script at the top, you see a script at the bottom, right? There's the script at the top, right? It's just language, right. It's just fonts, it's communication, right? So they're trying to say that the script at the top, right, is older. You feel me? This is what they're trying to say, yeah. Which is older than that bottom script, right? But keep in mind, they Latinized. So Arabic is Latin term. Like, so I don't know. Like, damn, it's kind of crazy how I can't. You know what I mean? I'm trying to how they. Okay, if Arabic is Latin and it's new, right?
Right.
They're just writing these terms back in time. But this Goombard people,
right,
German people, once again, creating the Arabic concept, creating these languages, creating all this shit that we're talking about. It's the same people. They call them crypto Jews. It's the same people doing the same stuff. And this is how they take ownership of history, of time, of banks, of your brain because of these words that they are writing down. These words, numbers, words, fonts, same stuff, but this Afro-Numeric, and this is all new shit. And this is them just writing certain shit back in time. So I just have to say that.
You're absolutely
correct.
Though,
yeah, these people are telling people.
These are no, they're definitely these European people as a whole. They are being, you can call them German as a whole. The indigenous service that came to America as a whole, you can call them German because they're foreign to us. So when Chief is talking about Germans, he's talking about any indentured servant that came over here from that land that was speaking all these different languages and came here and learned our Latin language and put it into their tongue and use our letters in different ways to go back and teach their people, because they were the one bringing the products back to their homeland, actually. So once they get to America and they got free from indentured servitude, they were able to take products back to their land and then create their own companies there. So that's how a lot of them got rich in a little time.
But so here's another reason why it happened a long time ago, right? It just happened here recently, real recently, with the after industrialization, right? That's going into the 20th century, right? So here's the problem that they have. If your country, China, Japan, you are just recently, a lot of these countries are just recently third world countries, like didn't have modern certain things, that they got that modern technology that they have there right now, elevators, stoplights, cars, here recently. Some of the countries just here in the last 50 years, based off of all the remittance that was sent back to their country. That's new. That's not like a long time ago, like we these things. So, and also these people are new here, so they was coming here to get some money, because their money in Cambodia, their money in these certain places was worth shit. Their labor was worth shit. Their products and services coming, like once again, changing the way we do business with Asians, changing the way we do business with these different places is gonna go back to you feel me, the way it used to be in trade deficits. Right now we have a trade deficit, while we are funding these countries. It's the craziest concept I've ever heard, that we have a trade deficit but we give you aid. It's stupid. So let's stop giving aid, let's just do fair trade. How about that? So we're gonna charge you what you charge us, make it fair. I think that's fair. That's not nothing wrong with that if it's an unfair practice, right? But creating these languages, trade languages, but also with numbers, so they can be able to do business with each other. So this is what this is all about when we talk about trade language. But guess what? The people who created it, right? The people who created it are the people who, voila, run industries, run banking, run lawyers, run why do y'all think they run this area and they have so much power? They have systematically put themselves into power by using words. Man, this shit it's diabolical, y'all. I think it's great though. But I was just saying something. I just pulled up something from the University of Chicago Press, right? It says the origin of Gumbar Numul, or the Arabian abacus. Well, they got all these different names for it, right? It said the introduction, right? The Hindu and the Gumbar Numul.
Chief, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen.
You got it?
What's the name of the link? I'm gonna pull it up on the screen too.
I could put it in the chat room. But it was just saying, it's just like, these are two theories. They said there are two theories of the origin of what they're saying. It's two theories. They have theories. If you have a theory, everything that you talk about from there is pseudo. So this is a pseudo. So when they be like, they see all the Arabic stuff over here, right? They be like, why is all this Arabic, al this, el this, el, blah, 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 right? So you could say this will be, you would think of this would be kind of more like, the Moors be like, yo, this is a Moroccan empire. They're looking over here as Al-Morocc and all this other stuff, right? Well, we can document that, right? We can document that and say El, and El is the Spanish or Arabic. It's El, Spanish, like when we talk about Kal-El, right? Superman, the real name, right? It's Kal-El. Right. Are they talking Spanish? Are they talking motherfucking Latin? What are we doing here? Well, the Latin, Spanish, same thing, right? Latin and Spanish is the same thing. So we check that off the box. So, okay, so when they talk about Kal-El, is they talking about him being Spanish, or are they talking about him being Arabic? Well, it's the same thing. Arabic is still Latin. God damn it. And Latin, once again, don't come from Arabia. It was taken to Arabia, just like Africa don't come from Africa. It was taken there. Africa is a Latin word. And it doesn't mean what these fools be saying, Fruit Land and Hope Land and Power Man, and shut up. Stop it. Like, it's just diabolical, man. So these things or whatever. Like I said, this is ABC 1, 2, 3. This is very meticulous, and it's gonna take a little time, y'all. It's gonna get a little tedious. So hope y'all bear with us, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all tapped in, man. Do us a favor once again, though. Like, share, subscribe. Share this on all your social media platforms if you don't mind. And tag us in it, man. Real shit. I see Executive Sessions in the building. Peace of the God, man. Shout out to everybody tapped in, man. Appreciate y'all. You got it, brother. I think he done dropped out for a second. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. How y'all doing, man? Yeah, we cooking over here, man. But no, but they was talking about these theories, right? So once again, if it's a theory, who create? Like, shouldn't you have the evidence for your theories? Well, okay, there's scientific theories, but it's not evidence. It's still a theory. You gotta have some facts. You gotta have some scientific evidence, not a theory. So when we talk about the origin of what they're talking about, as far as let me get the brother back in here. They're talking about the meta nature, right? And so I don't know if you guys seen the bill that the brother Seti and Farrell did years ago. Some of us, into that, and when that conversation came up, we were like, yo, we're going to look at the shot of Lotus. We're going to look into this ourselves and see what's going on. And so we did that, and before they did the debate, we had did a build on it, like, yo, shout out to Six Dynasty Media, that's not around anymore. Shout out to Brother Marty, shout out to Brother Chris. But that, like, we went through it, and we came to that conclusion before they did it was supposed to be a debate, it turned into an election, whatever. Right, whether or not the meta nature was deciphered or not, right? Deciphered. If it's not deciphered, you can't translate it. That makes sense? You can't decipher the pics, the hieroglyphs, right? You can't decipher those, right? Then you can't translate anything, right? Well, basically translate something that they wrote down, not translate a decipherment. Like, you understand what I'm saying? So now they're gonna put their spin on. So the dude Champollion that never went to Africa, never
right, absolutely.
Yeah, so it was all, once again, fake news, fake information, whatever, planted by these same eugenic people that you had documented the other day when you were doing the bill. So, which that show's gone, because we went over the time. You know what I'm talking about? So I don't know if we're gonna get into that again.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I say, we want to be specific and let people know who's specifically created this miseducation system, right? Now, the interesting part about it is the administration there now is going after these particular people in these different institutions. So we know that these racist, eugenic ideologies run every institution that we have in America. If there's one that doesn't, let me know. If there's an institution that's been around, they either started it or they took it over, or they control it. And so we understand that. So shout out to Empress Awakening in the building. Peace. Let's see if I missed anybody. Truth over everything. Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Thank y'all for tapping in. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we just slow walking it. Yeah, it's a slow process.
Yeah, man. It's definitely a slow, tedious process. You got it.
All right, game time. So, just going back to the numbers, man. Again, we just running around with our head cut off. With how they're putting together the history, it keeps us in a circle. It keeps us on a circular argument as well, when we don't understand how they're putting the play together. Why they got these few players on the field for this specific play they about to run on us, like right now. We're being ran play on us because they're naming our number system Arabic numerals. And again, it's really Western Arabic numerals, because only the west coast of Afro-Eurasia was using our numeral system, because that's who we got to first. That's where we were purchasing the indentured servants from, or snatching them from. So of course, we stayed there and set up posts only on the western side at first. So that's how you got Western Europe. That's how you got Western Africa. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. That's why they're calling it Arabic numerals and Western Arabic numerals. So I'm gonna keep going on here, but there's another page that really breaks this down, I think, too. So I'm gonna pull that up. Again, this is Arabic numerals. So again, Western Arabic numerals, and then you have. Let's click on it. Let's see. Oh, great. So then you have Eastern Arabic numerals. So why do you have an East and a West Arabic numerals? And why did they call the other one Arabic numerals without the West in front of it? To throw your ass off somewhere in the deep end, in the abyss life, inebriate, shit like that. So again, you got Eastern Arabic numerals. And what else do we got? I'm gonna hit the back button. And you got Western Arabic numerals. What the fuck is this Arabic numeral shit? And why is it Western down here but not up here? And it's 10 numbers. Again, there's number 10 for them, like 10 Commandments. It means something major in their philosophical jargon when they rewrite it. Again, this Arabic numerals is really Western Arabic numerals. That's what we took over, some east of the western coast of Europe and Africa first. And again here, this is our number system, our symbols right here, are most commonly used symbols for writing numbers today. What else is most commonly used? Our language, the Latin language, which they're trying to place in Italy as the Latinium people, which is impossible. So we're taking our shit there. All right, one door at a time, not gonna do. However, the symbols are also used to write numbers in other bases, such as optical. We're gonna look that up too, as well as non-numerical information such as trademarks or license plate identifiers as well too. So they're just saying they're using numbers in individual ways as well too. Like we can use the number, the letters and numbers DEF. 1, 2, 3 on the back of your tag number, and then slap a Michigan on it. So that means that number is specific to Michigan in those letters. So that's what they're talking about. You can trademark 8 if you do it a certain way. You can trademark that shit, the number 8. You can trademark it again if you're doing it a certain way within your logo. So yeah, you can re-trademark this shit again and again and again and again and again and again, all depending on how you want to do it. All right, so again, you got Arabic numerals, which is our fucking numbers. Give us our shit. Okay, again, Arabic numerals. I'm gonna go back to position. We can talk about that. And then let's go to Eastern. Again, this is Western. Let's go to Eastern. See what the fuck this means. Boy, if you don't get out of here, how? Let me go back to mine so you can see it bigger. I'm gonna show you how their alphabet are even the same on the east and west coast of their own Afro-Eurasia. So let me just share. Hopefully they don't shut that down. I think before I shut that down, I had the screen open. But I'm gonna share this real quick here. And make sure you can see that, Chief, because I got a slide real quick that I want to present on just that subject of an East and West Arabic, so we can see them side by side. So they're saying the same people who created these symbols created 2 different alphabets, but they were the same people. We're about to see how they split and made 2 different numeral systems. All right, let me just go down here. We'll go back. So again, Chief, so this top lettering right here is the actual standard Arabic. These are the proper numbers that they actually use in all Arabic speaking countries to this day. These are the numbers they actually use, and this is our number system. But they're calling this the standard Arabic numerals are called Indian numbers in Arabic world. So these numbers right here are called Indian numbers. These numbers are called Indian numbers in today's Arabic world, but they're called standard Arabic. So standard Arabic is also East.
Wait, sir. Did you say Indian numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. wait, they all over the place. But I just want to go to this Indian thing. So let's understand that Indian is not talk like are these things are words descriptive? Once again, that we talking about.
Yeah, and this is what they're just saying in today's time. This is as recent as 1945, though, Chief. This ain't like back in time. That's what I'm about to get to.
No, but we know that Hindustan, right? Before that, Bharat or whatever they call that, right? Hindustan, right? They trying to do the Hindu thing and now Indian thing, right? Because it's called Indian, right? So I just wanted to be known that we're paying attention, but the German people, Goombar, created this right here. And it's a theory. It's theoretical. It's not real. It's new. They did this newly. So even when we get to the cuneiform and all that stuff or whatever, that even predates this by 200 years, these people are playing games and writing stuff back in time. So, but the Indian numbers is wild to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we want all that shit back. Yeah, we're going to take all that shit back, y'all. So, but they like I think they play like that, though. I think that they do this on purpose. They play games. But another reason why to call places India, right? To change the name to India to further take away from what we're doing. So, good shit, man. You cooking over there, man. Real talk.
Yeah, y'all cooking.
Got executive session in the building.
Man, what it do? Absolutely. Big Chief Holiday. We in the Chief Holiday sector. Shout out to my brother from another mother, Chief Holiday.
Yo,
you brothers are cooking. You guys are in the kitchen. The pot is bubbling high. Cut the heat down just a little bit. The pot is bubbling high. I see stuff bubbling all over the stove. Cut the heat down a little bit, Chief. Absolutely. Cut it down. You guys are cooking.
Bang, bang. Yeah. Balance to you as well, my guy.
Yeah, we
I just want the people to know. Hold on. Before you guys go, I just want the people to know. Don't take this personal. All right? We all know about the Spanish Inquisition. All right? This is the Chief Holiday sector. And my brother, Chief Holiday, is initiating an American academic inquisition. He want to know what is popping. Don't you? Let's talk about it. You guys go ahead. I'm listening.
Hey, but this always is. That's all we talking about, bro. If we know for a fact that the most important thing to us, our identity, who we are, who our people told, who we were, right? And we go to school. Some of us went to these universities and we were miseducated, period. We're not gonna go back and forth. And, you know what I'm saying? And according to the Geneva Convention, according to the American Constitution, according to the UNDRIP and the ADRIP, right? They're violating our rights by the misclassifications, by the miseducation away from who we are. So by telling us that we're blacks and we're African Americans, and all these things that they have done, is absolutely violating our rights. Our God-given rights, first off, you know what I'm saying? And then people come on here and always tell us who we are. It's really diabolical. Really illegal at this point. You know what I'm saying? So, we want to know what's going on. Why are you doing this? Why have you done this? And we want you to stop. We want you to stop miseducating our babies. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what we're here for, And once again, a lot of this information has been peer-reviewed, guys. You know what I'm saying? Putting this stuff out. So shout out to everybody, man. You got it.
Yeah. My God, you already know. Now, I'm gonna go here because this is standard Arabic numbers and pronunciation form. So this is how you will pronounce the actual 0 through 9 numerical system for those guys. So you even see their language is not even akin to ours, but they're using our Latin language at the same time, so we can actually understand it. So, but you see their symbols for their numbers is not the same. So how do we get our number system from them? Because remember, they're saying
we have the archaeological evidence that our stuff was built before them, but they'll be like, "That's Arabic architect or Moorish architect," to take once again away from our ancestors.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to show people the actual Arabic numbers that they actually still using the Arabian places right now that we can go to. They're not using our numbers; they're using their numbers. So, how have they invented this 0 through 9 symbols that we see before us in the Americanized way? Are they not using it in their own places where they dwell? If you invented something, why you ain't using it? So again, I'm only going back into the Arabic numbers system and see how they pronounce their words, or as opposed to how we say the same letters, and our numbers don't even look the same. Again, this is supposed to be the parent to what we're writing down today as numbers that everybody's supposed to be writing down when you're doing business with us. So let me go to the next slide. So this is what it was really called back then, Hindustan. When they was talking about this number system, this is like early 1900s, before it became India. This is what they were using as opposed to what we were using. Again, this is our number system, so don't get confused. In Hindustan, they use these numbers. This one right here. So this is what they were using at first before we went over there. This is what they're using now. But they're saying 11th century AD. So my thing is right now, again, we're talking about the Hindu Arabic numerals, the symbols, right? Where is this shit at in Hindustan that they say we copy from? Where is this shit at in the Arabic or the Arabic numeral form? I'm looking at the alphabets right now where they're saying that we got their numbers from to get our numbers. It's impossible, bro. And again, this is after we made contact with them. This is their now number system. And again, in Hindustan, they don't even use the same alphabet as the Arabians. Again, this is the Hindustan alphabet. And this is what they say even the Arabian language was built off of, is this same alphabet here. I mean, not alphabet, but numerical system. Again, this is ours, and this is Nagariya numerals from that 11th century there. And again, this is Brahmi. You were just talking about Brahma. So this is the Brahmi numeral system right here. This is what they started using first. Nothing that looks like our number system, nothing. So in order for us to have our number system be like theirs, it has to be lettering and symbols that almost look identical to ours under that same number and what it means. The only one that looks the same is the number 6 on the Brahmi. And again, this is a recent change for Brahmi. And right here is what they're using also in Hindustan. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next slide. It says Hindustani numbers pronunciation. This is how you would say it in Hindustani. And this is some those letters again are symbols for that exact number up here. We did not copy these people's numbers. These people came here and got these numbers. Ours is so in place. It's right on point. There's no way we went there or they gave us their numeral system. There's no way. We're going to get down to the breakdown of why that can't even happen. Again, these are two different languages and numbers that they're using still over there today in Hindustani. Or you can say Bharat, or you can say so-called India, but Hindustani is where I'm referring to as India. Because when they made this number system, that's why it's called, again, Hindu Arabic numeral system. Hindu Arabic numeral system. I'm gonna get it right, goddammit. Hold up. So again, I'm just showing you the difference of what they're writing with over there in today's time opposed to what we have here. So there's no way that that's our parent.
I mean, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Especially, it'd be like we started something maybe and all the theoretical stuff, but once again, these are the people that we're talking about. We're exposing the Germanic school system and the standardizing of languages and as you can see, ABCs as well as 1, 2, 3s. Because words, once again, letters and fonts and things go with numbers, right? But we're showing the evolution of numbers. But the science, though, once again, if they can say it goes back 40, 50,000 years, but then it only go 4,000 years with no evidence, you know what I'm saying? And a rewrite. So once again, we're seeing a rewrite. We're seeing people that are saying that they created something that they haven't used there. They don't have the science to prove it, that they've used it. We do, you know what I'm saying? 40, 50,000, and even beyond that we've been using this science. So, well, we just walking this shit down. So shout out to everybody, man. Tapping, appreciate you guys.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference what people need to understand. When you're dealing with theories, you don't need the numbers to bag you up totally, because you got room to change your mind and figure some shit out. When you're dealing with theorems, these are mathematical equations that's being solved to truth. So when somebody's saying, I have a scientific theorem, that is a lot different than a theory. And so when you start to get into absolutes and numbers that can show proof to your theory, this is how you get a theorem. Go ahead, I'm listening.
So what was interesting that he could show them not using zero, and then where later on they're using zero, right? Well, they can't show you, they could just show you that on paper, right? But they can't show you that with the archaeology. You see what I'm saying? So even when we go to Götepi, you know what I mean? That's been debunked. But even when we go to the oldest thing they can come up with, right? We still have things using this mathematical equations that predate that they're hiding. So once again, these are things that have to be republished or because it's not funded. They won't fund certain digs. If you dig too far down in America, or if you use LiDAR in America, you know what I'm saying, it won't be funded, it won't be published. So when they say, you know, that they're literally hiding stuff, they're literally hiding stuff. We're gonna get into more of that tonight, but we gotta, like when I say certain things, the reason why I'm saying it is because I know certain things was fabricated and pushed back in time. So when I see it, it's like, oh shit, why is that there? You know what I mean? Oh, somebody created it. Who created it? These guys created it. You know what I mean? So this is the proto-alphanumeric. That's right, Libra. You know what I'm saying? Proto-old. And you find out that it's not what they're saying it was. You know what I mean? So this is what we're talking about. So there's been a remix single and then another remix single that's happening. So the layers, the levels, so we get to it. Absolute cooking though.
Yeah.
You got it, brother.
Yeah. I had to go get some water there. So So this is the breakdown to the Brahmin.
Breathing, brother. Killing them.
Yeah.
Those wires.
Hey.
You got. Listen, my boy,
Hey,
Absolute Lee. Hey, Chief, my boy, Absolute Lee is like Wembanyama out here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He like. Hey,
Wow.
hey, he fresh in the NBA, just dominating, right?
Wow. Hey, we got things.
Now go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dude, you already know. Yeah, so this is that Brahmin numeral system evolution here. So they saying that this right here created this right here in the 1600s. So remember, we were already going back for Brahmin to be BC times. They say now this Chinese writing, is supposed to be Brahmin. All right, this is supposed to be the parent of all number systems that we've had so far access to. So Brahmin turned into Hindu or Gwala. So Brahmin to Hindu. Remember when those people say, man, Bharat is where we're from. So now you see why they say they're from Bharat, because their number system that they was using, this Chinese writing, was Brahmin. Okay, they were not using what we're using today because they didn't have they didn't have the knowledge of what we had here. Again, we went there and helped build up Göbekli Tepe. So that's not something they would have done without us to have a number system. All right, so the Hindu, you can see the Hindu right here. So then they say it went right here. This didn't go nowhere else. The Sanskrit is what you see when you go to Etamon a lot. The Sanskrit, the last say so, and a lot of things. The Sanskrit right? Make believe.
Yep. Sanskrit has a date archaeologically, and our dates predate that by 10,000 plus years.
And on top of that, what's the old boy from Panini? Panini was a racist. The motherfucker that created Sanskrit, Panini, he was a racist. He stole that shit from like Yeez and all that shit. Sanskrit is pseudo as fuck. Go ahead, though.
I mean, because
you're absolutely right.
Eugenic system. It's a eugenic paradigm that's literally it's all attached to the racist eugenic stuff, right? So this is all the same people, right? So if if the science has been debunked, right, but they're still pushing it socially, even though it's scientifically not being used. Out of Africa is debunked. Racial categories, it was never like, you got to keep in mind, these are hypotheses. Period. They're hypotheses. They're not even theories. Fuck theories. Like, fuck having science to back it up. You have narratives that come from pseudoscience at best to science fiction. Y'all understand what I'm saying? To the, like, come on, bro. Like, it's very diabolical. And this
damn, Chief, you just can't snatch a nigga theory, my nigga. God damn.
No, listen, all theories are pseudo to me, bro. All theories are pseudo, especially if they're attached to Galton and all these people in the Royal Societies and all other people that are against our people. If you with that, you are pseudo. It doesn't matter. If you pushing this, you pseudo. Like, everybody that pushed East to West is pseudo to me. And look like little pets. Like, yo,
I mean, it's wild how they took it from basically religion to fucking some crazy ass pseudo science shit that, you know, a bunch of Sherm heads, Watson and them were Sherm heads, and they just came up, you know, with all this eugenics and just, you know, it's just wow how we just made a whole religion of academics behind it. This shit is wild.
Yeah, and they gave it all to the foreigners because each foreigner class is over one of the special sciences or mathematical courses here as far as like being the ultimate father of it. You know, like this number system. Now they've made Hindustan the father of all numbers. Boy, if you don't get your goddamn cow in the road ass out of here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Very crazy when they now are the father of all our numbers that we use in today. That's the crown they gave them in this foreign takeover. That's why
they didn't invent it.
What's their name? What, Fritz and Watson? They was racist too.
Bro, everybody saying this coming from the same roles, racist.
But you know what though, Chief? You know why I like Fritz and Watson? Them fools was smoking on some art. They was dosing in PCP. And they start seeing shit and came up with DNA double core. That was a sick story when I heard that one. I said, what? That was crazy.
So here's the problem I have with them, right? So a lot of people that come through the Kemetic stuff, right? So where's Imhotep at in these conversations? Because this stuff has already been debunked. Like, from them, but then it went to Kemet, and then we just took it from Kemet. That's all. I want y'all to know there's a progression in this bullshit that they've been doing. Like, okay, once again, executive session, you was around when they were supposed to have the debate about whether or not the Meta Netra was deciphered, and Young Pharaoh and Steady did the lecture on it, right? And they went in.
Yeah, I remember.
Basically, like Champagne.
I was in the live, absolutely.
Right? And what made SETI and basically a whistleblower.
Hey man, listen. You know I'm not gonna let you slander the general like that. You better do it.
The truth,
you leave the fucking general alone. You're not gonna do that tonight.
They ran his ass up out of New York City. They ran the boys up out of New York City. Y'all remember? I remember that was my first.
Man, that shit was wild, man.
Diabolical. Yeah. Them niggas got that little car and get the fuck up out of New York City. I remember y'all left New York City. Y'all didn't even want to do y'all lecture there. They made y'all not do y'all lecture at what was the boy store? God damn it. He had a little bookstore.
They had the police waiting on YP. They was about to get him arrested. I mean, that was the wildest shit I ever seen. Dr. Mayat put a fake little warrant on his ass or some shit. I mean,
Man, there was a lot of
was
shit
crazy.
going on, man. Yeah, that was the
All
beginning.
because they said y'all speaking Pit Latin, you can't read the Metanetta. See, they wasn't there.
Yeah, that Metanetta talk was big back then, though.
What you talking? They was selling books. They was teaching classes.
Yeah,
Pharaoh
they
and Seti ruined their money, bro. That's why they hated
going.
Pharaoh. But they hated Pharaoh and Seti because they was selling books and doing classes and secret class. I mean, they was making money teaching Pit Latin, right?
They was getting it. Trips to Kemet. Yeah. So you know what happened was, like I said, the reason why I call him a whistleblower, right? Because Seti was with Oswald Quazi and all them. Remember?
Yeah, but Oswald Quazi don't speak. He never claimed to speak
Metanetta. He did what his name said.
Oswald Quazi, it's hard to catch him in the pseudonyms because he be like, I can't read it. He be, you know what I'm saying?
So, but he started like banging on his teacher. Like said he did that. He was real disrespectful. He let young Pharaoh was very disrespectful because they felt betrayed. They felt like because they had fell into the Kemet stuff too. So it was just the beginning of the end because niggas like me was like, oh yeah, that's
damn. I can't believe
bad.
you call my nigga Seti a whistleblower.
He was a
you cold, boy.
He was. He's the whistleblower.
Hey, Seti is funny as hell.
But low key, yeah, he a whistleblower. Low key,
He whistleblew. He told everybody, bro. He told on everybody. So
you know what? You know what it was? Pharaoh's like Scooby Doo. You know, he's a nosy little motherfucker. You know, he like, you know, and you know, he started getting all into their business, start researching, and he figured out that Sean Polion, you know, he forged like 30 or 40% of that shit. He didn't really translate it, but Seti knew that. So when Pharaoh made the claim, all Seti did is didn't tell everybody he was wrong. Seti was like, shit, the young man ain't said nothing wrong. And so at that point, like you said, Seti became a whistleblower. The whole community hated him. All their books they were selling, their classes got canceled. You know, just like the Big Meech concert got canceled. Yeah, Seti and Pharaoh, they canceled the motherfucking Metanetta concert. Yeah, that's a fact. Back in my yacht, start calling that nigga alien, setting him off and shit. That shit was wow. Oh, shit.
Hey, so to add insult to the injury. All right, we're gonna get back to the bill, man. But add insult to the injury, y'all, right?
All right, yeah, get on back.
You remember the Pale Arab that they were all working for?
Say it again, my brother.
The Pale Arab they were all working for, Bassem.
Oh yeah, I remember him. Go ahead.
Well, they all were working for him. They got exposed too.
Damn.
Yeah, that they all were working for a Pale man.
Shut down 125th.
All bad, y'all. I had the pleasure to interview him. He exposed everything. I put clothes on their baby's backs. So he was talking crazy, y'all. It was bad. Y'all lucky y'all would. Sheesh. That's why I be knowing shit, y'all. Because I seen it. I heard it. Like I seen it with my own two eyes. I experienced it. And so when I see certain shit still happen, I be like, wow, them niggas really like.
I gotta say, some of Seti's best tapes came when he was standing in that room by himself with his army fatigue outfits on, screaming at the damn phone. That dude used to have me rolling, bro. Yo,
yeah, Seti, the original loose cannon. That nigga was funny as fuck.
By himself.
Loose cannon though. Sweetie!
Man, Seti setting it off. You Hebrews are sweeties!
He got ran up out of New York City. Fuck all that. That was bad. That was diabolical. Like, bro, nah, we're gonna have this lecture right over here. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, let me tell y'all, hold on a second. Let me get one. I'm tired of y'all stopping asking my brother Chief Holiday for all these motherfucking debates and let's talk about it. Chief, we want to see Chief Holiday versus Seti. That's what the real fans want to see. So all you newbies, stand down. We don't want to see Chief Holiday debate no more unless it's Seti. That's what the real fans want to see. Because this has been like the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight brewing for years that we never got to see. See, a lot of y'all new. Y'all new to the Chief Holiday sector. And y'all been running around like some wild Indians and don't know your place. But what we really
Sure.
want to see around here is we want to see SETI versus Chief Holiday. Yeah, and SETI been coming around to his Aboriginal information lately. So this gonna be real big.
See, that's why I
think
think it wouldn't be a good. I think that we could have a conference and we could talk, and because I don't. You already know my motto, bro. I
You
can't-
niggas been squaring up on each
I
other
don't
for
debate.
a long time. It's time to
But
get
you know,
this in the ring.
but I'm saying though, Umar still. I think I want to punch on Umar a little bit, honestly, just cause. You know what I'm saying? He's.
But
still
it's different because
good.
SETI is actually kind of preaching that these are some blacks over here. You guys have to figure it out, kind of how you had to do with what's the doctor you interviewed that made the Out of Blacks Out of America book?
David Imhotep.
Imhotep. Yeah, y'all might have to figure
Rest in
out.
paradise,
the
Dr. David
But I
Imhotep.
think SETI has actually crossed a little bit of a bridge, whether he's admitted it or not. I'm gonna leave it there.
Well, you know, I
Because that
feel-
Jaguar information was hard to deny. You know what I'm saying? The OMAC Jaguar information is kind of tough to kind of, dissect.
Hey man, y'all tag SETI in it, man. Like I don't, like I said, I don't debate. You know my motto. I teach. T-shirts available as well. Hey, listen, he ain't ready. I swear to God,
Well, no, not in the
Right.
Aboriginal world, in the Indian world. No, that's a mismatch. You guys gonna have to find a way. You're gonna have to find somewhere where he has some footing too, because you can't just get him in there. He's too new to this. He just
I
got
don't
over
beat
here
him
like,
up
past,
in
like 2
anything
years.
though. Anything
You've
he
been doing
wants
this
to talk
like
about.
15 years, my nigga. You can't
Anything
get
he
in the
wanna talk
Aboriginal ring.
Anything you want to talk about. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm that guy. Like whatever you would want to talk about. That's what I'm saying. I don't really nah.
Yeah, I want to see you and SETI have a conversation trying to work out this OMEC thing, whether they're from here, whether they're from there. Kind of the same reason I
Well-
would love to see you and Chief Langley have a debate, right? I would love to see you and Chief Langley have a debate.
What we
There's
debate?
people out there. See, these people don't know what's popping, man. Ooga, my nigga. Ooga.
Well, I'm saying though, well, what would me and Langley debate though?
It's the Aboriginal Americans out of Africa or out of America. Because you taught me that Langley was pseudo because he takes us back to Africa. You taught me that.
But I didn't
You
know
said
that. But he
all
was
these
teaching that.
people was
I still
born
don't know
and
that.
raised here,
Like, you know what
and
I'm
none
saying?
of
Like,
these
I
people
really-
came over here in boats. Now, whether I believe it or not, that's a different story. But you, the first person to say it, because all the other Aboriginals talk very similar to you, whether it was Chief, what's her name? Chief Horse, or whatever her name was. Langley. Yeah. A lot of them, but a
I
lot
need
of
to have
them
a
say,
conversation with her.
a lot of them say it's gonna take you back to Africa once you start getting to certain time periods. And you was the first person to say, no. Chief Langley is making a mistake. These people ain't never, not even back in the days, came from Africa. Matter of fact, the Africans might have came out of the Americans. You were the first person that told me that. I was like, what, nigga? What are you talking about? So I want to see you and Chief Langley sit down and finish this out.
Well, all I would say is, once again, it would just be a lecture, a teaching moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't really, once again, if you're gonna debate me with theories, you're going to lose. Because I'm not debating with theories. So if I provide you with the information before we go into this debate, and you still want to debate, that's your ass, Mr. Postman. That's all I'm saying. I'm not gonna play with you.
Listen, I'm gonna set it up. I want to see.
Whoever the fuck you listen to the sound of my voice right now, whoever, come on, put your 10 bands up. We're gonna start there, and we're not gonna be on the internet. We're not gonna be playing with this. We're gonna be in a situation. But I want Umar, bro, or some PhDs that I can't listen. Any PhDs that I reach out to or talk to, came on the shows and stuff like that or whatever. They're not
would be
denying what
good
we're saying.
because that would be a nice pan-Indian versus the pan-African. Now, which one is better for our people? Which one is our true identity? Something like that. That would be a good one. That would be a good one.
Well, let's talk about it.
Well, because Umar is a pan-African, obviously, so he believes everybody is continental to Africans and throughout the diaspora, right? Everybody in the diaspora
Right.
needs to do business with them, like as the motherland, basically. And you're saying, no, I'm a pan-Indian, that everything comes out of America theorem, out of America facts, and everybody needs to be doing business with American. All the different blacks out there need to be doing business with us. So it's kind of you know, I would like to see y'all figure it out. Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
I wouldn't want to use Pan or Indian to be described to me, me or like
Pan American, because he's a Pan African.
Not even Pan.
Right, he's a Pan African.
I'm just an American. Yeah, just
Yeah,
American
you're a Pan
versus
American
bullshit.
nigga. Nah, nigga, you're a Pan American nigga.
No, it's America. Upper 48 first for me.
That's the same thing.
Call me colonized or whatever the fuck. Hey, it's us first, man. Does everybody else think them first? You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what we say, how we can slice it. People.
That's a fact. You ain't lying. You got to focus. Listen, I'm gonna focus on me and my children. I got bills to do. I'm gonna focus on me first. And if everybody focus on them, then hey, when we hang out, we ain't so stressed out.
Yeah. So shoot, I'm gonna dive back in real quick here. Let me get back to it. All right, so here again, Brahmi, these are recent number systems just created here. When they say 1600 here, I can trace our number system till before the 1600s here in America. So they're saying 16th century or 1500s is when we adapted or freescape this, because it's not connected to any of these trees, but they're saying that out of this came our now number system that the entire world uses when they learn the American language or Latin. It's called American Latin, or we can just say Latin. We can say the American language. Either way it goes, this number system goes along with how we talk. So if you go back up here, it says Hindu came from the Brahmi number system. This is 0 to they ain't got 0, so this is just 1 through 9 here, supposedly. We don't know. And again, this is also the same numbers. Now, this Hindu right here was written by some guy that has I could not find any artifact that shows this number system on it. So again, there's no artifacts to prove that this was the number system that spun this number system, which is called Western Arabic. And then I guess you had twin brothers who formed the other one for the Eastern Arabic. And I just showed you guys why they call it this Western Arabic, so they can give these guys the title of inventing our number system, which is not even connected to it. Again, these are number systems that they created, and they didn't create too many, but these number systems pretty much rule the world. All of this number system shit means something. It's a pyramid. But what's holding it up? Our number system is holding up this number system pyramid. Yeah. So it's so much greater than just saying that Bharat is the owner of the number system, which again, India just started to exist on paper in 1942 or 1945. So you already know this number system is impossible, because how did them people from India get to the Arabian spot with a number system when they were having so many deaths and mudslides throughout India? Because the the Himalayas is right above India, which is always dripping shit down and causing mudslides from the top down. All right, so that is the landscape that we also have to check into. These people did not create our number system that we're using today. And again, our number system didn't come from theirs. Even though they're saying that these numbers right here became these numbers, that never happened. This transition never happened. There's no written tablets or anything where this number system is showcasing itself. And again, the Western Arabic language is not the Eastern Arabic language. And this is what they're using out there in the Arabic world. They're not using this Western Arabic number system here, or numeral system. So we gotta watch that, bro. Again, they're using this alphabet. That's why it's called Eastern Arabic. They're not even using this Western Arabic numeral system. I keep saying it because I just want you guys to know this numeral system fucked up right here. This is what they use over there. They do not use this one. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go on further in the hijack. I was doing some pictures myself before I got into this whole Latin language stuff, just trying to figure out the number system too. So it's funny.
So they number system still don't have 0 in it right now today?
Just the medieval one. So when they use the medieval one, remember again, they changed. Now medieval is supposed to be Western Arabic, or the Arabic numeral system is also called medieval. So you see the crazy cards they play in here. It's not even called Western Arabic right here in this chart. That is an American thing that they're doing to us. They're tricking us also here with the naming titles that they put on top of objects. Because over there in the Arabic world, they call it medieval.
So medieval has a time date in it. Does that go along with like the Renaissance era, brother?
Absolutely. So you see where I'm going with this?
Absolutely.
So this is where you know that they're rewriting shit back into time. And you can see again, we're holding up everybody with our number system. Again, this medieval is supposed to be the transition of the Romans getting it from the Maghreb. One loner from Maghreb went to Spain and spread this supposed, this Arabic number system, which came to this once the Romans got a hold of it, when Romans got here, it came to this in America. And now this is what everybody's using, what's spawned in America. So they take the story all the way backwards. And then you find out that Brahmin was the last number system to be created. But they put him on top. Okay, so shit, I think I put some more in here. Let me just see. All right, then you got the numeral shuffle, is what I call this slide right here. Because again, now another country is naming it something different. You see, they call it now European, descended from the Western Arabic numeral system. So again, they're calling our number system the European system, but they also call it Western Arabic. Why are they calling European Western Arabic? So they're saying that the European number system, like I just told you the story of, so they're saying that the North African Moors gave these European black people, or whoever they're saying in their story was up there, but they're saying the black Moors went to Spain and spread this number system, this Arabic Indic number system. And once these Europeans got to America, they turned it into this. This is a story. I cannot even lie to you. This shit is crazy. But as you can see, again, let me just go back. As you can see, our number system does not look like any of their number system. And this Devanagari right here, this is that's even newer when they put that 0 there for that one. And now they're changing it to Hindi. There's a date for this one, so that is definitely recent. And you can see the Tamil language is not like, the Tamil symbols for their numbers is not like our symbols for our numbers. None of that India stuff, why they're calling it Hindu-Arabic numeral system.
Goombar.
That's not even for us. That was for the Arabic world. Yeah, we're going to get to that guy. So, yeah, we're going to get to him. I got I think 2 more slides. So real quick here. It says, the 10 Western Arabic numerals, again, that's what we already read. And then you got your Eastern. So I just want you guys to see, this is Eastern Arabic and this is Western. That's the play they're running right here. Ain't no such thing as Western Arabic numerals. There's not a such thing as that. They put that title on our numbers. because again, they don't have numbers like this in any of their number system. They don't have symbols like this for any of their number system. None of their number system symbols look like ours. So that's the place. So why they calling it again Hindu Arabic numeral system? That's for those guys overseas when they need to learn our language, how to write our numbers. So they're taking how they're teaching those people over there and giving them our information as if it's their creation, because they can backdate anything at any time in any country. All right. So all the numeral systems that we use come from the Brahmin numerals, or Brahmi. So it comes from the Brahmi numerals. So these are the Brahmi numerals. So they say all number systems are symbols for numbers come from this system right here. And again, this is the Arabic number system, and this is ours. There ain't no way, Cletus. You walk over here, but you gonna have to limp back, or you limping back, because there ain't no way, Cletus. So again, they're saying that we took from these guys and made our number systems that we see today. The 10-point decimal system is what I'm talking about and referring to. And again, this is the Sanskrit numbers. The Brahmin numerals became the Sanskrit numeral system as well too. So they're one and the same. So they're trying to place India somewhere in our lives. So when they come over here as foreigners, we accept them, because they're saying that they started something that we need every day. So if these Hindustanis come over here saying that, but we started your number system, I bet you can't even add. You need my help to figure out what the fuck is going on with the numbers. If they get money to come over here, so we got to think about which foreign class comes over here and what they're in charge of already before they get here, as far as philosophy. What did philosophy put this certain group of foreigners in charge of? Okay, right now we see that the Hindustanis are so-called in charge of the numbers. I don't know how, Craig. I'm just saying, they ain't got no money over there like that to saying that they started the number system. Yo, I want my credits if I started the number system. Somebody's gonna have to pay me if I started the whole number system that y'all using every day. Nah, I want some residuals. I want a Google check. You know what I mean?
Well, guess who the people who created
again, go ahead.
They get residuals for it. I'm just saying, though, once again, we're going back to the people who are getting residuals for it.
You know what also, too, I think when they started to marry the Buddhist culture with the Hebrew culture, they started, fusing the cultures together. And so a lot of that stuff is, that's why they get the Brahma, Abraham, and that's why a lot of them say a lot of that Hebrew stuff come out of that Indian culture, and the story be, well, where did that Indian culture get it from? And that's what you're trying to figure. Go ahead.
Hey, so you got if you allow me to come into your country and teach you a language, right? No matter whatever it is for, right? I now can control how you think. Is this not true?
Well, yeah, that's how they did it. They came in with the caste system and implemented everything.
And if you don't fall into the caste system through this educational system, right, which says if you got to place yourself within the system, if you on the darker side of things, right? According to this caste system, according to the school system, according to this education system, according to this religious system, which is all tied together. Right.
Yeah, you're right. People. Over there, the Brahmins, the Indians, they put in a caste system. Right here in America, we got a class system, right? That's that. According
to math, according to time, this didn't go in until the 20th century into these places. Is this correct? Late night. I ain't gonna say industrial age. The Europeans did not go into these areas to create caste systems and stuff. They're writing those terminologies and those things.
Yeah, but see, Europeans. Hold on. Europeans didn't create caste systems over there. They wasn't even over there in India and shit back in those days. Europeans didn't have nothing to do with the caste system in India.
Wait. So you saying that niggas had Caste system.
Yes, niggas put the caste system in India. Light-skinned niggas, Arab, Indo-European, Arabs, and shit like that. You know, they not white people directly. You know what I'm saying? They didn't get that far.
So-
but the caste system got put in by light-skinned niggas.
let me ask you a question.
Hold on,
right
let me
now,
break it down. Let me show you. The caste system got put in by light-skinned niggas. I believe like 250 BC. King, damn, what's the homeboy name? I can't think of his name, but you know, one of them, Indo-European sand nigga looking motherfuckers, one of them Arab looking motherfuckers.
This is along the same lines of the stories that they lying about. They telling about. When they whitewash.
I'm just saying that white people didn't implement the caste system. You know what I'm saying? That ain't white people thing.
I got you though, but wouldn't
they did the class system? White people did the class system.
I got you on that part, right? But we're talking about if I want to write my greatness back in time, I'm gonna create movies and I'm gonna create a system in your brain and everybody else's brain around the world.
Well, yeah, the white
not
man.
mathematically.
Now you're right about that. The white man infiltrated their caste system.
That's all I'm saying.
No, you're right about that. The white man infiltrated their caste system at that time, right? We see it to this day. The Dalai Lama.
Hold on. How did they get like?
Hold on.
Remember the
Dalai
slave trade,
Lama
though.
represents.
The slave trade, though.
Hold on a second. The Dalai Lama
got it.
represents the Hindu and the goddamn the other dude, the other religion. You know, the
Right.
Buddhists. The Dalai Lama represent both. So that's when the white man kind of hijacked and really implemented, like you said, in the 19th century, 20th century. You know, this when they created the Dalai Lama to kind of oversee, because that caste system, they said, fuck it, we're not going to recreate a class system. We're going to put a Dalai Lama in there, marriage all your religions, put that shit underneath Abraham. Yeah, now we run y'all and we tell y'all.
But all this is Abraham, and Brahmin is all Abrahamic religion. So if the origin of their shit is Brahmin, then we know that's
Abraham. That's what they said. The Buddhists
like
are saying,
it's made up. Like we know.
Yeah, it's all made up. The Buddhists are saying,
I always go to the origin of it. I don't even get down to the new shit.
To understand their
What's your
argument,
oldest
the
shit?
Buddhists are saying that the Hebrews catfish their shit. Right? That's what they're saying.
Oh, they catfishing, bro?
They're saying that
that's crazy.
that Abraham and Barnham, all that became Hebrew shit is some shit that came out of their Hindu older religion. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're saying. And they're saying
I got you.
Eventually white people came and just capped that shit with a Dalai Lama and just punked them all and put their system in the 1900s.
Right, but even when we talk about Brahmin, this means niggas, like brown. Like,
Yeah.
So we know
absolutely.
that
That's why I say
flipped over.
light-skinned niggas. That's why I said light-skinned niggas came and put the caste system on dark-skinned niggas. Then the white man came later and put a Dalai Lama over all the motherfuckers.
All right, cool. So, hey, y'all, I know absolutely cooking, man. I want to definitely get back to the information, man, because we can go all night, man, with this, man. I ain't gonna lie. We got a lot of shit, man. We're trying to pack in here. Huh?
Yeah, we politicking. We can walk slow.
Yeah, we got a lot of information to give, y'all. Like, I ain't know the numbers stuff.
Welcome to the Chief Holiday sector. We cooking, baby.
We ain't really got into the numbers good. Like, it's bad, y'all. Like, we just get into the origin of it. What they're saying is the origin of it, but when you're using all these terminologies, it's all Latin terminologies, even proto, Indo, anything that they're talking about. You say, well, wait a minute, why is this alphabet there, right? So if there's the majority of the people that don't speak our language, they speak something else or whatever. So then that means that obviously that it hasn't happened. They're just now getting this language there. Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's just now coming there in the last, say, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. No, we're not talking. So these people are writing things back in time. But if I can teach you this language, right, in the books that you ingest, I'm giving you a narrative within those books, right? And if you got a teacher and their teachers are not their people, and if there's their people that left and came back to teach them some bullshit, right? Away from their people. So then now you start marginalizing the Negritos in the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? So they're writing King Philip's and back to the 1500s.
As they should.
That's made up, man. You living over there in the 20th century. You know what I'm saying? But they write these Genghis Khan ass stories back in time.
Bro, listen. You saw what Roots did to us?
Yeah.
They said, fuck it, we're going to do it to everybody.
They did it to everybody.
And when the Roots come out?
They did it to everybody.
When the Roots come out?
Huh?
When did Roots come out?
Damn near 1990 around this bitch. Like, it was nice.
It
What,
was probably
79 or some
83?
shit?
79 or 83, 82.
Come on, I don't know. It was just like they made it like it was our shit, and it's not. Like that was all propaganda. Like motherfuckers was looking at that shit like, bro, who's that? Like who's cool to them? Feel me? And now we know here's the problem. If that's the foundation of a lot of people's story, like I even heard Jabari still talking like Roots, like as it's real, or all these made up ass CIA ass stories that he be talking about, bro. Like it's crazy. That's the narrative.
No, I got friends named
everything.
Toby. I got friends named Kizzy. We had our parents generation, not us, but our parents' generation named a lot of our friends after these characters because they believe that shit was real.
Jumping brooms, which I still think is we're gonna have to examine it whether or not that's a Indian culture shit that they once again usurp. They'll take stuff that's our culture here, and then you'll get a nigga like Busta Rhymes saying that's African culture. You know what I'm saying? Feel me? No, it's not African culture. It's American culture. It's American food, American ingenuity, American invention, right? And I just ask these Arabs or anybody else, because y'all are new people. So new people can't make shit ancient. See how that works? That's super easy, right? So when we ask the Native Americans, what's your invention? Or what's your culture here in America, where we're standing right now, and they don't have an answer for that? We do. So we don't have to argue with nobody about science, mathematics. And we're going to expose more stuff, bro. Like I said, y'all buckle up, man. Like, share, subscribe.
Yeah,
man.
Listen, man. The other night, maybe about a month ago, we was all on Smoke Channel. And I asked a lot of the Aboriginals, hey, do you guys co-sign on the Buffalo dance and the Ghost dance and all these Indian native dances? You know what I'm saying? Because these people were doing these dances in the 1950s and 60s, and I'm looking like, well, y'all trying to act like y'all was naked in the 1940s. What's going on? And teepees in the 1940s? What? This should be crazy, man.
But the Native
Americans... Yeah,
teepees
as pyramids is diabolical, bro. We ain't going to get into that tonight. We're going to get back into this information. Shout out to Absolutely. Shout out to Executive Session.
I'm going to dive back into it. So we just pulled up the Brahmin numerals became the Sanskrit numerals over time. So that's how you get all the Sanskrit numbers, like I was saying. Just seeing how you see how it segues from this chart right here. Brahmin supposedly started everything out right here, and it goes down, segue into Sanskrit. So that's pretty much what it's saying. It went straight down, but somehow these two number sentences came out of this. So you had three that came out of one, and then you had this West Dramatic, or this West. I'm gonna call it dramatic because that's what I'm trying to say here, because that's what they took back to their people and then spread also. But it's Western Arabic right here, which is supposedly gave birth to our number system, which is totally false. We just run it back over how they got the number system. This is what they use today in Brahmi. This is what they use today in Hindustan.
Okay, absolutely, Lee. When you said, you back up, when you just said that they took it and made it into Sanskrit, right? That's what you just said.
Yeah.
That's the key right there. See, Sanskrit is Panini them, and that's when they really, because it's like what Chief be saying, how they see symbols and they just create some shit because they can't figure it out. That's how they got Sanskrit. Sanskrit is them saying, exactly. I can't figure this shit out, so I'm just gonna make some shit up.
Exactly, bro. I found no artifacts that I could verify that they had for any of this writing before our writing. They don't have old artifacts of this writing anywhere, sir. Nowhere.
Yeah, because Panini, he couldn't understand, all these symbols and shit. So he just basically made up his own language, and they called him the father of language. That's why when you said that, he Panini himself, he just didn't understand the shit, so he made it up at the end of the day.
Like Henry Louis Gates said, ain't nobody spinning no tube and find their whole goddamn tribe in Africa. You just making it do it.
I mean, basically, you're right. Go ahead. You cooking, brother. Go ahead. I just wanted to point that out, that once you said that they had to convert it to Sanskrit. There it is right there. I don't want you to skip over it too hard because they couldn't understand the original. So they just made that shit up like they do to this day.
So here's the thing, right? If we was going to make up a new language, right? But we use everything that's already there, that's familiar to us, right? Wow. And then it's just like different codes and different symbols. Where we go through it and we say, okay, these codes, but it goes back to something. That makes sense? That we all know. We are in our brain, we already know what it go back to. So when we do the codes, that's what the code is for. Once we put those symbols together, we know we can associate, memorize those symbols to go with that symbol, right? Then anybody that see those symbols, they don't know the code that we know that goes back to that. They do. See what I'm saying? They understand where this comes from. A lot of times we don't. So even going back to law.
Yeah, you would need a key. You need a key.
You need a key. You need the code, right? So that's what we're saying. That we word spells, word magic is being fucking used. Period.com. I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. It's right there. Like, goddamn, like everything that we see that casting spells, spelling bee, spelling. And that creates our reality, even down to the law on pieces of paper. It don't matter what you said out your mouth. What's on that paper right there? Your name on that deed, right? Can we trace you back to this land right here that you're sitting on? Okay, well, it says that you owe taxes. Wait a minute, taxes? You follow me? Okay, well, you got to go off this land, right?
Right.
Okay, because of the law, because of that piece of the paper, or because something, administratively has happened, you didn't get the paperwork to pay the taxes, something like that, whatever. So now your stuff has been sold or whatever, right? You didn't know none of this, right? Now somebody's going to come and force that pieces of paper, those words that are on that paper. Fuck what you're talking about. The words that are on that paper. The authority that comes with those spells that come on that paper. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're dealing with to get remedies and everything else, or whatever, is decoding the word spells and the magic that's been used against us. That's all we do. You know what I'm saying? And it works in real life, because when people use words against you, you can say, okay, this is words I could use or diffuse that, because you know the origin of certain shit and you understand what they're doing with the magic they're using against you. So you know these are weapons. They use weapons against you, period.
You know why, Chief? Because
so you don't understand.
Chief, you have an understanding that words have whatever meaning we fucking give them. See, the average person just can't figure that out.
I don't know.
You can take these symbols. See, this is what the white man do. They see the symbol, they can't figure out the symbol, so they just put a word on there and say this is what the fuck it means, and that's what it is.
And that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a Latin term that they use, mean because we said so. It's a dipsit. Some shit.
Because we said so.
It's because we said so. That's the Latin term for it. Literally, because we said so. That's it.
Or you can go to Jay-Z
so we
way
wrote
and
it down right here.
Hey, ain't that what amen mean? That's it. Ain't that what amen?
Amen.
Amen.
Because we said so, nigga. That's it.
This symbol means that. Amen.
Yeah. So
this symbol means do what thou wilt.
Okay. And what I'm thinking now is not kind of getting off the subject, but and I want to get back to this, right? But it leads me to the subject of Make America Great Again, right? Right. And so a lot of people, when they first heard that, not this community, but a lot of people that heard that, whatever, they was like, man, that nigga talking about slavery time, whatever. We didn't believe in slavery, so we didn't take it like that, right? But it was a point, right? In Europe, the dollar was worth $2.50, sometimes almost $3 of their money, of the German mark, or the pound was like the dollar was stronger than the European dollars, right? Y'all follow me? You can go over there and say you can buy a Mercedes-Benz over there, you know what I'm saying, a furniture or whatever, at literally at half cost. And what we would pay here in America, and just ship it back over here. You just pay for the shipping, pay for the you know what I'm saying? So we would do that. Like, we would buy shit in there because our dollar was stronger there. Now it's not. because they even got together, European Unionized and all this other shit, you know what I mean, and everything they did, right? So, but it was a point that got us to that point to where the dollar is still stronger than damn near most currencies on the planet by far. But I'm talking about the European countries, right? The European countries, not the ones that's supposed to be dominating the world. Our dollar was banging that shit. French, banging them. How, Sway? How is we under y'all? Y'all is the superpower. How is America great? Ever. These fake ass wars, the French and Indian. Where the French come over here with some people? With their armada? How they get their name in our shit? Fuck is you talking about? Y'all, that's well, listen, bro. How did America get great to where we're over Europe? How? Make it make sense. What did we have that made us stronger than them? What? Because obviously when they came here, you had to come here for a reason, right? Through Ellis Island, even before Ellis Island, you know what I'm saying? Like it just don't make sense, y'all. Like why? How? Why did this become this? If you guys, if these third world countries are so better than us, well then why would you come here? Why is our dollar stronger than yours? Why are we sending aid? Why is there a USAID? Why do you have this? That's what I don't understand it. Why do we have to send for refugees from Europe in the first place? Why? It just don't make sense. It defies the laws of gravity. You understand what I'm saying? So these people coming here, learning these things or whatever, right? And then rendering and remitting their monies and things back there, right? But then when people overseas, they still today, they take our intellectual properties right now and they can go back home and do whatever the hell they want to do with it. We can't do nothing about it. Is that true?
Definitely.
What the hell are we talking about? This is what they've been doing. Like, and then they had the nerve to create a patent office in 1790 to patent our land, to put themselves into our shit. Y'all see what I'm saying? This is all connected when we're talking about copyright. Because you have to be able, how the hell are you going to have a patent without words and copyrights? Like, how do patents and copyrights go hand to hand? It's the same office, same shit. Like 1790 patent office, 1790 copyright laws that were infused into our shit to allow other people to take our shit. This is what we're dealing with. You got it, bro.
No, you cooking, man, because that all goes in along with this whole number system getting up. So they saying that they just got this number system in the 16th century. So if they were only using letters back then in the Roman Empire, who so-called came over here, or the conquistadors, it never even says what Spain was actually using. So they had to be using one of these number systems because these are supposedly the creators of all numbers in every number system. Again, because everybody pretty much uses ours. So you only need one number system pretty much for the whole earth if you really look at it. And that's pretty much what they took advantage of. This was the one number system. They broke that off into, go ahead.
But don't the numbers come with the language?
The numbers come with their language.
Yeah.
And they couldn't figure out the language, whether it was Geese or any other language. So they just made some shit up and said, it is what it is. Keep it rolling.
And they replaced a lot of those populations while we were doing the indentured servitude time frame. They replaced and replenished. They had to, because not only were we bringing a lot of indentured servants back to America, but we were also noticing that they were going through famines over there. They were going through death plagues over there doing this. That's why they say 15 and 1600s is when we got the alphabet. That's what they're trying to say, but that's when we took all of our information over there to aid in their famines. These mudslides that were going on, not being able to plant food in Africa, the weather up there in the Rocky Mountains of Europe, not having enough food to last everybody for so long. There's even the story of the Choctaw sending potatoes to Ireland. Now, how in the hell did that meetup even happen? So these are things that connected us to those guys, helping them, not just indenturing those. That's how we were able to go over there and have statues still today that are in recent time of us being us and our tone there, because we left here. That was us being royalty over there to make sure our goods got on that ship. Because not only were we shipping goods there and selling them to the people that would be left in those areas to rebuild up their city, but we were also selling back and forth with indentured servants. So now, again, we were making money off the goods that we were trading overseas, and we were making money off the indentured servants, because we had to also replenish the fields of people that we took. I think predominantly they took more kids than anything from overseas once we get down to it. So I'm just getting off the number system, because you can't buy and you can't be selling indentured servants back in America if you don't know the number system. That's why this number system is very grateful to us, because not only were we trading indentured servants here for money, we were also trading spices, tobacco overseas. Of course, we were there, so we were still able to build empires over there as well too. This is all recent history that they've erased and replaced it in the 1900s. Not even the 1800s is when I can say they can really stamp a replacement on history. It was all done in the 1900s and above. All right, and again, we see that that's not our number system. All right, and it's called Hindu Arabic numeral system. Again, it's not called Hindu Arabic numeral system for us. It's the American numbers. We can call it whatever we want to, but we refuse to call it something that they can't prove came from India. So I was just touching on a few. And again, this is the Arabic number system they're using in Arabic. They're calling it the Hindu Arabic number system for us. But here you see they're calling it English in some countries. So depending on the country you get also, when they're showing you the number systems and how to write it in English, this is how you learn, because everywhere you go, what do you have to do? You have to learn the English language. And in order to learn the English language, you have to know the numbers that go with each letter. We're one and the same. You don't get our alphabet if you don't get our number system. So they're lying about it being Arabic when here's the fucking Arabic numbers right here. Here's the Brahmi numbers, numerals right here. There's nothing to do with these so-called English numbers here, or when they want to call it, what they want to call it up here. They want to call it medieval in some countries. It's not Western Arabic then. It's not Arabic then. It's just medieval. Here's the Arabic numeral system right here. None of these are ours. All right. This is I ain't got too many slides on here, so this is gonna be a quick one right here. It says who's considered Western Arabic. Here it is right here. It just says Western Europe is a region in Europe that includes countries such as Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Czech Republic. Arabic, on the other hand, is the lingua franca of people who live in countries of the Arab world, as well as Arabs who live in the diaspora, particularly in Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Chile, and Colombia, or Western Europe, like France, Spain, Germany, or Italy. So again here, why are they placing the Western Arab world as Latin America, guys? Why? So they can have an adaptation to our number system somehow, to say that this is where it got passed from the Arab world also to Latin America. So they always were trying to keep us around, but you see where it came from all of a sudden. This number system, this Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Chile, Colombia. They give you the anecdote in some of their skills. Okay, this is Western Europe right here. And again, this is Germany right here again. We'll just call it Germany, even though it wasn't called Germany back then. But this is what they're calling Western, the Western Europe world. Yeah. And I just put the Mayan numbers there, and I don't even believe these are the real Mayan numbers. I think they made that shit up, bro. As I kept looking into it, I think they created some Mayan shit out of the blue. It don't match up with the real history of the Mayans and how much they built to just be working off a number system like dots and lines. And the Mayans were around when in the 1800s. There were still official so-called Black Mayan clans still running around, Aboriginal Mayans still running around. So I know this don't make any sense. And they're not even an ancient group of people. They're right now people. There's actually photos of Mayans. So, and they were dark-skinned people. So I know this is not their number system. So they can play that. They can play the left field on us too and replace the Mayan number system with dots and lines. So yeah. That was something I was working on going along with that Latin language. So yeah. So this goes hand in hand with the Latin language, how they're calling our number system or numeral system Western Arabic system, but we just found out that the Arabs do not write like that in their language. I mean, in their new numeral system. So Chief, I'm gonna start back sharing this right here.
Word. So would Arabs be mixed with Europeans? Would they be Eurasians mixed? Like that mixture happened at some point in time, right? At some point in time, that mixture happened. However it happened, whether you follow me, but that admixture had happened. So when we get into Lebanon, we get into Jordan, we get into Syria, we get into all these places, and you would think that the original people there would be mixed people, especially when we started talking time periods. Those mixed people wasn't there. So they're writing them back in time. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta always account for that as well. The conflation of time and space.
Also, whenever you kept saying it went to the medieval time, whenever you say medieval, that is a fancy way of saying this is the start of the class system from the caste system. Because they didn't want no parts of the caste system, because that shit was ruthless. So the Europeans that you just showed on that map, when they become medieval, that is a fancy way of saying they started their first class system, which will be like, a chessboard with the king, the queen, the rook, the bishop, all that stuff. What they call feudalism. You know what I'm saying? This is the beginning. So whenever you see that medieval, they changed to medieval. That's saying how the Western Europeans said, listen, we're going to kind of put the remix on it. We ain't fucking with the caste system. We're going to make it a class system and put a king in place, a queen, and do it this way. That's what that medieval. Go ahead.
Now, I do want to, say with the medieval, that time frame doesn't exist. And that's why they call it the medieval. That's when they were really going through a hardship of indentured servitude and famines and black plagues. That's why they just.
That's right. That's right. They was getting black plague. They was losing. This is how they was able to create their class system, right? This is how they got their authority. Most of them died of famine. The survivors really is the people who created the class system, right? The survivors of the black plague. You know what I'm saying? You're right. Go ahead. You cooking?
Oh yeah. No. You all good. I'm just chiming in on that whole and that whole medieval period was actually written all different, because again, they don't write about their indentured servitude during those times, because the medieval time frame didn't even actually exist. There was no medieval time frame. Their history starts when we went over there and got those guys and brought them back here. Other than that, we were in the Pacific Ocean a little bit earlier. Like Truth had me to make sure I fact check myself, and it was 1565, so to speak, when the South Americans and also the North American West Coast went over to Spice Island, Indonesia, through the Pacific slave trade, I would call it, when they was bringing back those Chinese slaves, calling them Chinos. That's 1565 for sure. So you got to look at when we were going over there first in order for these guys to actually get our numbers, if we're talking about changing up the history to be right. And really, the first time we went over there was Spice Islands. That's pretty much how it happened. When you had us trading with the Negritos, we've been trading with the Negritos for a long time now. It's just that those Negritos on that island were also enslaving the Chinese slaves before we started. Now, I could say that the Negritos did come from us, but that's another story. Because that means that they were had already left South America years ago and started their own little ethnic group out there. So they no longer are of the original stock over time. Once you are off Mama Land, which is America, for too long, you don't get the same nutrients. You're not eating from the same soil filled with copper, filled with black dirt, all the trees that give nourishment through the roots to the ground. So once you leave off this land for too long, you will begin to mutate. Not to be on no esoteric type of things, but you will mutate, or you'll go through a famine somewhere, or you're not getting the right foods that you will get here.
Absolutely, Lee. Let me ask you a question. Would you say, or maybe not say, I don't want to put no words in your mouth, I'm going to ask you, would you say that South America, South Africa, South India, that they had their own, I don't want to say empire, but their own working relationship through different trades, through the different ocean trades that was going on at that time? And this where this number system is taking place at?
Yeah, you would say, but you would say that. So what we would do is go to the Manila Galleon spots and post up and come back home. And those people did their own thing out there. They carried the goods that we brought to them through the Indonesian Pacific slave trade, I would call it still. They carried the food through the Silk Road up into Europe and over to Africa through those little trailways there. We never really had to sell around Africa really unless we wanted to. That's when you get the front part of Brazil actually going to the west coast of Africa and also Portugal. So you had the front part of Brazil controlling the front part of Africa, and you had the back part of Africa being and Indonesia being controlled by really the South and North American and Mesoamerican West Coast people. They the one that started the Manila Galleon Chino slave trade. They are the Spanish Empire.
So would you say that is an empire that's going from India, Indonesia, over to the South African Horn, all the way into Brazil, the Americas, the Caribbean? Would that be considered an empire, or at least a trading empire, where trading languages are used?
Yeah. I would definitely say so, because we had to also communicate with those guys, and they only knew enough to know what we would tell them, because we're the one bringing the goods. We're not picking up shit from them, but people. So it was a trade for our goods for some people to come work in the fields back where we live at. And that's how you came up with this whole indentured servitude contract. But it was never a contract. We brought goods to your city. You're already in the famine. You don't have potatoes. You don't have what we have on this boat. So, I would say that is an empire. It could be it is a maritime empire, because we also had soldiers. Even up in the 1865, you can see we still had soldiers, well-trained soldiers. We had cowboys. We had, you can say, so to say, Indians. So we had the whole repertoire here. We was running this place for a long time. So this is a new state of mind we've been in since like the 1900s. So just going back to the numbers again, because this all numbers don't add up. Some ain't add up. So it does go back to the numbers. No matter what conversation we go off to, it goes back to numbers, because we feel like we've been robbed. We've been robbed of our blood, sweat, and tears with the tax money. Even though we know we're not supposed to be being taxed. Not only are we being taxed, but we're being robbed while we're being taxed, because they're giving our funds to other people we know nothing about. So-called embezzlement with people in suits while we down here on the streets, and we'll get a quicker charge than they'll ever get. Nobody still went to jail for all this money you've already found that I want to see the damn lab rat that you put human tissue in for $50,000 that you kept sending some to. I want to see the rat. I want to know who performed the experiment. Somebody needed to be going to jail. That's embezzlement. I don't want to hear damn nothing you said.
They scamming on a whole new level, man.
Man. Yeah, man, because numbers matter. And if so-called Hindustan started the number system, we taking that shit back. Because you motherfuckers ain't that smart to start our number system for us. You out your goddamn mind. So this is a great subject. All right. Who created that 0 through 9? Who's actually profiting off of it more right now than ever? Even though we're not running the United States, we still profit off of this number system more than India does if they did create it. That's ludicrous. All right, we're gonna go right here where it says, let me make sure I'm sharing on the right shit. All right, so yeah. So right here, just like you were asking earlier, Chief, here's that same chart. Y'all should have pulled your document earlier before I got on here, but this is cool as read so far. So it's evolution of Indian numerals into Arabic numerals and their adoption in Europe. So this is again, this is them saying this is how this happened. Funny. So again, they call it Indian numerals. They really don't. They only say that in American language when they're writing something to us for us to see. But they don't call this shit Indian numerals and fucking Barat. They do not call this Indian numerals nowhere but here in America. That's the crazy thing that they do to us. It's a mind play of trickery with words. All right. So again, they calling it Indian numerals. When we just found out it ain't Indian. It ain't Indian at all. And this Arabic right here ain't Indian at all. Because this is what they write over there. They put two number sentences next to each other. Why is this the only one with two number sentences next to each other saying that the same thing came from two different ones because they was on one side and these guys was on the other side? That's dumb. All right, I'm gonna read this right here. So we just found out about the history of Hindu Arabic numeral system, basically. If you guys are wondering what we just went through, we just learned about how they came up and how they made the play. But we on the interception side right now. We running the pick six pack. We found out that they made the shit up. They did not make up our number system, our symbols for our number system. All right. Bang, bang. All right, it says origin. Positional decimal notation, including a 0. Symbol was developed by Tamils. How in the fuck did the Tamils develop the 0? Guys, quick conversation. Who's a Tamil? Who's a famous Tamil that we know?
You talking about the Tamahoos?
Right now, they call Tamils like, Asians.
Kamala Harris. She's a Tamil.
Yeah, she's Tamil Indian. That's right. Her mama is. Her mama Tamil Indian.
Exactly. Full-blooded.
Her father's Irish. Her father Irish, and her mama's Tamil Indian. That's the fact.
And her dad's.
But hold on, no. But she's a Brahma Tamil Indian. So she on the upper caste. She's the upper level Tamil Indians. Kamala is as dark as you can get to be a Brahmin Indian, because they on their color shit. So Kamala's like she's at the borderline. Like she at the border, they about to push her over. She right there.
That's because she so-called had a Jamaican mixed dad, which he's not even Jamaican at all. So she had that dark skin tone.
He Indian Irish.
He
Indian too. He an Indian too.
Exactly. Full-blooded. He ain't even none of us. So that's the funny thing about what we're reading right now.
The mama's an Indian, the mama's a Tamil Indian, and the daddy's an Indian too. But you know, they try to make it seem like he I don't know. It's wild how they play that little game. But yeah, they both Indian.
So it's safe to say she wouldn't be an African American. She went by an Indian American or Hindustan American. Right?
No, she catfished.
Definitely would be.
She
Definitely didn't identify as being black. So
she catfished the black identity for sure.
Hey guys, why did she want to be black all of a sudden during her reign for presidency? Because she knew that immigration law was going to take place if she lost.
No. I don't think Kamala even knows her family history like that. Like Chief be saying, people don't know their family. Her daddy is a CIA spy for like Jamaica.
I know.
She don't even know her. I don't think she even know her own history.
Yeah, he got paid by the British Crown.
Yeah, I think she thought she was black. I think she got her bubble busted.
That's why I think she was able to climb up that ladder of success, to be honest with you, prong by prong, because she lineage deep, man. She one of those no Didiers. They lineage deep in Alphabet Boy City.
Yeah. I mean, she you know, from California to Canada back to Jamaica. You know, their family owned slaves.
No. Wait. Her family didn't own slaves. She was a coolie. Her family line came from coolies, and I think one of the black slave master actually did sleep with one of her great grands on her dad's side. That's how her dad.
No, listen, that's what she tell people in that fake ass book. The truth is, her daddy is Indian. Her mama was a Camille that was supposed to be in an arranged marriage. They come from money because the mama daddy is also like a CIA director of India. So she was supposed to be in an arranged marriage.
Yeah. Huh? She looked like a white lady. Her real mama. Yeah.
Yeah, right. She was supposed to be in a because she part of the Brahmins, and she was supposed to be in an arranged marriage. She cheated with Kamala daddy. You know, that's her boo from college she met. He was a nigga doing a lecture at the college she was at. She was just like a little
Berkeley. Was that Berkeley or something?
Yeah, Berkeley. Yeah, he was just a student. He was there doing a lecture. You know what I'm saying? He cracked the student, basically. Yeah, he cracked the little freshman, sophomore student. She was there.
Oh, yeah. I was getting the fathers mixed up. It's her dad who's the mixed one. My bad.
Yeah, her daddy was like the head of one of those CIA things, the India version though, you know, over there. You know,
but he was supposed to be coming in helping out with the Black Panther takedown. He was actually on the Black Panther takedown unit allegedly because he was part of the Black Panther along with her mom. Remember?
Oh, you're talking about the Pops now? Yeah. See, the Pops, he was a Marxist, what they say, like a Marxist. You know what I'm saying? And so, shit, they don't know that man's real identity to be Harris. Man, that would be their last name, bro. You talking about a bunch of spooks, man. These are international spooks.
Yeah, but she came from a line of coolies. My bad. It was her dad. Her dad was the actual mixed one, but she came from a line of coolies, and they got free in Jamaica. Remember when they let them slaves free? That's how you got a big.
See, that's what we all thought because of her book and stuff. But coming to find out, her family owned slaves. Yeah, see, she played that role. In her book, she put that lady, what's her name, Beryl, as her grandmama, who was, you know, part of the slave line. But come to find out, that ain't even her grandmama. She catfished us. That is literally the hell. She was at one of the
yeah, she was a maid.
Yeah, maid. Yeah, her grandmama is not even her real grandma. Her grandmama is a white lady that's alive right now. Her grandmama's a white lady.
Hold up. What was the slave owner that held him? He was a black man. He didn't sleep with her family.
Oh, listen. Kamala's father, right? I can't think of dude's name right now off the top of my head, but Kamala's father, his father.
He's a professor. He was the professor out there at Berkeley for a while, right?
At Stanford. He was
Stanford.
Stanford, yes. He's still there, I believe. But his father was a white man, Oscar. But supposedly, his grandmother was this maid. His mom was this maid Beryl, but that wasn't. His mama was actually, it's a cold, these are some Indians marrying into some damn Irish people. And
hold up, before you keep going. Okay, now I got the story right, what you're saying now. Okay, I got lost in the sauce. Okay, so going back to it, who owned St. Anne Parish during that time of indentured servant coolies coming to America? So
wasn't it an English plantation that they had Irish slaves originally?
I think it was St. Anne's. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
look it
all
up.
this was originally Irish slavery, but the Irish got their freedom and they started owning slaves, right? And this is the connection with these all being a bunch of like Irish Indians. You know what I'm saying? Indians that came here and started messing with Irish people, but then she catfished the maid, the help, and said, "That's my grandmama, I'm black. And this is my great grandmama." But that was never her grandma. Like that, the lady that she presented as her grandmama is like, yeah, she come from that, but that wasn't Kamala's grandmama. Like Kamala's
And that
grandmama
lady
is
was Indian too, though. That lady she was Tamil too. She was just a darker skin. She was like Dravidian, Hindustani. The woman that she was saying that was her so-called grandma that wasn't. She was also a coolie from India.
You talking about Irish? No, see, Irish.
Not the white lady Irish. I'm talking about the what was the dark skinned grandma she said was her mom, but that said that was her grandma, but it wasn't.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
But she was from India also as a coolie. That's what I read up on her, that she was a coolie from India, that dark skinned woman. Even if it wasn't,
I'm not sure where the help came from. Now, if you're telling me something new that the help was from Coolie, India from Coolie, I'm not sure if the help was from Africa, from America, from Coolie. I'm just saying the help wasn't her grandmama. She lied in that book with that picture.
Oh yeah, she definitely lied. I mean, I know that she's totally full-blooded foreigner. She's not like from anybody over here.
Yeah, her mama's a Tamil Indian, and her daddy is a Jamaican Indian with Irish Jamaican Indian. But for some reason, she used that black lady as her grandmama, but that was literally the help. I don't know how to explain it. You know, she like everybody else. Everybody's rewriting history. Ain't this whole show about rewriting history, right? This is a real live example of it. And that's part of the reason why black people turned their back on her at the last minute, because they kept realizing what was going on. Like, she ain't even black. You went into a little black sorority, but your daddy is not who he say he is, and his mama is not who y'all saying. Beryl. That's what you talking about, the black lady Beryl. Yeah, Beryl. I don't know if Beryl's a coolie Indian. I don't know if Beryl's a coolie. I just know Beryl ain't Kamala's mama, and that's wild. I mean, that ain't Kamala's grandmama. That ain't.
No, it's definitely not. It was proven that was not her grandmother. It was some lady named Irish who's white.
That's right. Irish is his grandma. Is her grandmama. That's right. A white lady. Irish. And what was her name? Go ahead.
Who had connections also? She also had connections. The Irish lady.
Yes, absolutely, and that's why they come from money. That whole family come from money. You know what I mean? They wasn't poor. They trying to pretend this little, like she come from this poor Jamaica. No, they come from money over there. You know what I mean? They come from the money part of Jamaica. They own shit. All the siblings, they own shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Once the coolies began to get free, so the coolies got free because they started bringing the coolies in last in the indentured servitude trade. So coolies got free last. So the other race that was on there was the red legs. Those were the indentured servants first, which were the you would say the Slavic looking person, not the coolie looking person. The Slavic looking person.
The white Irishman is the original slave to the colonies. King James was not fighting no Africans or no Aboriginals or no Indians or none of that. King James, who made your Bible of England, he was fighting Irish and Scottish and French and shit like that, and Spanish. That's who he hated. So when he defeated the Irish, he sent 300,000 of those motherfuckers into slavery all throughout Jamaica and Nassau and Virginia and Pennsylvania. All these colonies they was creating. King James, that's why everybody be saying, I be like, why are niggas so married to this goddamn slave story? King James sent a bunch of white prisoners of war into slavery. You know what I'm saying? That's what Kamala them come through that. That's how them Irish, the original, what you call, white man, but I wouldn't call them Irish. I'm gonna put a label on it. The original Irish got into those colonies, into those whole Caribbean Isles as slaves. Later on, like you say, now you're talking about a different story. But originally, it was the Irish. King James, not only did King James do it, after King James died, his son did the same damn thing. That slave story about the Caribbeans has nothing to do with Aboriginals and Africans and none of that. These are, matter of fact, all the people that started the American Revolution, all them people, them not even English. These are Scottish and Irish people that revolted against the English king. These are Scottish and Irish people. Like all these people are just, and that's what Kamala is. She's Irish. They had just got themselves out of slavery recently. And in the American colonies, they started changing the laws like in the late 1600s, 1650s, 1660s. They started changing the laws for the Irish slaves and the Scottish slaves, and that's why they became the militia. And then they became the Confederate Army,
right?
But them all just fucking slaves. Them are not black slaves. They're not Aboriginal slaves. They're white slaves that rebelled against their white king.
Well, it's only one slave. It's the Slavs. Like, so let's start there. But also we just got to talk about just like when they talk about their concept of colonization, right? Like I said, I don't participate in that narrative, right? Because it's not true. Like, it was already a form of government going here. You feel me? Like, documented that they're hiding, but it's documented that Negroes were already running the government here, say the 16, 17 to the 1800s, right? Then there was a switches and stuff that happened in other places, but a business arrangements was happening. You know what I'm saying? For me, like, they look past 15 St. Augustine when they tell that story right there of America, because St. Augustine ain't a part, Florida at the time is not a part of that Anglo-Saxon Protestant storyline, which is fake. It's just a fake storyline just in general. When we're talking about the Boston Tea Party, we're talking about the immigration situation, whatever, because when you actually trace the immigration, it happened much later. They're just writing.
You know, Chief, I think people lean on ignorance because there's no reason not to have common sense. If the English are doing treaties and deals with the people of the land, let's just use the Pocahontas story, right? Let's say it's real. That's a business deal, right? So there must be a government set up to do a business deal with. See what I'm saying? People just are conveniently ignorant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we give them permission at some point. Like, it ain't like nobody like, oh, King George he came over here, conquest, that's a story.
No, like, listen, a colony is King George getting a contract for the people saying, hey, can we rent this land, my nigga? Can we rent this little land? You know what I'm saying? And for that to happen, I have to be dealing with a nation, right? If I'm a nation and I'm renting land, then obviously this is the government I'm talking to. Now, later on, I may wipe that government out and fucking write it out of history. But originally, I must be talking to a government if I'm leasing land to start a colony. That's common sense. There's treaties with... Anyway, go ahead.
Because it don't make sense, though. Like, think about it. Niggas are still into economic power, as according to them, all the way up to the 1950s. What's going on in the 1850s? What's going on in the 1750s? What's going on in the 1650s? You see what I'm saying? According to documentation, this was a Negro country, and niggas was running shit top to bottom. So the industries, we're talking industries. So this whole Spanish conquest and French conquest and all that, that's not true. That's just mathematically, scientifically impossible. You don't have the resources to subdue us. You don't have the will, you don't have the manpower, you don't have the fight. You have a story that y'all did this with a pen, but you didn't do it in reality. And that's what I stand on as far as when we breaking down this history. You got it, brother. Are we about finished with this part right here? Like, we got so much shit, cause I don't know what we're gonna get it.
Welcome to the Chief Holiday Sector.
Yeesh.
Absolutely,
yes,
Lee. Chef Lee is in the kitchen cooking. Anybody need a plate, ring the bell. We got servers out here. Let's go.
Absolutely. You still there? You might have got something to drink.
You might have dropped off or something. Yeah, but you're right, Chief, about the people are systematically ignoring that there's no way that they came over here and leased land and did deals for fish and corn, or whatever you want to say in your little pseudo history, if they're not talking to another government. Like that's so I don't think that's even worth arguing anymore. That's just a waste of time. People just being ignorant. All right, you're not gonna convince me that a government didn't exist when this government's doing business with somebody. So, you know,
I mean, they
obviously
tell you that it was the government. They tell you, okay, George Washington, right? Tomorrow's his birthday, right? It's President's Day tomorrow, right? So we're gonna talk about George Washington for a second, right? So their story, right, is that he was a general. So I always used to ask, like, because I know there's like a progression to become a general, like you got to become a lieutenant and so on and so forth, right? So I always ask these questions, like I want to know, like, well, who gave this general his orders? Like, everybody asks that question, like, well, who's they talking about, right? So they lead you to the Continental Congress. I'm like, wait a minute, Continental Congress? Who's these people? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't get that much context at all in their historical context of history. They talk around the Continental Congress as if it doesn't exist. Think about it. What do they actually say about the Continental Congress? Well, they're Americans, right? We start there. We know there's a difference between Americans and different people, right? But was that term Americans actually a thing? 16, 17, right? 1800s. Is this another thing, right? Once again, that somebody created and copywritten, published, so on and so forth, right? Maps, all these other things that they've done to write back in history. Absolutely. You there?
Keep cooking, Chief. He ain't back yet. Keep cooking.
So yeah, I'm back in the building. Back in the building.
Okay.
Back in the building.
Okay, yeah. So we were just talking about George Washington, man. Like, far as like we broke this down, we broke the word Washington down, where it comes from. It doesn't come from Europe. Once again, we understand that they didn't have this alphabet. It's
wait, slow down, Chief. Slow down, Chief. Could you tell people about surnames and give them a quick explanation of what that is, so they don't get lost when you say a Washington name and stuff like that? Go ahead.
Right.
So when we talk surname, Washington is a surname, correct? So it's a name. We got Washington, D.C., and we got the state, Washington State. So we had went over where this word Washington comes from. It is indigenous to this land, Washita, or Oshita, Washita. It's a Choctaw word. It's Algonquin. Choctaw is the same words. It's Latin. It's Latin term, right? Once again, this Latin has been anglicized by these people, right, to take control of it. So they take control of the Algonquin, they take control of the Cherokee or the Anahuia. Doesn't matter what you call it, they created it to take control of it. So, and they called Muskogee as if Choctaw and Algonquin is not the same language. It's just location, like who we talking about, who's speaking, what Creek, Muskogee, same people, same language. Cherokee, same language, right? And according to science, right, they just changed our script. According to them, they changed the script and then created this alphabet, and then in the late 1800s, and took it back to Europe, took it all around the world. This is just facts. To be able to bring it back here, to be able to after World War I, be able to apply it as a general education across the thing. So we're going to get into a little bit of the kindergarten and all that stuff.
You know what's so cold, Chief? Most people, most of the original that became the Americans or whatever, the original white people that fought against the king, all the Scottish and Irish, they all use surnames to get away from a lot of the criminal activities. Whether it's especially some of our first generals and sailors, when they was rebelling against the king, they would have to, a lot of the Scottish and Irish people that was running over here, they have to put surnames on their names so they wouldn't get arrested. to pretend they was from America. Go ahead, you got it.
Hey, you're absolutely correct on that too, bro. Absolutely 100% spot on.
Yeah, look at People Jones, our first guy that created our Navy and stuff like that during the Continental Revolution, the Continental fight against the original war. And he was a Scotsman, but he worked in the British Navy, so he knew a lot about boats and shit. But he ran to America because he didn't want to get arrested, and he put a surname on his last name. That's why in America we call him Jones, right? And so everybody, but Jones is not a real name from over there. That's an American surname. So a lot of these original people are using surnames to cover up their real identity. Go ahead.
And there's no last name like Jones over there in Europe. What are you doing with a last name like Jones?
Or Johnson or Washington. Now, according to statistics of the United States statistics, right? Today, 92% of the people who carry the surname Washington are, they say, Black Americans, right? Not people from Africa, people from here, they carry that name. That's the number one surname for niggas in America is Washington. Then Johnson, Jackson, and Jefferson, all that shit, right? These are all, I mean, Jones, these are names are indigenous from here, but they took ownership of it. And so a lot of times, a lot of us, we for a long time, y'all remember we used to think that we carry slave names, and so the niggas changed their names and all this other shit to Arabic names,
to Muhammad Ali,
slave names.
Muhammad Ali. Shout out to Muhammad Ali, one of my favorite boxers. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he dodged that hijack too much though. He got hit with that lefty. He didn't change his name to Muhammad Ali.
Man, he had a gangster name, Cassius Clay. Changed it to goddamn Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali hated niggas, couldn't stand niggas. But go ahead.
The word Clay, though, you know, and once again, that's another indigenous name. See what I'm saying? So they didn't bring these names here. They just usurped by changing the script. I'm gonna say this again. They usurped our shit by changing the script. Script and the alphabet is, you're talking two different things. You know what I mean? So this is how they did it. This is how they're doing it. Continue doing it. And this is how they take over the world. So, and then if we can manage to rewrite if you had a constitution, because most of these places didn't have a constitution, right? Think about that. Europe before us, or let's still say constitutions, right? Because terms like that, you guys get too caught up in words and things that these people call documents, right? You know what I'm saying? So when you hear the word constitution, just because they call something their constitution first and then apply the word constitution back over here to us at a later date, oh yeah, well we came up with the word constitution. We came up with constitution in France and the constitution.
Let's just say there was laws of the land.
Yeah, bro. Pipe down, man. Pipe y'all little bitty asses down, bro. Real talk. And like, I don't want to hear that no more. Like, I don't want to hear nobody talking about this Spanish empire, this French empire, and all that other bullshit, and this whole British empire, right? Because guess what? None one of those empires went to Africa and brought niggas over here. None of them. I need to know what country did this so we can at least like when y'all doing this whole narrative, who did it? Because America didn't do it. So this is not a slave country. We're not slaves. We were never owned by people from there. You have to own land in America. You have to be there in where we are at in the South, right? To own us. You have to be there. You have to own the land to own niggas. I think that's just logic.
I think it gets very complicated for people because I hear you say the 1800s a lot, and because we got to understand, prior to the 1800s, the colony of America and this is just a coastal little entity. This is a coastal little entity, and all they slaves prior to the 1800s were white people. This is why they needed new slaves. They conquered territories and took all those Indians. They just named their ass slaves. But this is only like a 30, 40-year period. You're talking about from 1814 to the Civil War was in 1850, 1860. So this was a real small period where they created Michigan and goddamn, all these states that I ain't got to go name, and the expansion of the United States. So you think in 30, 40 years, they just grabbed a gang of niggas from Africa and everywhere. But no, these people were already here. They just took prisoners of war and put that goddamn ghetto term on them, called them slaves. And they were their slaves when they whooped their ass and took their shit and took Michigan and took Arkansas and took, because these names already existed. That when I learned that really tripped me out, right? That they were too lazy. They didn't even change the name of the states. They say, fuck it, just keep it the same. Fuck it. I said, God damn.
No, you're right, man. So yeah, even lining up the dates when each state became a state, you can see right here. So Delaware was supposedly the first state. And so we're going down here to the first 13 colonies. You got Rhode Island being the last colony, and guess when it hit? 1790. That is very important.
Because all the original slaves prior to this, these were white. The original slaves made up the militia. This became the Confederate Army, right? The slave militias, right? But the slaves were the white people, and eventually they started focusing on, whatever Africans they can get, and Aboriginals they was captured. But you're talking about way later, right? The original slaves are the white people. They just got their own freedom, and then they rebelled against their fucking king. They're literally what they call them today, insurrectionists. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Today we call them insurrectionists, right? The English was there. We called them loyalists. But the slaves rebelled against them and took control, and they all had surnames. That's when Chief's trying to explain surnames. When they saying slaves was 10-1, they're talking about Irish people, right? They talking about Scottish people. That was their main enemy. Now, once they get their freedom, they start collecting their own slaves throughout the 1800s and changing all these Aboriginal or Indian federations or, territories. They didn't even change the name. They just kept the name and captured the niggas and just, for like 30 years, kept their ass in bondage. For like, it seems like from the 1815s to like the 1855 or so, and that was it. About 4 years of it. Everything else before that was Irish people and Scottish people.
And again, we can't forget about this. So first you got indentured servitude, those things that we know that somehow they came over here. We know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So first, like you were just explaining, first you got the indentured servitude. Now you're saying that's the new figuration. Who came over here first? Who was the first indentured servitude, indentured servant to come to America? Was it the
Scottish and Irish?
So Scottish and the Irish. Now that would be 1600.
Absolutely. When King James defeated the Treaty of Dingle, once the Irish was defeated with the Spanish, he enslaved all of them into the colony. We ain't have to the king that started the colonies of America is King James. All right, I don't know why people say King George. Why should somebody arguing on one of the other channels the other day? King George, and I'm looking like King James. None of y'all ain't got a Bible on your goddamn dresser. King James started the colonies.
Wait. Yeah, I think that's fake. They wrote that back, but I know it's fake. But when we talking about 17,
King James had Irish slaves and Scottish slaves. He couldn't fucking stand them. Scotland and England fought all the way to this day. They fucking can't stand each other. To this day.
I got you though. It's just interesting to me though that all these states are states before there's a constitution.
Well, you're talking about the Aboriginal federations had their own law of the lands. They may have called it constitution, but they had their own laws of their different lands. But we could call them constitution just for today's language. There's nothing wrong with that.
I got you. I'm saying that we already understand that Massachusetts, Connecticut, for instance, those two states had governors that go back to the 1400s, brother. That was the people. We're talking about the people. We're talking about the different tribes of people now. You feel me? The Wampanoag, the Oneida, this and that, and the third, which is all newer tribes. I'd rather go with the Massachusetts, like, right? Y'all follow me? Go with the Delaware, those terms that describe the people there. If we're gonna get a little bit correct, because even when you see some of the terminologies that describe the people, it would be North Carolina, or it would be Delaware.
Virginia to me, the original colony is Virginia. It's all, everything else is an expansion.
But
Virginia is the colony
for who? Like, anytime that, think about this right here. Anytime that we think about any of these from any of these families that are in the industries, right, that are run stuff in the South, for instance, right? These families, the Vanderbilts, the Cobbs, this and that. Then you go back and be like, wait a minute, they came through as an indentured service through Virginia. All of them, every time. Like, it'd be like they came through this certain port.
Virginia and Boston. But through Plymouth Rock, because remember the first one was Virginia, Chesapeake Bay, and all that, and then a few years later they came through Plymouth Rock. So the north is Boston, and the south is Virginia. Yeah, go ahead.
So we've proved that the only slaves are Slavs. We've proven that, and we've proven that the 1910 Mann Act is the Slave Act. It's called the White Slave Act. Flag on the plate, but that's what it's called, to protect Slavs. Is all facts. It's 20th century. All these things are kind of lining up with 1865. Like, y'all know what's so diabolical about it is, like, we the only people that got free in 1865 when we were never slaves. And so
I like when you say
that's the craziest part about it.
We were prisoners of war for about 40 years
in 1865.
I like when you say prisoners of war. Yeah, that's a good term to use. You introduce to the community.
I'm just saying though.
Chief,
this right here is.
I'm gonna read a little bit of this right here.
Oh, that niggas is getting caught up with right now. You can get a Fed case right now if you violate this act right here. It's called the Mann Act. Previously, hold on, how about this? Previously called the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910. Federal law passed June 25th, 1910. BCE. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Common Era, whatever. Jesus era, whatever. I'm just saying, where's our law for outlawing our slavery? Because if you tell me it's Emancipation Proclamation, we're gonna debunk that. I'm saying that Richard Allen owned his wife, Sarah Bass, a slave girl. Y'all remember that?
I do remember that story.
Yeah. I mean, did they even show you at the bottom over there to the right? I'm looking at the big screen now, yeah. What's happening right now? What's going on? And James Robert Mann was a child of a slave who came up with that act right there for his people. This bomb him. Real talk. You got it, bro. What'd you say?
No, I said, I'm gonna tell you even a colder one. George Washington, when the the Revolutionary War was over, he was looking for his slaves, right? Because he was putting wanted posters all on the wall and shit, trying to find his slaves. But the dirty part of it, that he was looking for his white slaves,
Right.
His white slaves ran to the goddamn loyalist side. They ran to the.
So with that being said, right? So we know that the Washington, right? George of the Washita, right? Even when we talk about the Washita in that area or Negroes, like it's historical facts, it's just scientific facts, it's linguistically, everything factual. Like when we talk about where Washita comes from and why we have Washington as so-called our first president, right? And I submit to the record that George of the Washita was a Negro. Of the Washita Negroes.
No, you're absolutely correct, man.
And niggas was fighting against each other.
Do you believe George Washington was a homosexual?
I don't know that. I don't know. I know that he had a family. I know that.
He had kids?
They said he had kids and they had family, right?
First time I heard of that. Go ahead.
So, but I'm just saying though, he had a wife, kids, and the family and stuff like that or whatever, right? So, of course, they're gonna say that those are slaves. But and obviously your slaves, your family takes your name and pass your name on, right? Feel me? Where are these descendants at of George Washington? Like everybody, just because you have the surname Washington, that means that you're kin to George Washington. Where are the descendants of George Washington? Like you just don't have slaves and you don't have family to pass down your estate to, right? You pass down, whether it's Jefferson, Washington, you pass down your stuff to your people, right? So that's all I'm saying, man. So like the conversation stuff that they're talking about as far as these stories, they were created in backlog, a lot of them. And a lot of stuff is whitewashed. So when we talk about presidents, like I don't know if we move like that in a republic. That makes sense? Why would
I
you
think
have
the
a king
number one
in a
whitewashing
republic?
that was going on at that time, to me,
Think about it.
is the surname. Is taking names and literally just apply, because they already have person, like they just applied an extra surname on there. And I ain't talking about like 80% of them did. A lot of people did this. Like I think that's the real whitewashing history, is them applying surnames and disguising their Scottish, Irish history, and now they're just American history. You won't call them English. You don't call none of these people English because they're not loyalists. They're not English. They're the English fucking, third war people. They cover up their original history by adding surnames on there because the British would arrest their ass and hang their ass, right? You already know what the English going to do. They're going to arrest you and hang your ass. So that's what they put surnames on there for, because they're trying to cover up their slave history of being Irish and Scottish. You know what I mean? That's what the whole purpose of them grabbing a bunch of surnames, because those names don't take you back to England. They be like, no, I'm here. I'm from America. I'm a colonist. Because you got to listen, for this to make sense for what I'm saying, you have to understand the colonists, they wasn't a country yet. So they didn't have citizenship. To them was for like people from out of town, right? Because they're not a country yet. So when they're giving citizenship, these are people from France, Germany, Scotland, different people. This is why they're adding surnames. So they can just mix in and be like, no, I'm just an American. But I know I'm not English, right? And so this is why they take these American surnames, is to hide their true identity. Now, where they get these surnames from, that's the Chief Holiday special right there. My brother breaks that down for me.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are stirring up the pot right now with that info, though. I mean, especially when you talk about this white slavery type act right here. I mean, that just puts the cherry on top of the cake. So they're still getting laws passed to stop white slavery. Early 1900s, might I add. And they're supposed to be empowered, but you're still being indentured. You're still being prostituted unwillingly. So that means that the men in your life.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
I gotta say this, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you have to have a man act? Doesn't the Constitution already protect citizens from being slaves and trafficked, correct? According to them, we're only going with what the narrative that they're painting, 18, whatever. So this apparently doesn't apply to pale women, right? Remember? Susan B. Anthony in 1922, right? But, okay, that's after the man. They still don't have the right to vote right now. Do we have the right to vote in 1910 right now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And obviously they had to outlaw niggas from enslaving the slaves, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to point out that we already protected under nationalization acts, like, right, 14th Amendment and all that. This our 13th Amendment. Is the 13th Amendment already happen right now before 1910? I'm just asking for my cousins. I'm just asking. Has the 13th Amendment already been passed by 1910? So why do you have a Mann Act in 1910? I'm just asking for my cousins. Because it doesn't apply to us. We already protected. Why do you have a Mann Act? Just all I'm at. This is not an international. It is international, but this is not a national crime. Like, I can't think right now, man. State crime and federal. This is a federal crime to protect immigrants. He said, Mann Act, manumission. I'm just saying, this needs some explaining to do right here.
Listen, Tom Homan just told AOC that if you keep getting online trying to tell immigrants how to hide from me, I'm going to get you arrested. Yeah. Tom Homan, the border czar, says he's going after any mayor, any distinguished gentleman, or anybody else that's getting it away from deporting illegal immigrants. Yeah, he's standing on 10 toes down. Okay,
so you're in LA, Long Beach, LA, right? Compton. How is it affecting the people on the ground? These new policies that are being implemented by Tom Homan, brother.
That's a great question. Well, obviously, California, we the leader of the pack of the liberals, us in New York, right? We have more international experience than the rest of the country. That's a nice way of saying it. Yeah, it's affecting us, not in a way that's affecting probably the rest of the country, but yeah, we have stuff in Los Angeles called swap meets, things like that, where you go into these buildings and they got a bunch of little small shops in there where you can buy stuff for cheap. And we're called swap meets in California. I don't know if you got them in the rest of the South. And a lot of these swap meets are ran by immigrants. So yeah, the swap meet's pretty empty. Yeah, it's a lot of the.
Hey, hold on. Time out, man. That's not funny, bro. Hold on.
No, listen. It's going down. Downtown LA's not as thick as it was. It's a little bit more, a little bit more room to walk down the street. Yeah, now I don't believe people are going to run back across the border. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, yeah, people are in hiding. Absolutely.
Right. I bet you they are.
Tom Homan pushing the line, my nigga.
You telling me I can't go to MacArthur Park and get me a speaker and some real cheap stuff right now? All the little market, that whole market out there.
I'm saying before Tom Homan stepped into the spot, if you would have stepped into MacArthur Park, they would have robbed you and stabbed you up and left you naked upside down. Now, I believe we can go in MacArthur Park. Absolutely, yeah.
That's funny.
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you how cold gangster the Los Angeles Hispanic community is, or Latino community, however you call it. The ones that's born and raised here and their parents are from here, them niggas are down with Tom Homan too. They trying to, they scandalous as a kid.
That's funny. Hey, we going over there here.
Oh, they vicious with it, man. They vicious with it. The American Mexicans are vicious on the Pisces. They vicious on them. You can believe all the hype you want to if you believe all the little protests. Man, listen here. We got 9 million people in Los Angeles County. We got more people in our county than the rest of y'all got in your states. I ain't even talking about our state. I'm just talking about Los Angeles County. We got more. Yeah, we got to thin this bitch out. There's a lot of people here illegal, right? And I can tell that the people's down with it because all the Latin Americans, they're not a participant in the protest. When you see the protests on the freeways, that's a small fraction of the people of this community. So if that's your little protest, that little bit, that's letting me know all the Latin Americans are just turning a blind eye to it, like, get them. That's what I see going on. They just turning a blind eye, like, get them.
Well, if you was illegal, right? You know what I mean? You ain't gonna go to a rally where Tom Homan them gonna be at. Like, wait, no, you ain't gonna do that. Feel me? So I think, you know, like you said, it's a small amount of people who are protesting right now. I think people should be getting to work, especially, you know, if you care about the community. You know what I mean? Like, the election's over. We should be worried about governing at this point right now. But I'm still trying to figure out, how do you have a Mann Act? How?
In 1910.
In 1910. How is this possible? And then you start breaking it down, and we break down the Mann Act and why they had it. And you look at the times, right? It's impossible for these people to own you prior to this. It's just impossible. You're gonna tell me a lie. You're gonna show me things that happened after 1920, after the Roaring '20s, the Great Depression. You're gonna start seeing food stamp vouchers, right? That wasn't created for us. The slaves. You follow me? Come on, y'all, like, catch up. It's not for us. And I know this is the most revolutionary thing that we could think, though. Like, I don't know what else more. Like, if we're talking mind-changing, mind-boggling, the narrative is opposite, that we are the slave, that the Mann Act is for us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. It's just not true. We have been usurped systematically, and they use word magic to do it. Period. The Kabbalists, you know, it's the same people. So I'm gonna try to keep this thing clean.
You know, liberals have been our teachers for so long, right? We have had people can't even understand what you just said, that food stamps ain't for us. Like, we have had liberal teachers, and when I say this, we always got some tall ass white woman with a short haircut that's gay telling us that somebody is racist to us, right? And so we got like 30 years of this teaching that we need government programs because everybody hates you because you're black, or everybody hates you because you're Aboriginal, whatever you want to call you. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to get out of this mind of thinking where we have to be on government programs to survive. You know, because all of us, like, what was the argument you had last week with somebody about? We all had these teachers, right? We all went to school for 8 hours a day and had tall, gay white teachers, white women teachers that told us that the system was racist against us, right?
Facts.
They told us this.
They told us.
Yeah, it's crazy. That, it's amazing.
No, it is. It's pretty crazy. It's only getting crazier, but we got some sanity now.
I mean, yeah, the feminists have taken over. The feminists took over the academics, because the academics are already fucked up. We're doing an academic Spanish Inquisition right now. American Inquisition, I'm sorry. We're doing an academic American Inquisition right now. But the whole point of it is that once the liberals got a hold of academics and started teaching us, we've been sprung on government programs ever since. They told us that government programs will save us.
So they are saving us, according to them.
Just to be fair, the nickname is White Slave Traffic Act, right? You know what I mean?
Right.
But the long title, right, is an act to further regulate interstate and foreign commerce by profiting the transportation therein for immoral purpose of women and girls and for other purposes. So that's, I know people take that and they just run with that little spot right there, whatever, but it's obviously a lot more that goes into this act. That's just the title of it. You know what I'm saying? The long title of it. And then we get, we do talk about the nicknames and stuff like that or whatever, right? I just think it's just interesting, right?
I need you to tie that into Diddy too, my brother. Go ahead and tie that Mann Act into Diddy. Go ahead.
Okay. It said in the 19th, many of America's cities had designated legally protected areas of prostitution. increased urbanization as well as greater numbers of younger women entered the workforce led to greater flexibility in courtship without supervision. It was in this changing social sphere that concern over, quote, white slavery began. This term referred to women kidnapped for the purpose of prostitution and derives from Charles Sumner's 1847 description of the Barbary slave trade.
And again, I know they're gonna go here with
Well, that's
Barbary
crazy
slave.
because they argue me down that white people ain't never been enslaved on Smoke Channel. They argue me when I tried to tell them that, hey, them Arabs, the Muslims, and the Moors, they was enslaved, and white women was a number one commodity. And this is why Jefferson and O'Bannon went over there and took out Tripoli. And they argue me down. Cass, and I can't think of the other, Willie, that what you talking about? White people ain't never been enslaved. And I said, shit, I gotta get off this channel right now. I gotta go. I couldn't believe it.
They're gonna look past the Barbary slave trade, right? Involved the capture and selling of European slaves, Slavs, at slave markets in the largely independent Ottoman Barbary states. European slaves were captured by Barbary pirates. Barbary. I was trying to have this conversation. Berbers, Barber is just a descriptive term of niggas. I like how they like to throw the Arab in there. They're not saying the Arab slave trade. We talking time periods, bro. Like we talking, you get the results, the babies of this slave trade that revolted and took over later after niggas got free over here. Y'all understand? They got free over here first.
Right.
I catch up, bro. Like this is not hard. It's really not. I promise you. I think we got to go back to courtship too, man, and supervision. I like those conversations and putting people together and all that. I think that was. I know that's how we was moving. You know what I'm saying? All the way into the 20th century. So they brought immoral conversations. They brought prostitution here. They brought prisons here. They brought. You understand? Nursing homes, orphanages, they brought debauchery here. This is just facts. So more laws had to be created. We didn't have to have all these goddamn laws. You understand? They created more laws to control us. So we
That was the overall picture, bro.
We didn't have laws to stop immoral behaviors. We just took on immoral practices by dealing with immoral people.
Yeah, man.
I definitely, if we can we pull up slave, the etymology of the word slave, and then I don't know. We got so many directions we're gonna go in. I don't want to take up too much time. We open up the panels and people got some questions. We can get back to part 2 of this because there's so much, y'all, that we got to get into. And we're gonna tap it. Like I said, we're gonna touch on a few things. Like we had to get into the numbers because everybody deals with numbers. Everybody, right? But it's still it was a standardization of alphanumeric things that started here and spread around the world. So not only our language, but the numbers are being spread around the world. And so, hence, once we get back to the American dollar, right? If you get on this system. If you get on this American dollar system, how could your dollar be worth more dollars? See how that works? So what Trump is trying to do is trying to turn the clock back to the tariffs and the way America was doing business with the rest of the world. So I don't know if that's gonna be a good thing or not. We can debate that tonight as well. All right, so. Yeah, I mean, we don't went over this like a billion times, a zillion times. I don't understand why this is so hard. I really don't. Right there. Person who is chattel or property of another, right? And no matter what we say, if that was it, that would be us. Nobody, we only go with the narrative that has been presented to us through Roots, which is fake, which is plagiarized of fictional fake books by German Jewish people. Like every time the person holding the matches to the, you know what I'm saying, to the burning building, every time somebody holding the smoking gun, the bloody knife, every time it's the same people, literally, and the same group of people that have set this up, right? So we're talking about, can you click on Slav? I don't slave, Slav, right? Just Slav. The key word is Latin. You hear Slav real fast for everybody to see who the word Slav, slave are the same. It's a noun. Slave comes from the word Slav. Quote, one of the people who inhabited most of Eastern Europe, late 14th century. Esclaves, from medieval, keyword medieval Latin's esclave. It's kind of covered up right there. Hold on. See, now your business on the screen.
I'll read it for you, Chief. It says one of the people who inhabit most of Eastern Europe, late 14th century, Sclava, from medieval Latin sclavus. Again, they're saying Latin. Again, we're saying the word Latin, so you know we had something to do with something that they got a story going on about right here because they're using our language. From Byzantine Greek, Sklavos, century 580. From shortening of Proto-Slavic, Slavin, I knew, a Slav, which is probably related to Slavo, word speech, which suggests the name originally identified a member of a speech community. Compare Old Church Slavonic, Nemesi, Germans, related to Nemu, dumb, Greek, heterophonos, foreign, literally of different voice, and Old English, piode, which meant both race and language. So they put in this word slave to a certain people from a certain area that they made into an indentured slave or an indentured servant. It's the same. They just change up the words over time.
Yeah, I don't really separate indentured servants from slavery too much. I think that's a little game people like to play. But you notice how when you read the definition of slavery, it said medieval times, right? Because a slave is something that comes out of a class system. A slave is something that comes out of a class system, right? A caste system, they don't have slavery. They call it forbidden, right? You're untouchable, right? In a caste system, they call you untouchable. You're beneath the slave. I can't even touch you, right? But in the class system, the bottom is a slave, right? And then the next will be a what they call it right above a slave, a peasant, right? You'll be a peasant. Above a peasant, you can be like you can be a squire or something. You know, they got a system of that you can go up and down. You know what I'm saying? That's what slave come out of that kind of system.
No, you're absolutely right. That's when it becomes a class system. You got to separate the immigrant because they were coming here as immigrants, so they are our slaves at that point. We don't know you.
Yeah, really because in the class, the difference is a slave at some point. If you're a slave in the class system, at some point you can kind of work your way out of slavery, right? But in a caste system, once you are untouchable, I don't give a fuck how much money you get. You're always untouchable.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah.
See, a class system, you can work your way up and down a class system, right? We're doing it right now in America. You might deal with some racism or something, but you're still part of the class system. We watched the Jeffersons do it, right? But in a caste system, I don't give a fuck what you do. You can't work your way up a caste system. That is impossible. cannot work. The untouchables cannot work their way up to be Brahmins. It's impossible. The class system.
Yeah.
You got slavery in the class system because you can work your way. Matter of fact, in the class system, a slave can become a king. Shit. If you kill enough people and work your way to the top.
Are we talking about the United States? That's what the United States did for the foreigner.
I mean, basically, yeah. Basically.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better, but I heard you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. You got it. Go.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So no, you're absolutely right. So that's what the United States is actually set up for. It's set up for the foreigner. So when the foreigner became president of the company that was set up for him to get over here and to do his do his work here to make money to send back to his people or to gain freedom here to live the American dream. When they became the head of that, they were able to bring in more foreigners to keep themselves at the top of the vote. So these foreigners voting for them that they just brought here 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you know who they're gonna vote for. They're gonna vote for the person that brought them here. So that's how they're able to keep the foreigner vote within the foreign class system. So it's not just a class or a caste system, it's the ethnic system also. So it depends on which foreigners here the most now. Is there more coolies that have now gotten free, or are there more indentured servants that are now free that are running this United States? And right now, it still
that's
looks
cool
like
how you say that, because if you think about it, if you think about what just happened with all the different immigrants coming across the border the past 2 years, and in California, and in, I want to say, in some small municipal courts in New York, they were letting undocumented non-Americans vote. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. That's because they really needed that vote, because we had stopped voting as a group of people. So yeah. We were not dealing with you guys. We saw that y'all been taking our money. Nothing goes down. Everything that we try to do in life, we got to pay more money for it. We go to jail and have to pay more money to get out. It's just insane how the system works against us as a people, though. And that's what makes it hard for us to stick together like glue. Yeah, but we deciphering it down. We definitely deciphering it down right now. So, yeah, man, and to just go back to this whole United States, how the Slavs have taken over the United States. Again, that's a company. That happened, I would still say, around Woodrow Wilson time. That's where everything leads back to Woodrow Wilson being the first real United States president for the United States that were to bring in or shuffle in that new paradigm they were so looking forward to, which it worked out.
Are you right about Woodrow? Yeah, Woodrow was he was a corrupt motherfucker. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, one of the top eugenics at the time. Plus, he went to school for philosophy. Why did you go to school for philosophy? So yeah. Just you need to know how to write people out. That's why they all went to school for philosophy. You think that one of us could go to school for philosophy and actually make it out on top? We ain't into writing all these frivolous novels and fiction books. Oh man, we all about facts. Right.
So, hey, can you keep going down a little bit? Because it gets kind of interesting. Like, it goes to word, we keep saying German up in there. Like, you guys, there's a reason for that. Right? You know, phonic people. Slave is a noun. It's a person, right? Place or thing. It's a person. It's a people. Slavs or slaves. So any other thing that's happening within that, right? A slave would be enslaved, or would, right? It's just what it is. We don't put no extras on it. Like we're putting extras on something. This is it. Right here. Why we got to add ourselves to this?
And that's why we get lost in the story, because we've added ourselves to it.
Where your name at? Where Kunta at here? Where's Kunta? Right. Where y'all at right here in their story, in their American story? Where? I just want to know. Now, some of y'all want to be Europeans some type of way. Have at it.
Ain't no way.
But show me where we go, other than late 20th century stories. Y'all know how like y'all. Wait a minute. How? Wait. So you telling me they first movies and books and stuff they putting out wasn't about us being slaves? Come from Africa? We had to wait for that? Come on, bro. Make it make sense. It don't make sense. So make this make sense, right?
Yeah, all they movies, even Planet of the Apes, it didn't matter. Yeah, they was gonna put their symbolism and that we was inferior and they was on top, no matter what.
You still didn't see no slave movies though. Not us being
No,
slaves.
but you
had
did that Ku Klux Klan. You did that video.
Yeah, it was called what was that shit called? That Klan movie. It was called Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a
Nation. Yeah.
That wasn't a slave movie.
Nah, it wasn't. It was a propaganda.
Niggas, according to them, niggas was in position of power. They had to take it.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, because Birth of a Nation.
Reality.
Birth of a Nation is about how the white man came to save the white woman from the crazy black man during the Freeman years. That's how they created the Ku Klux Klan, and that they're showing the creation of a nation that they call the Ku Klux Klan. They just made the black niggas look like a bunch of sexual deviants that they was protecting them from.
Right, but the people who created this movie were the Eugenics Society, correct?
I mean, Eugenics took over. Well, that's what we're talking about. Darwin and Huxley, Thomas Huxley. Yeah, they take over in the 20s, 30s. Yeah, that's their time. They take over.
Right. Okay, so we talking this movie though, Birth of a Nation. They didn't have niggas coming off boats from Africa.
Nah. They were just trying to fight for their right.
Not the narrative. They was trying to take power.
Yeah. That movie wasn't set in that time. No, they wasn't doing all that. That's
set in like the after the time. It's right after Reconstruction.
Yeah, but that's after the Civil War. The Birth of a Nation is based in like the 1870s and stuff. 1870s, stuff like that.
This shows how they got into power.
Well, it shows how they reestablished power. Because it's after they lost the war.
Wilson's daddy came off the boat. How he become president? It had to be a clandestine. Woodrow Wilson's people got off the boat.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember I said earlier that birthplace citizenship in America originated from foreigners, right? That's why people don't be understanding when Trump be talking about birthplace citizenship is for foreigners. I'm gonna say it one more time. Birthplace citizenship is for foreigners. It is for people from France and Germany and Scotland and Ireland when they come to the colony so they can have dual citizenship. So they can always go back to their country. Eventually, these people took over this country and took everybody's citizenship.
Okay, so you got people who are not citizens in the States legally. They're here legally, right?
Yeah, they came here legally as colonists, but they were dual citizens to their own country. And they took over this bitch.
Real fast. So you got people here, right? That right now are here legally.
Yeah, like David Ramaswamy. Right.
And they get programs and things to put them in school and all these type of things, right?
Right.
I mean, this is what Martin Luther King was talking about, right? We talking about today, but the same things are still happening as far as the immigration policies and how they affect Americans. How it affects our economy, how it affects our businesses. Immigration did this, correct?
No, you're absolutely correct. You're right on line.
Trump's parents were immigrants as well. He's the president. I'm not saying we got Woodrow Wilson in it again, but some of the same things that Woodrow Wilson was doing is happening right now. I want to point that out. We stay on watch over here. We're not gonna, let our guard down no matter who's in there.
Chief, they're all immigrants. The only non-immigrant white people to this land would be English. None of these people are English. Everybody else to the English is an immigrant. All right, if you're a Scottish, you're an immigrant. If you're Irish, you're an immigrant. If you're French, to the English, they all immigrants. And they got to get dual citizenship. They got to get birthright citizenship. The English just lost this motherfucking land. That's all.
But
that's what birthright citizenship
right?
in this country started before there was a constitution. It started before the Revolutionary War, is what I'm saying. This was for foreigners. And to this day, it's for foreigners. This is why they got what's going on in this border is wild. Foreigners have always took over this, whether it's the Woodrow Wilson, whether it's the banking, it's always been the American corporation has always been a foreign corporation.
Well, yeah, the United States has always been set up to deal with the immigrants that we brought in at first. It was set up just for that reason. We're going to bring them to these certain spots, and this is part of the United States, just these certain spots. Not the entire state.
So, assuming, right, and we talk about this a lot, like just people who they root for instinctively in the Olympics or like say in a sporting event, right? So you'll have these foreign players, right? The reason why the NBA kind of goes towards the Luka Doncic and all that, not that they're not good players, right? But catering the game to an international thing, because obviously they want it to be international, but like the Beatles, and I look at Luka and him like that, like the Beatles, and like the Beatles wasn't that good. Like shout out to Little Richard, he was talking about how he made them and all this other shit, right? All this other shit. But I digress from that. But the point I'm trying to make is, right, that we look at it as business. It's not business. Like the Caden Clark situation or whatever, even as the whole Christopher Columbus narrative, right? To push a certain narrative that it's a European narrative that they have made an American narrative. I say that's un-American. So we don't have a concept of kings and queens and all the stuff that the whole colonization concept and all that stuff, and we were slaves, all that stuff was written into history. It's fake, right? And so not that we have to put out fake information, we just have to put out the right and exact one. Because the actual numeric, like science and math proves the facts, proves the truth, not the narrative. And they're pushing narratives and color schemes and stuff like that. Washington Irving, who's this guy? Supposed to be
Washington Irving. This is the guy right here that actually wrote the Christopher Columbus story. So, and at the same time, they rewrote the story and put some part 2 and 3 to it. This is leading up until, again, they didn't get free until 1865, so they even backdated this guy. So let me just read to you. I'm going to just read this because this guy is very interesting. Now, you see how many names he's going to go by. You ever heard of Knickerbocker?
Yep, the New York Knicks. Yep.
Exactly. So this is some eugenics shit they wrote back in time. So they don't even go too far back with sending stuff back in time. They can go like 10 years back. They can go 20 years back. So we know that there were no white authors at that time just putting out fictional books and getting them published and sending them out all over the world. So that's how you know this was not going on at that time in America when we were still the main rulers.
But see, I'm be honest with you. I tell Chief this all the time. I don't look at Christopher Columbus as having anything to do with America. That is a Caribbean story. That man ain't got nothing to do with America. That man, that is a
I mean, but they didn't make it up in their story over there or anywhere else. They made it up here for the immigrants coming here, not immigrants coming there. See what I'm saying? And they put it as an act of Congress. Like this guy's just completely made up. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're absolutely right, Chief. They make it up for those immigrants coming here, the newer ones, so they can have a certain perspective. It's like they're hypnotizing them before they get here. When you see these black people right there, they're going to be the Moors. You see those Spanish-looking people, these are Spanish, and then they speak this language. Those are those guys.
So listen, he wrote the legend, Rip Van Winkle, the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, right? And then he included biographies of Oliver Goldsmith, Muhammad, and George Washington.
All fake characters, bro. That's how. That's why I was gonna let us get to it. We was just trying to walk it down a little.
Got it. You got it.
So again, like you just read, Chief, Muhammad. You think this guy's real? You think that Arab religion was written back then? Nah, bro. So this is the author that authored the stories of Muhammad first, and it got passed on in our schooling, and even to the Muslims over there. They weren't dealing with no Muhammad prior to this guy putting this book out. I'm gonna be honest with you. So they'll fight you tooth and nail to make sure that they can backdate Muhammad, but he ain't old. He this many years old. Christopher Columbus ain't old. They made this story up. He this many years old. In the 1880s, they redid all of these books. Now, they could have been written by somebody dark skinned during the 1840s, but none of these characters were invented before these books came out. Muhammad didn't exist. George Washington as a person of white skin didn't exist. Alhambra, talking about the Moors and Granada and the Great War, that shit didn't exist. He went over there for a little time and started writing little stories. I don't even think he went over there, because as you will see throughout this story that he has a few different names, and he uses each one to gain popularity in the book writing scene. So if you put a book together, whether it be fiction or fact, which you'll see that all his books are fiction, he makes up all the stories that we now use in our schools. So they use this in the eugenics. They made his writing part of eugenics, and they made this guy up in the 1880s and above.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yes.
Pertaining to George Washington, I know, but I'm just asking, like, just critical thinking questions, right? Who did he run against, and who did he run against? Like,
for president?
When he ran for president, was he voted in? Did people? You said what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was voted in. I forgot who he ran against.
I'm about to pull it up right now.
I forgot. Yeah, because they was fresh off the war. He was retired, right? He was a retired businessman, because they set it up because you're supposed to be retired to run. That's why President Trump, like, they wanted him. He's supposed to be like a retired businessman already done with your shit to become the president. So that's what they wanted him to, because I think the person he was running against was still kind of active. And they say, no, we want somebody that's already made their money, already done, because they're not going to hustle us. We put a broke nigga in charge, you're going to hustle us for sure.
But you got a Congress though.
Yeah, see, there was a Congress before all this happened. This is how you started the war, brother. Congress was there doing. This is during the Continental time, brother. This is before America. America is after the war. The Constitution comes 10 years after that. So before that, they put a Congress in place, right? So they can put generals in place. That's how you put People Jones in place and got your first Navy, right? These are people they're setting up to rebel. These are insurrectionists, right? They're old school, what we'll call today, insurrectionists, going against their king at that time. You know what I mean? So it doesn't happen overnight. You know, this started off in the 1770s, and the war didn't start. You know, it's 31 colonies, and 13. I tell people this all the time. People call me crazy. They argue with me. It was 31 colonies, not 13. 13 of the colonies rebelled. They insurrected against the king, right? And so they put a Congress together with those 13 colonies. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get your Congress from originally. And they're giving orders to the generals, and they're rising people up their ranks. That's why earlier you said, well, who decides who's the general, who's the captain, who's the Congress? They're just rising people up. Van Jones was just a crook who just ran over from, but if you have selling experience, then yeah, you can rise up the shit real quick. If you have fighting experience, yeah, you can rise it, because this is the beginning. This was like a bunch of militia people. This wasn't a real army like that. You know, if it wasn't for the Indians coming to help them, they would have fucking lost.
Right.
And, let's be honest, England was not fighting America during the Revolutionary
Indians
War.
coming to help.
Hold on. Let me finish this last point.
We're the Americans.
Let me finish this last point. England was not fighting America during the Revolutionary War. America was fighting England. England was over there fighting France and Spain and shit. Right? They was over there in a big war.
They were having internal fights, and we was having internal fights.
Yeah. America has nothing. The rest of America has nothing to do with that. They don't even go. That's some French and got some Spanish shit, and they didn't even have the mans on the ground. They were just claiming that shit on paper. But it's actually Indian territory still. You got to get to Lewis and Clark time in the 1800s before they start actually going over there. You talking about 1849 when they find California. Real modern shit. You know what I mean? This all just happened.
Yo, I'm still looking for George Washington's opponent. Why is this so hard to find?
I forgot who they said that motherfucker was running against. I think another motherfucking. This is a couple of generals. I think
they love making shit up. You know what I'm saying?
But it didn't matter. It was all a bunch of religious folks, a bunch of Christians just making up laws and making up goddamn shit. They were just insurrectionists, making it up as they go. Matter of fact, I tell people all the time this too. We ain't got to always look at America early history. You can look at Australia. Why they ain't got no goddamn African slaves in Australia? Because once the Americans cut off the king starts sending his colonies, his slaves, his indentured servants to Australia. Right? They just colonized Australia. And to this day, we call them Aussies. Where's the African American population? Because they didn't have it. You know what I'm saying? The African Americans was motherfuckers that was already here. You know what I'm saying? That they just misclassified them. I believe personally that most of these slaves come during the 1820s, 30s, and 40s when they taken all of America, when they call it American expansion. You know what I mean? That's what I believe. I believe prior to the American expansion in the 1820s, all these slaves are white people. That's just what I believe.
It's going to
be hard for somebody to change my mind that there wasn't white slaves here originally.
Hey, absolutely. Did I see that garden stuff yesterday?
Which one was it?
Castle Garden, before immigration, slave port before Ellis Island.
But I don't think George Washington had
Castle Garden. I'm about to type it in. You probably.
I texted to you. I just got you.
All right, I'm about to look at it right now.
Castle Garden. Yeah, this Castle Garden, y'all, was the spot. Because, I always ask the question, okay, well, it's Ellis Island is this time, when we say late 1800s, and, right, then we got to just walk it back. When did that get built? Because, sometimes they, want to make you think that it's a certain time period, right? Okay, well, I just ask questions well, when did they build it, right? Then it start there. Right, then that's still modern time period, right? What was before that? Well, Castle Garden was before that. So we're gonna pull up Castle Garden and see what they talking about it on Castle Garden, y'all, real fast. We got Grateful in the building.
I mean, to me, it seems like not only from early continental America, but throughout all of America, they just flooding America with different ways of European immigrants. This is, how they made their corporation. From not only from that's why a birth certificate, not a birth certificate, but a birthright is really for foreigners, because they was doing this before they was even in the country, all the way to the goddamn Edison, whatever.
There you go.
I'm not here to interrupt. I just came up closely because I couldn't really hear, or furthermore, just read it for myself because I'm on my phone. So I only came up to like see what y'all was, the talking points were, and I wanted to say all wellness to everyone. Growth within yourself, within any trauma that you have to heal from, and that's the first form of getting to your self information is to heal from all trauma in any aspect that it was given to you, and try to figure out what you for yourself, and don't look outwardly when it comes to help. I know they say you have to have it, but if you can't see it for yourself, you will never heal. And this is how come when I'm gonna land quick, fellas. This is how come that it is you have to go speak to someone else. No, you're only speaking to yourself, and you're only giving your own thoughts. And if you're saying to someone outside you can give you an answer to any question for yourself, you're wrong. Okay. Because therefore, my bad.
Grateful. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In your opinion, do thoughts originate outside the mind or from within the mind?
Within.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Now, with that being said, right? Thoughts are actually you're not thinking blankly, right? Right? You're thinking with words in a language.
Okay, well, hold on. Before you go, Chief, let me ask you one more question. Okay, you say in the mind. Not grateful.
Yeah, because he was asking me that. I would say externally, because somebody's externally.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you cook. Hold on, because I'm gonna make sure I hear it right. I'm gonna mute up. Okay, now you said inside. Are you saying, do you have any control of the thoughts that come inside your mind, or is that just random? You have no control of the thoughts that come inside your mind.
Yes, you do have control of what is presented to you. You vision something. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, how come I'm able to vision it? And this is what your true study should be. When y'all go into the books or the knowledge of what it is, you have to ask yourself, well, how is this gift that I'm knowing of? This is a true book. And dig this shit the fuck up. How am I knowing of that I have a thought?
See this right here?
Okay, go ahead. Y'all want to cook? Then cook, goddammit. I'm here. And I'm back.
No, I want Chief to answer the same question after you. No, I want Chief to answer where did he believe thoughts come from, inside the mind or outside the mind? Right? Do you have any control of those thoughts that's coming to you?
Well, like I said, I could put something in everybody's mind right now. Here, right? Somebody put these.
Stop, brother. Let me start it. Make sure you understand it correctly. I'm not talking about a voice. I'm saying a thought.
It's not about a voice either.
A thought. If you're sitting there by yourself, a thought. Them thoughts come from outside of your mind, outside of your body, or from inside of your body. And do you have any control of those thoughts that's entering your brain? Go ahead.
I say no. Absolutely not. It's all called programming.
So hold on. I would ask you a question then. Hold on. So you would say right now that okay, so listen. Let's bring this shit wholly back. Hold on. Because I'm about to get somewhere. I'm about to walk y'all down. Wait a minute. I'm about to get y'all somewhere for real. So, okay, thought would be my mom am I dead? You know what I'm talking about? So I want y'all to subtract. I'll hold up, because you ain't about to play with this goddamn energy. Y'all motherfuckers are not to play with this shit. Hey, fuck nows. My thoughts would be my mama, my daddy, right? Because those are ones that I came through the tunnels through. And you know, they didn't transfer this shit, the heavy days, these ways, but that's another day for a different, category. But yes, my mommy and my daddy. So my mommy and my goddamn daddy gave me the thought and the placement of what I am, right? So I walk it like I talk it, because I was talking and speaking of my daddy and my mama language. You know what I'm talking about?
Hold on, Grateful. Listen, we about to get back to some information real fast, right? But I'm kicking knees in. Listen, I'm kicking knees. No, see, this is what y'all understand. Y'all motherfuckers be walking around here doing other shit. I'm gonna kick your whole knee the fuck in, and nigga, you are never walking in. Ever speaking.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
What the fuck?
I'm kind of understand Chief Holiday thoughts a little bit. Because Chief, now, you told me that a lot of this information that we got is thoughts that come out your mind, right? Right? Now, these thoughts that come in your mind, are these thoughts that's coming from an outside source, a God or something? Or are these thoughts that you're manifesting? That's what I'm trying to ask you, Chief Holiday. Chief, you know this me. You know this just me, dog. I don't mean no harm. It's just me.
I mean, I say this all the time, man, and y'all don't believe me. I say that I'm tapped in. You know what I'm saying, to my bloodline. I'm tapped into the ancestors. Most of the time, or throughout my years of doing this, I usually just I found myself just having to find people to validate what I know already. If that makes sense? I don't know why I know this shit, y'all.
Go ahead, we listening.
I just know it. I don't know why I read it different. It comes to me different. I hear it different. I always have since I was a little boy. I've never went with what they said. I always had to ask questions, raise my hand. I was always difficult because I never believed nothing that these people said ever. So
you're giving the credit to your ancestors. You're saying your ancestors is communicating with you. That's what you're saying.
I'm channeling. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
Not
okay. Go ahead.
I don't. That's why I'm uncomfortable with accolades or pat on the back, because I don't feel like it's not me. It's easy. Like I don't even know what I'm saying. Like sometimes, if that makes sense. I don't know why I know. You know what I mean? I don't know why I know. Like I've read everything. That's not gonna say I haven't put in the work. I do put in work. You know what I'm saying? Like this ain't manifesting itself on the screen. Follow me? The reading has to happen, but I've read this already. It ain't like and I know it already. Yeah, that makes sense to you? So being able to analyze it, break down what they're talking about, you know what I'm saying, it's really interesting. You know what I'm saying? For me. Like, and that's just it. That's the best way I can say it, man. I put in the work, bro. Like I put in I've applied enough pressure. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm in a position to where I'm in the zone. That makes sense. I just noticed.
Yeah, it was well said. It made perfect sense.
Hey, if for the metaphysical heads out there, you know what I mean? I can tell you some other shit. You're gonna take you 30 years to get it. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, man, I'm tapped in, bro. That's all I can say. I'm just tapped in, and
welcome to the Chief Holiday sector. I think this is the first time you guys got to get to hear Chief Holiday talk about the Pan-American voodoo technique he used. So let's go.
I'm talking about strong magic, man. I've been saying that. Hey, it's all vibrations, man. That's it. It's all vibrations, bro. That's it. That's all I can say. Like, I don't know why people don't understand that. Like, it's all vibration. This is all energy. Like, it's a will. Like, this, I don't believe in losing. This is what it is. Like, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that our ancestors were losers. And I went on a quest to prove it. Feel me? And I'm proving it. Like, every day. Like, every day, all day. Yeah. I prove it. So if that, I don't know. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not me. And I don't want it to be me. It's us. It's y'all. It's us. That makes sense? So
you cooking, brother.
When people be saying that, what y'all be saying though, bro, like some of the people that push back on that, y'all don't really know me. I'm really different. I'm really humble. I'm really about this life. You know what I'm saying? And I always say a chief is a servant. It's not a king, a leader, and all the bullshit that they put in people's heads that come from a European paradigm. It's a burden. It's a burden of love. So, yeah, man, I wish I could do more. Real talk. That's just me though. I don't know what y'all talking about. That shit for the birds, leaders, and all that shit. Being up under somebody, yeah, that would have never worked for me. My bad. So I know if I feel like this, I come from people that feel like this, and that's what they're saying to me. They want to never bow down to no dusty nobody. I don't even want to put nobody in there. We ain't bowed down now. And according to them, in the 1800s, we was not bowing down then. They had to trick us, have us fight against each other still to this day. All I'm telling niggas is stop fighting against each other. Feel me? So we say some stuff sometimes that, you know, keeps us marginalized, you know what I mean? That's ain't for everybody.
Right.
I think sometimes y'all don't share it with because y'all be wanting to protect y'all people from this burden. You know what I'm talking about? Think about it. Real shit.
I like the way you're describing. I like the way you're describing Chief. I haven't heard too many people. I've heard you describe it that way before as a servant, but I want you to get into that just a little bit more, brother. What is a chief?
Well, once again, it's not a male or a female. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when people say red shirt, shirts, they call them shirts, or red shirts. So it's terminology to people that look out for the family, for everybody's family. Look out for the tribe. So that could be the elders in the community. You know what I'm saying? So people were making decisions in a circular manner, man. Once again, wasn't no men made the decisions, women just went and knitted some shit. You know, once again, those are other people bringing and mixing their culture into our culture. Follow me? We didn't have these things going on, so we have been maneuvering in peace, so much so that we can build all the things that we built for not only our people, you know what I'm saying, but the rest of the world civilization, not only the modern technology civilization. We definitely got to get into 103 amazing things, or the 15,000 year. I think we're going to get into the encyclopedia throughout the what's called the AP. You know what I'm saying? A1, man. Shout out to Jag coming up with the encyclopedia, man. You know what I'm saying? And like the 15,000 years of inventions that we invented here. Once again, we're not going to even talk about the Native American conversation. No disrespect to nobody, right? But we need some respect. So in order by us telling the truth, that's disrespect to everybody. Shame on y'all. You know what I'm saying? Whoever you are, it doesn't matter. By us telling the truth about who we are, what we got going on, shouldn't offend anybody. Anything, you know. And I found throughout my, experience and travels, people, if you know who you are, people respect you. Period. People respect people who know who they are. You remember that? Did you see that interview I did with the dude from Mali, the Thai Data shop? Not Thai Data. Dude from Mali, I can't remember his name. He had a red shirt on. I remember that. Had a box cut. You know what I'm saying? Nikes on. Probably dressed like us or whatever. But Ty was telling me about him. He was saying that we were broke and lost people. So he had told me about a week or two before I had a chance to talk to him. He was like, man, I can't wait till you talk to this fool. Put him in his place. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man. And by the end of that conversation, that dude went from we broke and lost to a fan, and you know what I'm saying? But I had told him something about Mali, that his people came from Portugal. You know what this fool said? Chief Holiday, how do you know this? How do you know this stuff? Huh? I know this.
That accent was fucking wild.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, my African accent has a little German in it.
You wild right now. You wild.
I'm sorry. The
Let
German
the man cook.
African languages over there. My bad. Oops. We proved that too. Like we did this live. Like, hey, I'll be saving shit sometimes, y'all. I promise y'all. Sometimes I'll be saving like uppercuts and daggers, and you know what I'm saying. So when they pop on the panel or something, I just pop it out on their ass or whatever. Like Mendenhall, German man created Mende for you fools. So stop saying it Mende, and it comes over to the Olmecs, and then they try to justify why the Olmecs have anything in common with the Mende when they took the Latin from over here. So anything over here is Latin based first, comes from here. It's just Latin America. No matter if they created Latin, the term Latin, not the script. They changed the Latin, changed the script, and called it Latin. Okay? So it's not hard. It's not rocket science. Don't be like, oh, Chief, it's Nuwaddle. Really? Don't tell me that. Like, it's Latin. All this is Latin. Don't tell me all these Latin. So, and they didn't create it in Spain and bring it here. No. They try to tell us about the Etruscans and all that stuff. You guys gotta catch the play, man. Like, so if you don't know these things, you should do the research before you start arguing all the time about shit y'all don't know. What you got going on up here, man? What we looking at?
Shoot, this right here is just a little storyline about this archaeologist who created Greece and also the city of Troy. So pretty much the picture doesn't do it any justice. He could have been anybody, but he was going around creating fictitious cities based on Greek work that didn't even really exist during that time. So these guys were making up characters as they went. And there's a backstory to how they were making up Homer. So I'm gonna read this little passage about Johann Ludwig Heinrich Julius Schliemann. German, Chief, you like that, don't you? He's German. So this German guy right here was a German businessman and an influential amateur archaeologist. He was an advocate for the historicity of places mentioned in the works of Homer. So this guy was out there looking for places that was mentioned in Homer works. Now, mind you, Homer is supposed to be some Greek dude, and he was blind, but he was a writer, writing in Greek. So that's the story behind Homer. He's a blind philanthropist who's a philosopher at the same time who can write, but he's blind. True story. Can't make it up. So this guy, this archaeologist, is looking for cities that Homer talked about, and an archaeological excavator of Hasarlik. Now, Hasarlik is supposed to be the city of Troy, I think. Yeah. So this is him assisting with faking the city of Troy with the Trojan horse. So they put this play together after the 1890s. As you can see, this guy died in 1890, but the play went out after 1890. So it goes on to say, now presumed to be the site of Troy, along with the Mycenaean sites. So he plagiarized the Troy site, the Mycenaean sites, and Mycenae, and Tyrann's site. He wasn't even a real archaeologist. I got the backstory in these slides right here of how he and his so-called wife were scamming people, taking emblems and artifacts from America and taking them overseas and building these crazy ass sites with people that he would get to work for him during those time frames. But the city of Troy, him and one other guy put together the city of Troy over a span of 7 years. So And that was on some guy's land. So these are just this is that backstory of what I just said. The slides, how he became an indigenous servant here in America, in Venezuela. He ended up getting free. So this is an indigenous servitude story. It's a narrative. So, but this is the guy that they chose to say actually found the city of Troy, also city of Greece, and he goes on to inspire the city of Rome to be built. So I'm just giving a timeline at 29 what he was doing. So I'm just gonna read this slide right here. This is the same guy that's again supposedly built classical Greece. Not supposedly. He had a team to do so. And again, this is Heinrich Schleizman. So this is him at 68.
So what year is this? What year is he born?
He's born now. Some of the indigenous servitudes in the northern state got free a little bit sooner. So he was born in, let me blow this up so I can see it.
I think it's at 1822.
1822. So
he was born in 1822.
Right.
He died when?
1890.
So
right after the beginning.
Right. So he was born in overseas, correct? Born overseas in so-called Germany it wasn't even Germany at that time. Again, that's Prussia. Anytime before 1871, it's called Prussia. But not even Prussia, because remember their script was changed, correct? In 1880.
Yep, not even Prussia, so we really can't say what the name of it was.
Well, this nigga changed his name, though. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, he definitely did. Oh, yeah. No, he had to, because
this is a practice. They changed their names. This is the thing that they say they did. They changed their names. Even from Trump.
No, they had to. He came here as an indentured servant as a kid. So he definitely changed his name. Yeah. No, he came here to America as an indentured servant. He became a crook over time as he became an adult. So that's his storyline. So that's what I was going through in these slides. I really ain't gonna read all the slides because he has a very detailed story where he starts. So again, at 14, he went to Venezuela as an indentured servant.
The Iliad is
that's Greece.
Is a fictional story, by the way. Goes along. See, this is the problem I have. They know Greek mythology is mythology. So, but when they still use it historical, they still use it as historical events, bro. It's not real. They made it real.
People at that time, Homer, they said that this was raps. This was just musical poems and stories. They never quite claimed it was reality.
I'm saying that Homer is fake.
Well, Homer
non-existent. He never existed.
Hold on. None of these niggas exist.
Homer was a black man that performed the Iliad. He's the black man that performed the Iliad. The rest of them are white, but Homer's actually the only black. He's older than all of them. The other ones are the white ones. Homer's the OG. Right, he's the only black one. All the other ones are pseudo.
Can we get Homer's real name?
They trying to mimic Homer with all these other white Greeks. But Homer's an Afro-Greek. He's a black dude. And he performs the Iliad for 2 days. It's a song and a play he does for 2 days. It's called a rap. He's rapping. It's a way of singing, like we call rap now. And he does this, telling this story about these tales and this series and stuff for 2 days and singing and like a musical. That's what that shit is. You know what I mean?
Right, but it's all a musical though. It's all fake, but they're writing it back in time as if it happened as historical times, like Troy happened and Iliad happened. This is all Greek mythology. The mythology of them. If that's a mythology, right? Okay. if that's mythology, then the fact
mythology is the
that
mythology
created,
made up
yeah,
by
that they
mythologists.
created.
You say the mythology, the mythology,
that our
the
jurisprudence
mythology.
here. How about this right here? That our jurisprudence in America, right, comes from the Greek and the Roman situation, right? They're Latin, right? That our Latin comes from. This is what they're trying to tell us, right? This is what they say. This is what the PhD linguists and these people try to push in American school systems here in America, right? They're doing this right now. I swear to God, I go back and forth with them all the time. They're not going to come on here the bullshit because they know better than that. We're gonna try to get a couple of them to come on with some PhD linguists, you know, that obviously after looking at the data said, okay, yeah, we understand that that was created and pushed back there. They have to say that. You can't go away from the empirical data. It's mathematically impossible to have something like if people say that J didn't exist, right? For Jesus, right? Then it couldn't exist for King James.
Yeah, they're trying to say that King James' name would have been Hans.
These guys are very diabolical with what they're doing. So, but yeah, so what this guy do right here. Another amateur archaeologist. So they're literally telling you it's a myth of the Trojan War. It's crazy. They literally telling y'all it's a myth, but they make movies about it, they write it, and even if they say, oh, this is a mythology, they still push the narrative socially, politically, economically, as if this thing has really happened. When they just take the stories that come from America, from places in America. Diabolical.
And they're coming up with these fake stories to go find a fake city that never existed because it's a fake story. That's just like those guys saying, let me go find Atlantis. But Atlantis never existed where they said it was. If it even did exist, it's still a fictional story. So it can't exist. So what you're going to find is what you're about to create once you get there to say, hey, I found Atlantis. Or hey, I found Troy. Because this is what they said it would be in the book. So it ain't.
Take you away from where really Atlantis and Troy is really at. We're standing in Troy, Alabama, motherfucking Atlantis, Georgia. You hear me? Like they playing, bro.
Yeah, because again, the word Atlanta is not a word from any other cultures.
Show me any other.
The city of Atlanta would be here.
Why don't they show us some inventions that came from Atlantis? See what I'm saying? I can only go with what I know. I can't go with what I don't know. They say, oh, it's aliens help our ancestors build these pyramids. Really? Aliens. According to our ancestors, they did it. And it was a systematic thing. And science breaks that down of the generations that it took to complete one stage of it, and then the generations that came after that to complete the other stages of it. Like renovations. That's only in America. That's not in... I heard somebody say there's mounds in all pyramids. There ain't no mounds and pyramids in Egypt. That's cap. They going inside of them, walking around like new construction, bro. Like, come on, fam. Like, it's just it's too much. It's too much, misinformation too, man, out here. And, people. I think if you confused, it's because you're not, doing your due diligence to fact check motherfuckers. Just because somebody can pull up something on the goddamn screen, just because we can pull this up on the screen, fact check everything we saying, my boy. Like, the fuck is y'all talking about? Like, we going through this, real slow, but bro, you it's so much information. You know what I'm saying? That backs up all the misinformation and all the stuff that they're pushing. That's made us our reality so much that it's in our laws, it's in our schools, been taught to our children, been taught to us for decades, bro. Nah, we getting this shit up out of there. Real talk. Tell the truth. How about that? I'd rather have the truth than the transatlantic slave lie.
Right.
Terrible.
So this guy was going to California, this Shillman and this other guy, Calvert. They was working as a team to come up with some of these objects. So it says here in his excavations at Troy, Shillman found many swastikas adorned on pottery. Really? So all of a sudden you found swastikas when you're out there digging for something that wasn't even there, out of a fictitious book that you didn't even read because you're a fictitious character being made up by people in the 1880s and beyond. Again, this is romance literature. And again, we're moving the time up to like late 1800s with all of these different schools of thoughts they went to the 1800s. So I'm just gonna go down here. So it's saying here that all the stuff dealing with Aryan nationalism, all of this swastika, he got this stuff from America and he was taking it overseas. Of course, in these slides, that's what I'm explaining. It shows his lineage, where he was born at and everything, this Shillman guy. So this is what they were out there doing. Like, this is the Trojan horse supposedly sent to sent over there during the Trojan War. But again, this horse is fake. So a lot of people go to this specific spot to see this damn horse. They get a lot of tourism, so they get a lot of money just off tourism. And there's ain't nothing else around this spot but this damn horse.
Wait. So they trying to say that's the exact horse, brother?
Man, I'm not even joking with you, bro. I mean, this shit is hilarious.
Yeah, definitely been debunked. I mean, it's a fake story, so it's a mythological story. So why would you have, why would you expect to have, how about this? If they, how about this, y'all? If they actually made that to look like a horse as a gift to them, right? You see those windows and shit in it? That would make me believe.
Nigga,
just me looking at that somebody wants to look out the horse, right? That you got those windows there to look out the horse. So it's technically, I would be like, hey, they got windows to look out the horse. How about this? Let's just set it on fire, you know what I'm saying? And thank them for, if they in there, you're on fire, we're going to kill you if you jump out, right? And then the war is on. But we're not going to allow with windows in it to come into our place. So I don't even, see, it's like I have to explain why Harry Potter had a wand, right? And I have a weapon or something. Like or who his mom and daddy is. And I got to explain J.K. Rowling to, no, I'm not doing none of that. This is fake. But they make it historical. They make it a source of their empirical narrative that needs to be spread. Like, this has been going on for centuries, thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? No, man, this is a movie. It never happened. Definitely not in the way it's saying it happened. So yeah, it's just really interesting, man. That horse is wild business.
It's wild work, bro. I'm telling you, man. This is how they do it, bro.
That's crazy. Hey, so what are we looking at right here? This looks like let me. Oh, this supposed to be Troy, or are they showing America? Because that don't look like that other ruin that you just showed there after the war.
Okay, that's supposed to be the city. Okay, this is supposed to be the city of Troy that they actually built themselves. It took them 7 years to build this, those two, but they made a lot of money off of it when people thought it was the real city of Troy, because they were able to make the book look real when they find things that supposedly, because it was a romantic season where they were doing all these stage plays. A lot of that was going on. Shakespeare time was in the 1800s. That's how they were coming up with all these books and things like that during the 1800s that sprouted into it becoming our history, So we're reading a bunch of myths that became our history. Basically, now we're debunking it. So in order for Greece to exist, you got to find some place that they said existed where Greece would have been. Greece never existed. Ancient Rome never existed. So they had to go build these spots to make their fictitious stories look real. And that's why you see our language being taken everywhere. The Latin alphabet being taken over there and switched up all these different ways to make the history match up, to make us think that we're foreigners. There's a big, big play involved, and if we wake up, it's going to be hell to pay. All right, so I'm just going to go through just the city of Troy and stuff, how he rebuilt the city over time here, and also the Parthenon, how he had something to do with that being built too, but it became like a tourist attraction because Italy wouldn't get that many people there if they didn't say that it was the city of Rome was here, the Pope was there. But I even got facts on Mussolini building all that right in 1920s or 30s. Mussolini built that whole Roman setup around the fair. What is it called? Which one of the fairs that was supposed to come out there to Italy to help? Yeah, World Fairs. So I got some on that as well too.
So it's also documented that the Rockefellers, amongst other people, have funded, correct?
Yes, they funded all of these buildings getting built, getting the workers out there in these certain areas to build it up.
Along with the libraries that you showed us a few days ago, we was going over that the other day. Like I said, we was cooking on that show. It was in the Ganker Zone. But you talked about the Rockefellers and them fund. All this is happening. These are the people that all these people are working within the eugenic paradigm. All the people, the Heinrich Schumann guy, all of them, they're working together to take power. Did they succeed at this? Absolutely. What's the best propaganda?
This
after you
segment is
language
also
change the script and stuff, is take over the media. Like it's just the perfect setup, man. Like to where you can control everything. You controlling the words, you controlling the numbers, you controlling the banks, you controlling the visuals, you controlling every damn institution that's in America for sure. If somebody's saying it's not, please put it in the chat room. Because I've been asking this question for a long time. What institution in America that is not a part of this?
They're all part of it. If you're under the United States umbrella and you're doing business under the United States, you are definitely part of it. Unbeknownst to you, or if you know, it really don't matter because you don't have the power to take them down. We're the only ones that can take down the United States because it's our company. It's on our land. And we don't want to take them down. We want the company to keep running because, you know what? We want the terrorists off of it, like we were doing that first. All right, so I'm going to go on through what the Parthenon right here. This is the guy building this shit, and you see the cranes and stuff when they see. So what happens is they still have to go back in there and reconstruct some shit every now and then to keep it looking halfway built. So if they could go in there and finish it if they want to, but they wanted to leave it halfway built. Again, as you can see the cranes in here that they always got over here. The cranes are always in this damn building. And you can see them putting rocks up there and stuff like that. You can say that they're just replenishing it, but it's already halfway gone. But you see the tourists are out here all the time. This is a money grab, bro. And nobody was going to this city. And what that Parthenon sits on is an actual mine. It's sitting on a mine, so they try to cover up the mine, so they put the Parthenon on top.
Yeah, I've actually seen that without any of that right there. Feel me? So Once again,
Wow.
these people, yeah, they once, bro, we've documented them building stuff before, during, and after. So whatever they talk about, please stop it. It's too crazy. Yeah, I mean, they wanted it to be old, but when you look at some of the statues and stuff, you know, after the Renaissance and stuff, you know, they brought these mythological people, you know, back in the images and forms that would suit them, what they were looking for. And this is like the 20th century. Shit. According to them, not according to me.
Yeah, no, this is definitely like 26.
According to what they said, I really don't give a damn what the fuck they
And you
talking
can see
about.
they were,
I don't care.
and you can see at the bottom here where they had the mine at. This is actually a mine site, a mining site from back then. So what they were doing was just putting something on top of the mining site to make it look like it's old ruins, but they eventually cover up this bottom half here. So this is before they finished. Now they finished constructed the top up here right now. So they're finishing this bottom part right now. They're trying to build up their so-called storybooks, storybook fantasy lands where people can come find them later. And then you later become a tourist if you're dumb enough to not know. So again, these are mining caves down here.
Look like a great place to shoot a movie. Oh, I'm sorry. They did shoot movies. My bad. Oh,
yes.
Were they backed up and funded by the government? Yes. Cecil D. DeMille and all these people was. Yes, all of them in cahoots, y'all. I promise y'all. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Like, I think at this point, it's the Freedom of Information Act. Some of these things should be coming out. They should be able to declassify a lot of the things that happen. Correct? At this point, right. I think we should ask for it. At least we should be asking for, you know, the real shit. Okay, because if y'all gonna the critical race theory and all that stuff didn't happen, right? Well, what actually happened then? Sarah Huckabee.
Now this is
is
Parthenon in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
Crazy.
Well.
So this is how they say the Parthenon would have looked if it was actually finished over there in Greece. This is how it's supposed to look like this one looks in Nashville.
So ours supposed to be new,
so
right?
Yeah, they say that ours is new, but it was built in the 1800s, supposedly built in the 1800s.
I mean, that's why I was going to just say that, right? Like, late 1800s for them, but our 1800s, our 1800s don't count, right?
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Like, our stuff
that's why
don't
I put
count,
that
right?
Up there.
Our stuff don't count. Our stuff, even if it's built before yours, our shit don't count, correct? Even if our shit built better than yours, it's still standing. Our shit don't count. I just want to know what the rules of engagement is when it comes to analyzing data. Like I said, when you get to analyzing more and more and more, you start seeing the one came before the other, right? And according to them, theirs came before ours, right? But the science doesn't back that up. The math ain't mathing, so to speak. See how that works? They math ain't mathing. We got older and more here in North America. And like I kind of specifically stay in North America because our brains can't think that Canada is North America and Mexico is North America. You feel me? We can't process that sometimes. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's cool. No biggie. What's the date right there? I can't see it.
Now this picture right here is showing. This picture is showing 1785 of the Tennessee Parthenon.
Wait a minute. So right now, we're already almost 100 years prior to theirs, correct?
Now, but look up here, it says 1897.
Right here. No, that say 1785. The other one say 1892. That's 100.
Now you see that? You see the trickery they playing? Which one?
Huh?
So they try to play little tricks.
Wait a minute, but that wasn't built in 1785 though. Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly.
So if that's on a calendar for 1785, so is that safe to say it wasn't built in 1785, correct?
Right. So yeah, that was my thing when I saw this picture right here dealing with the Nashville. This is dealing with Nashville again.
Hold on.
What is this?
So, okay. So we're gonna start putting some inventories. Now let me ask you a question. Who y'all think built that? I've been just asking for my cousins again. Once again, shout out to my brother AP, going to Tennessee thing. But they didn't have the skill set to build this building right here in Tennessee. Who were the skilled laborers at the time? Skilled craftsmen at the time? Skilled masons at the time? I'm just asking absolute for my cousins. Who built this building right here, sir?
It would have definitely been an Aboriginal setup and a finish.
Wrong.
Most definitely Aboriginal. Most
God
definitely.
damn it. So niggas built that right there. That's what you telling me?
Oh yeah. Especially is in Nashville. It's definitely in Nashville. Now you see who's on the calendar, so they have definitely whitewashed the calendar.
Right, but if you get into the actual, construction of that building right there, right? I don't know if they're gonna get into that, but okay. So the White House was built after this, correct?
Yeah. Absolutely. It absolutely is. Well, it would have been if we're talking.
So the White House is the most important building in America, right? It's America's house, right?
Supposedly.
Okay. So if niggas built that, y'all should use deductive reasoning going back to your brain, like who was doing what at what time periods in the 1700s, right? So this is 1785. So that wasn't built in 1785.
Now that's what I was thinking the year was. But there's an international exposition in 1897 for what was built in 1785. That's what I was looking at this picture like as well too. But they will throw some undercurve balls on your ass. But this building still stands today. That is the same building.
That's wild.
Now, hold up, Chief. Now this is who they say built it.
I'm sure they're gonna say the Carnegies or the Rockefellers, maybe the Vanderbilts. I'm just guessing.
So the architect is supposed to be a Confederate veteran, which they're definitely playing a role here with him being the architect for building this building. I knew right off the bat that just struck me as being very diabolical, sinister. And I did check the background. There's no way that this nigga.
What's his name?
This guy's name right here is William Crawford Smith. And of course,
who's speaking? I didn't mean to interrupt, but is that absolutely? You're the one speaking, right? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I didn't want to interrupt, but go ahead. Yes, keep building. My apologies. I just want to hear what you were spewing on. My apologies.
I know you all good. Can you hear me just fine?
Okay. So
yeah, go ahead. Yes, keep building.
This guy was the architect.
Okay, so this is Yeah, the so-called architect. But after we died, they was burning down the vital statistics office and replacing our records with their relatives. That's how they was doing the switch over your whole lifestyle to theirs. Because once they burn the vital records that are now being kept in a certain office, they can reset their whole life off of your life and say that ain't your land now. 10 years down the line.
So he is carrying nigga names. So I definitely would like to do a deep dive into what's his brother's name right here again? William Crawford.
His name is gonna be. Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's look into this dude. You know, let's see if he was even in Tennessee in the 1700s.
No, man, it's crazy, bro.
Hello. So what's his name? Cause if he fighting in the Confederate, army, then that lets me know that he wasn't 100 years old. Like, yeah. That's once again, how can he make something that's from before 1785? I mean, that's just deductive reasoning. Before I even look into this fool, you know what I'm saying? When he came into Tennessee, because remember, they didn't come into Tennessee, to a certain time. And if they was there, then they was. What'd you say?
No, they supposedly came in there in the 1700s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were definitely. He was definitely an indigenous.
So,
and again, they didn't start rewriting a lot of history until after the 1900s. Even though they're saying this happened in the 1800s, they weren't able to actually change history until they had everybody in place.
So hold up. I would like to throw a play because you said it was a sector. Not you, Lee, but the guy before you said that this was a sector. So the play would be someone that is faking amongst you that they have a possible, position, and y'all thought y'all was getting together, and ain't no aspect of non touching, feelings, none of that, right? But it would be of some, hey, I also have this viewpoint on here. I have this viewpoint here. This is what we are, right?
Right.
However, my guy, what are you really trying to convey? Are you able to only want to hold on, because no,
he's not here.
Lee.
First off.
No, I know he's not here. So Lee, I gotta ask you a question.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't want to interrupt your bill, and my apologies to you. Right? When we dove or dive into these quests, because this is a quest, right? So when we dive into this quest, right? Are we here to place ourselves into the formatives or then the nouns in what we're doing nowadays? So should we formate ourselves into something that didn't get us nowhere in the narration, or should we formulate our minds into the positions that we can be in the greatest versions of ourselves if we just stop fucking each other? If we just stop fucking each other over and then saying big eyes, little U's, which that's been a narration. That's the true narration that we should always been added to sales.
Let's look at this like a sports. Let's look at this like a sports team, right? NFL team, any team, right? And everybody is get a chance to try out, right? At some point, people gonna come join the team, and there's only so many. Just a sports analogy. So many starting people gonna start, and then you got backups, right? Just a sports analogy, right? Within that, you know what I'm saying? Your works, your play, things that you do set you apart, keep you on the team. You make the team, you trying out. All the things that we talk about, just a sports analogy, right? Because a lot of times, I don't even think people want to be a leader. Because people don't want that responsibility. Feel me? People want the accolades and all that. They want the clout, blah, 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 all that bullshit. But people don't want the responsibility and the heat that come with it. Prison.
Okay, carry on, because you get somewhere.
Niggas don't want that. Y'all don't want that. Nobody really wants
They-
that.
they-
Everybody
they-
want to push somebody else.
Don't want to be better. They don't
Nobody
want
want to
to
do
be
that.
better. They don't want to be.
So no, with that being said,
Remember
though,
school.
I don't think that that's something that we have to compete for. Anybody that wants to be a leader, you just lead. Your work. Sets you
And guess
apart.
what? Even if
You
you
understand what I'm saying?
hold up, I got something to add. I've been
On and
saying
off
this.
this bullshit. Like this.
The
Got
fuck,
it.
y'all motherfuckers want to. Y'all sit in imagery. Y'all talk the shit, and y'all everything you do, everything. You put yourself in imagery. I don't give a fuck. Everything is a fucking bum.
What a fact. What
Hold up. You can see me as a
nasty-
fucking bum. I want you to see me in a bum place and say you above me. You're not. You're
Wait a minute.
chasing. I know
Who we talking?
chase. That's to call me a supreme. We sit.
Hold on.
And
Hey, Grateful.
I fucking
We
no.
building
Hold the
on that.
fuck up. Hold the fuck up. I just saw myself in this shit. I saw myself in this shit. I've been fucking with bitches for very long days with people I know, and y'all are chasing a vision, constantly yourselves. Your designer. Guess what? I heard this shit. My chinchillas. I heard this shit. My this. And you listen. You got how much money? And you asking for money?
Hold on, Grateful. Hey, Grateful.
Say that shit.
We don't.
No,
we don't-
fuck
we
this
don't-
shit.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Fuck
Though.
this shit. No, the fuck, no. And y'all verbally, guess what? I don't give a fuck how I live. If I got a roof on my fucking head,
I know,
that's
but
my
we don't
ass.
talk
And
about that.
y'all over here
Hold on.
fucking chasing fucking designers, and you
Hold
talking
on.
some garbage, and you tell motherfuckers to pay for some shit for you, and you improper, and you talking shit. Now all you motherfuckers.
I don't understand what you're saying. Breaking up.
No, stop it, Prince. No, about your way either, nigga.
Hold on, you breaking up.
Stop eating this because you are a part of the niggas too. Nigga, you too. No, fuck you. Fuck you too.
Grateful. What are you arguing about? Am I breaking up? Is it me?
I've been watching you niggas for a very long fucking time, my guy. I've been sitting there watching you niggas. And I'm telling you, nigga, it's not about the show, nigga. It's about what you is, nigga. Listen, I'm gonna tell you how I fucking move. I purposely want niggas to see I have a lack. I purposely sit and place myself in positions that niggas think I ain't got shit. I purposely do it. And anybody that speak the way that y'all niggas be speaking, it's not of the y'all niggas is not great, nigga.
Okay, cool. So Grateful. We going back to the build though. We're trying to build on the Pantheon.
Listen, friend. I had to get it off because I'm like, listen.
I don't
understand this. Listen, Spring.
What we're talking about, though.
I know. The German language, the alphabet,
No.
the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, the 6, 7s, 8s, right? And the matter of fact, the way that they gave us the verbiage, right, and they transversed that to make the people think that whatever they have done was the correctness, but it wasn't. We took their shit on and said that their words were greater than what our parents, our mothers, through the trauma, and they gave us the trauma to go against our mothers and fathers, and then said that their shit was greater than us. And I'm here to tell you never that shit.
Grateful. We about to go back to the bill. Can you please?
Okay, well, mute me the fuck out. Just mute me, goddamn.
I don't want you to this like this. You said we building right now, man. The brother building.
All right, my bad. So fucking go.
Echo. Oh, we can't talk.
I'm muting.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out to Grateful. So, bro, you showed a picture of the Pantheon in surrounding areas, right? I don't know if you can pull that back up. I mean, because I went and looked up old William Crawford Smith.
I was just flipping through them, so that way you guys see.
I went and looked
I
up,
was just flipping through.
Right?
This is okay.
Yo, can you hear me?
You want to go back to old buddy about Nashville?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Right? So of course he like I said, this fool was born in Virginia, right? Moved to Nashville like in the 1850s. So just check that off, right? Started working, as an architect. Started working. He wasn't an architect before he came there, so he had to come there and become an apprentice, indentured.
Exactly.
Right? Well, he started working for the Vanderbilts.
Okay, now we're getting deep already.
You see what I'm saying? Now we start talking about these families, these people who were working in conjunction with the government to take over shit. And to build on top of shit, take over stuff or whatever. Everything that actually happened, but these people didn't get into the South. We're talking Tennessee until after Reconstruction, or right before Reconstruction, or didn't get into air quote power until after Reconstruction, going more into the 1900s. Because then this guy left and went back to Virginia to join the Confederate Army, according to them.
Yeah, so he was fighting in the army. He had enough time.
So check it. Then he went to Manila. He went to the Philippines and died in the Philippines, right? In like 1860s, right? So you telling me after he builds this great pantheon, does all this great stuff, here, he leaves and goes to the Philippines and dies over there? Does that make sense to anybody? Like,
in the Philippines, really. And then servitude again, man. There's a bunch of different indigent servants.
So, of course, it was there before they got there. This is just documented. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to go back and forth. That these things were built before they got there. You know what I mean? And that these people learned, how to, these skill sets and things from the masters. We're the masters. And somehow or another, this thing has been flipped around, you guys. It's been an economic coup. This didn't happen until mid-1900s, going into at the 1950s, 1960s, 70s. 80s was really over after the 1950s. So, I don't know if you guys remember the joint, How to Sell to a Negro. That was really interesting. But this guy right here, though, and once again, we would, Big Chief All-American pointed out that he's carrying the nigga name, which is interesting because we believe that these people had these names first, and the fact that we had them came from them is diabolical. It's just the narrative that was flipped on us. And where did they flip it on us at? Where did they flip it on us at, though? They just told us a complete lie. Like we could catch lie after 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 lie, right? We catching lies after lies, right? Okay. Where'd they do it at? Like, how did they do it? Like, you feel me? So we're getting to the who, the when, the why, and how did they do it? And if we know all of these things, then we can change it. Hey, you did this. It's documented. This is impossible for you to own people if you're not physically owning land there.
Right. That's why.
What are you gonna own people?
I
What are you gonna be doing? Walking around with them? Stop it, bro. It's just dumb. People have to eat. Y'all act like it's like Macy's and Walmart, so all this other stuff. No, it's a different economy, different mindset, different things going on. And then even up into the 1900s, 90% of people work for themselves. We had our own family businesses even up into the 1900s, man. Like, why we think we would work for somebody else? Don't make any sense. We're thriving. So there were policies that were put in place 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. This is recent times, y'all. We act like 100 years ago is a long time. It's really not. There's people still walking around here from 100 years ago. Literally. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to them. But yeah, man. So you got it. No, you've been cooking, man.
No, you cooking, man. I was just trying to now with this part of the video right here. We're just going in. We've already shown that the Arabic numeral system is really our system, and they just put their name on it. We've already shown the Latin alphabet belongs to us too. They just put the European titles on it. So we're just taking back our shit one leg at a time with a boot on their neck. So far we're bringing back our language, we're bringing back the number system, we're taking back our shit, and it does start with numbers and letters. That's how we got pencil whipped, not knowing the numbers and letters, what's ours and what's not ours. All right, so yeah, and these Greek archaeologists and German archaeologists. They think the Italian peninsula greatness. There was no great Parthenon city being built there where people were going to meet and sit under the fucking sun in robes and things of that nature. So you start to see that these buildings were built recently here to have a background for these so-called places of greatness they wanted to build. So again, I got the archaeologists on here who built these fake cities and their backstories, how they came up with these fanciful architecture, sculptures, and stuff like this by putting it in the book and trying to make it real. That's exactly what they did. The people with money, the Carnegies, the Rockefeller. There's a few other families I ain't mentioning on here, but there's a few other names as well too, but that's how they did it. They made sure that money was behind getting these buildings built first, and then they come in later with the story to match it. So again, it's showing that these cities were later built and came back and cleaned up when they kept getting the money to keep doing stuff. So Carnegie just didn't have money to do something until they started taking out tax dollars. So that's what I was going to say. That's what this is all about. They didn't have the money to finish a lot of these so-called buildings and stuff back then without our tax dollars. So when they started getting our tax dollars from like 1913 on, they were able to build up a big bank account. So just imagine you getting tax dollars off one person. I mean, everybody in the United States all of a sudden. So now you can fund your foreign enterprise with this tax money that you're getting off the actual Aboriginal people who at first was taxing you prior to we freeing you guys. So there's a big story behind this. They weren't able to fund their big ventures until they started getting our tax dollars. That's what the USAID is all about right now. The USAID is showing you what they was doing with the money they've been robbing us with for this whole time. This ain't just started now. They've been wiping us clean since they started getting the tax money. It's to fund the immigration. It's to make sure the immigrants that come here will be able to send money or to be able to help out who's ever back home. Come to America, get an education, go back home, and you're supposed to build up your empire there. But a lot of them get stuck on being here and don't want to leave. So, and they end up selling our goods and trades and becoming big traders overseas because they taking our ideas of what we're doing here, and the fools back home don't know what's going on here. So they're able to go out there and bedazzle these foods with some American-made trinkets. And here's just that landscape of the Parthenon. This is what it looked like during that particular time on this. This is the stamp, May 12th. I can't see the year. I must have cut off the year, but this is May 12th of some certain year. But that Parthenon was sitting there. They had built a few other things around it by this time. But that's how we were living. And you see the air balloon out there? So it ain't just about the pictures. The reason why I'm actually showing the pictures, I'm showing how they were out there building these monuments, because it's such hard clay dirt out there that they can build the monuments with just a shovel, because all they're doing is carving the monument into clay to make it look like real stone, to make it look like it's been there for years. But you can see these guys have been working diligently, not digging something out there, carving these buildings into clay. And so they're removing the dirt on what they're digging out and making as they dig out. Okay, this is again, this is Italy. This is Mussolini, his project of trying to build the Parthenon and stuff. So they're not excavating anything. And as you can see here, these are old mine shafts. So this is not like old ruins. This is the mine shaft where they've been mining at. And here is this guy putting together these Italian architectural buildings here. So this is all in Italy right here. The first one I showed you was Greece. So Greece is fake. They were building up Greece to make the fake stuff from the books become real life by building all of those things that you would read about in the book in those actual spots that they said they would be. So by the time your ass as an American figured it out, it'll be too late.
You know what's crazy about the whole Greek thing?
Again, this right here is in Italy, and this is, go ahead.
Okay. Well, just real fast about the word, this whole term Greek, right?
Yeah,
of course, that's a new term for them, right? So when you go back, you're like, wait a minute, they named that in the 20th century, of course, after they went and changed everything up, right? Well, the Greece original is still a Germanic Indo-European language. So even when we start getting into the Proto-Indo-European language, what is called Greece now, that was changed recently as well. It's not Greece. And it's still the origins of that, the language that's still there right now today is not the origins of it is like German. It's not romantic. It's just been Latinized to German, even to Deutsch. Like the script was changed to a Latin script. That's why they're giving the Greeks this fake narrative that it comes from there to here, but the science doesn't math with that. They don't math with reality, with science, but they're still pushing the racist scientific narrative, socially but not scientific. That's how it works. Socially but not legally. Shit's crazy. You got it though. You could. Yeah, well, we're just talking about the script Greek When people say creek and then they taking it back over here and stuff like that, I get it. I get all that, right? But all that's new, like that alphabet. So we're just gonna touch on the alphabet a little bit. I went with the numbers because 1, 2, 3, everybody can kind of relate to that. You know what I mean? But if I was to put the number 1, we teaching a baby, right? It says you have the number 1. And you give him, say, a cookie. Right? 1, then you put the number 2. Then you can associate 2 cookies with that, and 3 cookies, right? You know what I mean? And then you can put words on it, right? So if I was speaking Spanish, I would say uno, 1, right? If I was speaking German, I would say ein, E-I-N, you know what I'm saying? If I was to say 1, I would say O-N-E. So all those scripts, Spanish, German, and English, American English, right? It's still Latin. So you have 2 Latin-based words, and the German one is Germanic, Indo-European. That was Latinized as well, right? And we can go further back, but that's another time, another story. Spoon, baby food, right? So we gotta start kindergarten. Then we gotta get into kindergarten tonight too, man. Because I said we was gonna get into that because it's really diabolical how they're doing this in kindergarten and pre-K right now. As if this is the thing that we supposed to be doing, is programming our babies from getting our babies programmed at a small age to people who absolutely, as you guys see, do not have children's best interests at heart. They definitely have our best interests, but now the babies ain't got no chance. So yeah, we definitely have to get into that. Shit crazy.
Okay, so here's this is also Italy. They're just moving dirt out right now, doing some crazy shit down at the bottom. That's the Colosseum after they finished it. So now they're moving across the street to finish up this right here. So this again is under Mussolini's rule. And Mussolini was funded by the Americans. And you see they're putting fake statues in this as they're building it. So when the people come down, they'll be able to say, hey, look what I found. And the stuff is still so pristine. So the statues are just crazy pristine. After all those years, earthquake, rain and stuff, you mean to tell me? No. So yeah, so it ain't, again, it's just not about the pictures. It's the story they're telling with the pictures to match up with the books that they put out that we debate so fiercely on. All right, so this is another place that actually goes out there and make up cities that are in our history book. And I'll just call them the German Archaeological Institute. When they first started, they were funded by the eugenics. And they helped to create a facade for Hitler. So this is these guys right here. So it wasn't just about running for president. No, you got to get the city set up for you to be a ruler. So they had to build like he was a Roman. And they put up all these fake buildings out there saying that these are old relics from prehistoric times. So that's what this is about. This is an archaeological institute that gets together a bunch of pseudo-scientific architects back then to come up with some stories that also come up, that comes up with a city behind that story. All right, so you see this statue right here? These guys are like the mob. They out there building fake statues in 1953. They got a whole yard of just nothing but fake statues out there. And they're putting them in these different museums and shit like that. But it's made of like alabaster and like a little bit of concrete and stuff like that. So it's a mixture of different new age products. Some of it even has rebar in it, which wasn't probably made until like 1916 or 1920. So some of these statues have rebar in them that they're calling ancient from the Greece and Roman Empire. So. All right, so here's out here where they making these damn potteries right here. They call it, I don't know if you can see that it's like half man, half. They'll knock off half the body to make it look like it's been in the storm, but they're out there making this pottery. Yeah, but they're out here making this. In 1953, they're out there making that shit. So it's a bigger play than what we think is going on. They're out here building fake cities. This is 1909. This is that German archaeological institute lie. These guys are out there building fake monuments. Also, this is out there in Italy again. They're building trenches. They're putting up this rock wall. As you can see, the bags of mortar right here. These are the workers. So it's a big play. And again, this is the Parthenon. Again, these guys are out here building this shit. They're building the Parthenon as we speak in Rome, Italy. 1909.
Why are they creating a story to go with it? It's crazy. And meanwhile, they copying off of what we already have here in America. Really crazy, huh?
And they say this. Go ahead.
Well, you know, we talk about. You were showing currency earlier, right? And it kind of brought me back to some of the early money, but even to now, the pyramid being, step pyramid being on the first money, the 1800s. I don't know. We'll have to pull that up. Like, we showed a lot of this stuff before, you guys. But to the Latin being on the money still to this day. You know what I mean? I think that's interesting, right? Because even when they say where that comes from, like even when we start talking about Roman numerals, right? And we just had the Super Bowl, and it's like Super Bowl 88 or whatever shit. You see all these different letters, and we confused, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you kind of wonder why they still using these symbolisms in the things that they're doing, right? Especially in an American sport.
Right.
Because it comes from America, bro. Like, oh my God, they be hiding it. They just take so much of the energy, and we don't know, like, we are participating in the energy, but we don't know how to. They're harnessing it and capitalizing off of it, the currency, from the stadium to everything, from all the energy that comes from these sporting events and stuff like that or whatever. But it's really interesting, man, how they're hiding it in plain sight, from the Mardi Gras to the Roman numerals and all this stuff, and it's all hidden in codes right in front of our face. Like I said, hope tonight that we help break down some of that, some of those codes, like I said, we got to go back to the beginning of it. You know what I'm saying? Because it makes sense later. You know what I'm saying? If you can't pass the beginning stuff, and then you way over here thinking that you know something because you're reading some big old words. You know what I'm saying? Describing, and they're writing imagery, and they're putting words in your head, and so that's what I mean by that. That everything that we read influences how we think, how we dream, everything. How we think. Can't say it doesn't. It does. It absolutely does. And it's absolutely hard not to be influenced by outside things when we've been influenced since we were babies in the womb. Language, everything. If we was around people that were speaking one language, it you know what I'm saying? And we were never taught to write it, but we were only taught to speak it, right? You feel me? We would only hear that language. We wouldn't hear another language. And so writing is a whole nother animal, and reading is a whole nother animal than being able to communicate with somebody. Because remember, 83% of communication is nonverbal. So 17% of it, you can have a conversation with somebody that can't read or write. Absolutely. And that person that can't read and write can absolutely be a skilled surgeon, skilled craftsman, skilled laborer. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, mathematician that can't read or write.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? What does that got to do with numbers?
Oh yeah.
Unless you can't read those universal numbers,
right?
That goes into computers and arithmetics and sacred geometry, so on and so forth, which comes from America. Once again, they can't get around the science, the data. So when they say that the oldest civilization, like, I think it's interesting when they talk about the Olmecs, and they always try to, put us in the Olmec time or whatever. They're like the Olmecs. They're like, okay, well then you have a whole civilization, not only the Mississippian civilization, which is connected to the air quote Olmec civilization, the Carusa people, 13, 14,000 years older than the Olmecs. They don't want to talk about these people.
Right.
See what I'm saying? With the artifacts right here, what we're talking about. What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. These people were pyramid builders, these people had observatories and all these other things. I say these people, I mean our people, our ancestors, who we are.
Right.
Genetically, structurally, culturally linked to these guys. So we are the oldest people on the planet. I said that a long time ago. America and Americans are older than Africa and Africans. I'm still standing on that. I'm still ain't waiting on Umar or Seti or somebody to come take that challenge. Because I got science on my side, not boy ass and nerves, man. So, yeah. And like I said, y'all, they don't want that smoke because they know they've been around too long not to see the information. But their narrative is still lucrative for them. They go away from it. What they gonna have? They gotta tell the people they've been wrong all these years. I think that would be the manly thing to do. Right? I learned something. I've grown. You know what I'm saying? But to be denied it this long is crazy. That's the problem. I think they had if they would have came around like 7-8 years ago, I'd have been like, okay, cool. Feel me? Tariq jumped ship a long time ago. Hey, y'all, we had these guys on a boat. Tariq Nasheed was on the short boat with these guys. Seti was he made the short bus. Seti was on the short bus shorty. Seti is a short bus shorty. We might have to take Seti off the short bus, y'all.
Oh, yeah. I drove up there. He was definitely on the bus.
So the bus wasn't big enough for Umar and Tariq. So Tariq was on the bus pointing up on the boat. Pointing. That guy got off that. He jumped off that short boat fast. I remember. He was at the ADOS convention. I was like, look at old Tariq over there. Yeah. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. Shout out to all the FBA members, as well as people that just identify as being foundational to this land, man, and no place else. USA, 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 USA. If y'all mad about me saying USA,
yeah.
I'll probably cut up, huh? USA.
Yeah, it definitely means something now.
Oh, absolutely. But it always meant something to me, bro. As a kid, they made this shit up. Bro, I like the Dukes of Hazzard. You gonna tell me that we was mad about the General Lee?
Man, we watch Dukes of Hazzard every day.
Bro, wasn't nobody mad? Bro, wasn't nobody mad about the Confederate flag on the General Lee? Why? Why wasn't we mad about that? Cause they didn't tell us then. Was that in the 70s? Like maybe we were watching reruns because I thought that when I was watching like some of these shows, I found out later that they had been running syndicated reruns for like decades. Like I didn't know they were running in the 50s and 60s. But by the time I'm saying in the 70s and 80s, they just kept running it, like programming it. I didn't know they were doing that. Feel me? Oh, Andy Griffin and all that shit. I didn't know that shit was running.
Right.
By the time we come around, you feel me? Ain't that many channels, ain't that much programming. Feel me? So they just kept running shows kept running them back to back. Shit crazy. Hey, I ain't know that. I didn't know Kirk M was.
That's how it went back then.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I didn't know that, right? Until you get into the to the history of it or whatever, what they were doing. But yeah, I didn't know Star Trek was out in the 50s. See what I'm saying?
Oh man, they've been going for a long
so
time.
When we're talking about certain how things change culturally, things change. You know what I'm saying? Even how people seen different people. Like, okay, you talked about Mussolini being in bed with the Americans, but what Americans? What administration? You know what I'm saying? Because what this administration got in, they was like, man, we ain't fucking with you. We going with the other side over there. You follow me? That's what we're gonna work with them now. Because think about it, that would be the problem that every air quote dictator, because now the people who are not working with that dude, Saddam, for instance, right? If you use him as one of them. We got plenty of examples before and after him, right? We'll just use him as an example. He cool until he ain't cool, right?
Right. That's how it's supposed to be.
Or you got somebody that says, hey man, Biden was for Ukraine. If Trump would have, and now this is, man, I heard Trump say some shit so ill. These motherfuckers. He said, listen, if I would have been the president, hundreds of thousands of people would not be dead. He's telling the world leaders this over there. He ain't even go there. He ain't even traveling. Like, he just chilling in America, y'all. Like, he got vans going around doing shit. He on telescreens. Like, Trump like, nah, I'm cool. I ain't fucking with y'all like that. But y'all gonna do what the fuck I say. Like, he really talking crazy to these motherfuckers. He's like, look, there wouldn't have been no war. He wanted to say millions, but he was like thousands of lives of people dead, people dying. Like, you know, he was really on that lane. Like, he was banging on them. Like, yo, y'all doing all this for what? Shit gonna stop. They were like, look, y'all gonna stop.
Right.
I on their ass like that. Y'all gonna stop Israel. Stop fucking with these people. Y'all gonna stop. Come on back. Get these hostages away. Get them hostages back. They just release some more. I mean, I'm just saying, like, so different policies and different things will happen. So if you was a dictator like Mussolini, and you was working with a certain administration, and another administration come in for the next 4 to 8 years, or maybe even 16 years, if they party stay in power, right? That they not gonna,
right.
They gonna leave y'all dry. And the people there is like gonna be like, okay, you fool now. You feel me? Which that's what happened. So it's happened plenty of times. You know, they left Gaddafi out to dry. See what I'm saying? Saddam, yeah, it's going and on and on and on and on. Yeah, so it doesn't pay to come back. Yeah.
No, it doesn't pay at all, man.
It doesn't pay at all.
Mussolini's
people. It doesn't. Ask anybody. Doesn't pay. But you know, you got a lot of countries, man, that are definitely watching. You know what we're doing. Like I said, man, like we just want to be righteous people. So I'm saying I would like to see where it's a colorist America. You know what I mean? I really would, but people are prejudiced. That's just a natural thing. Even if people are all the same color, right? People find ways to be prejudiced amongst each other. You from the north side, you from the south side. You feel me? Of the block. You know what I'm saying? Not even the town. You're on that side of the block, I'm on the other side of the block. You're on the east side of the block, the west side of the block, you're on the north side. There's 4 blocks. It's a block. And niggas is mad on the same, you know, at each other. You know, so we'll find reasons. Short, tall, ugly, pretty, whoever eyesight that is. You know what I'm saying? Heritage. So we'll figure it out how to separate amongst our differences. Feel me? That's what we do. I guess that's human nature.
Oh yeah.
As opposed
100%.
to things that made us similar. Yeah. So I think that's another mindset that we got to go back to. So thinking more about, what we have in common as opposed to what we have that we don't have in common. You know what I mean? Man, you was going in on Woodrow Wilson too the other night, right? Oh, he was definitely interesting character.
Yeah.
About the turn of the century, like what happened, you know what I'm saying, at the turn of the century. Like we kind of led up to that. A lot of the information that we've been presented tonight, as well as other nights or whatever leading up to this, as far as the proto Indo-European languages and how they were changed here and taken there, in the late 1800s, you know what I'm saying? Then once again, formulating books, formulating things, formulating philosophies that, they could come up with the communist philosophies, the socialist philosophies, all these things or whatever, but these are the things that actually are still prevalent in the universities here in North America. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, man, hardcore. I mean,
just hardcore. Yeah, absolutely. They run these European ideologies, right? Even when we go to the Ivy League schools, right? The mindset, the ideologies, that's the top, right? Yeah, man. Nephew up in Harvard High School. His second time going up there doing some stuff, man. Some shot, man. Doing this thing. On the academic level. You know what I'm talking about? Still high school. So, yeah. So, these things, like, we gotta honor things that like that, right? But however, still grounding them in the culture. That makes sense? Like, okay, these things are happening. It's good to get this education, get whatever. But ultimately, you got to keep them grounded in the culture of what is the mission. You know what I'm saying? If you are going to get an Ivy League education or even one of these, what they call them, predominantly pale universities, you know what I'm saying, in America, because those are the keys to getting so-called jobs, correct? Well, you see other people they've been positioning themselves, you know what I'm saying? It's bad when other demographics of people who are less demographics here in America, North America, but then they have bigger demographics in the university. Then we wonder why we do not see them in any type of percentages in the penitentiaries, right? So how we say that we have a school to prison pipeline, right? They literally have that concept, right? That they're trying to, break, right? A school to prison pipeline, right? But it seems like it's only a school to prison pipeline for us.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? So that's when we get to
eugenic.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to get into that a little bit, get into these Woodrow Wilson. And then, yeah, man, I don't know if you cook as long as you want to, man, but yeah, I don't know if people tired. Y'all tired?
Man, I hate to have to say it, but I'm going to have to get at you on the back channel, man. I'm about to have to get up and go hit the clock in about 2-3 hours, but I'm going to have to definitely, we can pick it up back where we left off at. It was a slow run into what we were trying to get into. But we definitely gonna touch down on some new bases next time around too.
All right, for sure.
Yeah. So this one right here was just a segue into just showing mythology opposed to reality. That's pretty much what we're standing at and trying to look over the shoulder of getting the right answer. What's mythology and what's the reality?
That's right.
So yeah. Chief, balance to you, my guy, man. I'm gonna take it down, man. But for sure, man. We're gonna jump back at this once again here. It's gonna be a little bit more hype now that we got the slow runner out of the way, man. We'll be able to jump back in on some newer information that's really gonna buckle everybody down, just to see where the timeline really starts at, where we should have started from, and where we are gonna start from. So we got to go back 300-400 years to actually say, okay, this is where they started at. No, they just started like 100 years ago. So like I said, we ain't got that long to catch up. Pretty much halfway there.
That's right. That's right. And like I said, a lot of stuff is just mindset, though. Like, what if we change our mindset? If somebody programmed you to a fake reality and a fake mindset, right? Well, once you figure that out, you're going to stop having that mentality, right? You're going to stop raising your hand every time you hear the word slave. Be like, hey, it's me. Cool time. Give us free. Give us free. You know what I mean? Every time you hear the word slave, you be like, give us free. Mama.
On the word slave again, making sure they see that that's just Slavic. That's of these Slavic people. So yeah, we double down on
only designated for what it is, man. Yeah. I love flipping that around. It was like a guy came over here one time, bro. He was like, hey man, I just feel sorry for you guys, man. That was just so brutal. You guys were slaves. I was like, oh, skirt. Sir.
Wait a minute.
We're not. You the slaves. You better do the research on your people, man, and how the man act saved your people, sir. Don't get out of here with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They just forget all the slavery that happened in Africa and all the slavery that happened of the Slavs that happened in Europe and all the slavery that happened in Asia, right? To explain how you have all these mixed people. Y'all understand? Diabolical.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
it's crazy. They tell us, oh yeah, because this happened to your people. Yeah, I got you, bro. Appreciate you, man. We go.
There was one love for sure. But yeah, we definitely gonna get back at it. Just hit me up on the back and I'll be prepared.
For sure. Yeah, I think, like I said, tomorrow's.
All right, how about that? You can break it.
Tomorrow. Probably do a part 2 or something tomorrow, man, if you got some time.
All right, for sure. I should have a little time tomorrow, man. Yeah, you already know the little ones are out this week, so I should be free.
Word. Okay, man. Have a good one.
All right, my guy, be the greatest.
Ooh. Appreciate you, brother. Yo. Absolutely coming through with the heat. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, man, for tapping in. Links in the chat room, man, if y'all want to come through. Rapper taste. If not, I ain't gonna hold y'all up too much long. Shit, we working on 8 hours, man. That's a nice little shindig. You dig? Yeah. So, man, I definitely appreciate everybody, man. Tap in to the movement, man. I'm trying to see what we got, man. Make sure I ain't miss nobody. So shout out to Sun Baby, man. Thompson's History 101, Big Chief, All American, Wild Savage. What up, though? You still looking for that? Thank you, my jig. I am. What up? What's we got here? Let's see, Tay Bay up in there. What up, Tay Bay? Christopher Career. Chris Career, what up, though? The Entourage Effect. Someone needs what? Okay. I'm sure I know what you're talking about. Captain Crunch, what up, though? Enoch. See Sister Bethy. She's still in the building. Jen. See Root Word up in there. Shit, what the fuck? shout out to Grateful, man. She be having, why she be saying what she's saying, man. Sometimes you gotta listen. So, I don't know. I ain't gonna get into that. I don't want to start. I don't want to even instigate nothing. So we'll stop that. But yeah. Let's see. So I think, like I said, the moral of the story is that nothing that you read you should like believe like 100%, like nothing. Like everything should be absolutely scrutinized. Like just like I still go from how I was trained to educated or trained to do book reports, for instance, right? Like thoroughly go over, when it was written, who's the author, like who's the author's teacher, like, just kind of break down his motivation, and whose ever motivation who's trying to motivate us to think the way they want us to think. Like anybody that writes something, they want you to think the way they want you to think. I know this. Okay, vocabulary. You read a vocabulary book, a dictionary, vocabulary, right? Etymology. What people who wrote the definitions, right, have a definition of that word. So they're clearly want you to know how whatever their narrative is on that word. So if you put those words together in a sentence, right, it creates a scenario based off of the definitions that's given for those each words. So no matter what, somebody's putting those words together in puzzles to create a narrative that they want you to know. That's in any books or any PDFs and any narratives, any parodies. It's just what it is. And it's the same in speech. Like, somebody say something, we're going to paint a picture. Even we're exposing the lies, right? Of course, I want you, to be exposed to the truth. Is that a word? It's just being honest. No matter if I wrote something down, I'm going to write it in a way that it's not going to make you. For me, I want you to feel good about yourself and good about your ancestors. So I'm going to write words down that will empower us and then uplift us, and things like that. So I try to speak those words into existence and keep those words, in the air. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. So shout out to y'all, man. See nobody don't come up and ask no questions. Hope y'all got y'all notepads out. Now I'll be able to go back and rewind this and play it again. Check it out. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna bounce back tomorrow, man. Come back with some more heat, man. So y'all tap in tomorrow, man. I really appreciate all y'all. We're gonna get up out of here. It's the GOAT. Appreciate everybody, man. Have a great night.
Panthers. My OG. All punchy, no PPP. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody say we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. If you're real, then you're fake. If you're fake, then you the realest. They done turn the game around, so now they celebrate the stitches. Yeah, I ride around with that Drake, cause these niggas is vicious. They'll clean a nigga house and they won't even do the dishes. See, these bitches act like niggas, and niggas act like bitches. All these bitches ready to fight, these niggas scared and toting switches. Trying to imitate these rappers that's living so fictitious. Disrespecting dead people in their songs and making disses. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness. I can only be me, let God be my witness. Did some shit when I was young, I had to ask him for forgiveness. Been betrayed by my family, had friends who turned snitches. I have yet to meet a woman who did love to burn bridges. There's some time when I was younger, but I ain't get no visits. I was looking for the love, where is that? I must have missed it. I ain't going back and forth, cause I ain't playing tennis. I've been flossing since a young nigga, so I ain't paying dentist. Use the kitchen like a lab, but I ain't playing chemist. Talk to get it till it's done, I ain't never saying finish. So whatever's been diminished will always be replenished. Really got it out the mud, everything I do authentic. I don't get along with niggas, I get along with bitches. I'm affiliates with gangsters, I don't conversate with snitches. Only move with the fam, we congregate for business. Only thing we got in common is to concentrate on riches. If somebody said we done it, we confiscate the witness. Made $100,000 working out at Planet Fitness. Blackballed in my city for keeping it the trillest. Broke the hater world record, gon' put them in the Guinness.